It's the answer, please. What is a 90-degree angle?
I told you the corner of a square.
Okay, the corner of a square is two straight lines. You just admitted that it's not a curved surface, didn't you? Thank you very much. You see how hard was that? The corner of a square, I think that's two straight lines, isn't it? Yeah, I think that's what that is. You see how easy that was, Star Crush? Oh, you got there at the end, and that's all that was worth it, right? We finally got the answer. It's like a square. Yeah, indeed. There's no curved surface on a square, isn't there? Is there a curved surface on a square, Star Crush?
No. Stop. Please stop.
All right. That's what I'm saying. See, now you agree. No, there's no curved surface on a square. So you've answered correctly. We're on our way to the truth. Okay, so what more do you have to add now that you've understood what a 90-degree angle is?
No.
No. Why no? Well, you did so well. You said it's a square. You know, we can see a 90-degree angles happening with a square. Absolutely right. Now you did good.
Would you let me finish, please?
Why?
Because
you said the answer.
When everybody knows you're not letting me finish.
So what? You've answered correctly, and I think how can you have a square? You know, like what? Yeah, you did. You said the 90-degree angle can be represented in a square. I agree. But see, if you put a square on a curved surface, you know, it just doesn't add up. We don't have a 90-degree angle on a curved surface. It just doesn't happen. Square on top of a curved surface? That don't work.
No.
Yes.
One corner of it, and you put it on a curved surface. Hello, not the whole square. Not the whole square.
Yeah, but the corner of the square.
Put it on a curved surface. You got a 90-degree angle on a sphere. It's just that simple.
Yeah, so a 90-degree angle on a sphere means that we're not utilizing the curved surface to take our angle measurements, right? Agree with me?
Yes, that's why they connect at three of them and you get 270 degrees instead of a square.
So, see, here's the problem that you don't realize. When you have a 90-degree angle on a curved surface, you're not using the surface any longer. Is that correct or incorrect?
I want to say just once more.
Nah, I think you need to answer my question. I'll repeat it. So don't worry about it. I'm going to guide you right back. That's what we do here. We help people. All right. So if you have a 90-degree angle on a curved surface, are we still utilizing the curved surface or not?
Yes. What do you think I've been saying? But you won't let me.
We are utilizing the curved surface. So what do we need the curved surface for if we're not using it?
Oh my God.
No, God's not gonna. God's not gonna help liars. Okay, if you're telling the truth, perhaps, but you're not. So he's not gonna help liars. You can't appeal to him. So curved surface has nothing to do with the 90-degree angle, right? That's what we understand. So what do we need the curved surface for if it's not being utilized to measure anything?
It's a triangle.
Okay. So if it's a triangle, it's not a 90-degree angle anymore, right? Because a square would constitute, or at least the corner of a square would constitute for that 90-degree angle. Corner of that. But anyway, Star Crush, I'm going to have to hold you just a little bit. I'm going to let RG, the artist, because he's been holding his hand up. Go ahead, RG.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Yes, sir.
I have a question.
Sure.
Are you referring to a circle or a sphere?
Sphere. So the surface of the Earth as a spheroid, as an oblate spheroid, would have a curved surface. Now, if we're measuring from that curved surface, I'm just contextualizing. So if you're measuring from that curved surface and you're getting a 90-degree angle, how are you doing that on a curved surface? Because according to a 90-degree angle, you need to have two straight intersecting lines. Yes? You agree, RG?
Yeah, I hear you, buddy.
Excellent.
I hear you. I have guesstimation anyway, I guess, of how to make that work.
No, we're not going to. I'm sorry. We don't guesstimate to make things work. You either have the answer to support the claim that you can have a 90-degree angle on a curved surface, or you don't have the answer. We don't guesstimate. We don't probably, maybes, all of that suggestive terms that are being used. We don't do that here. So it doesn't matter if you're flat or globe in this conversation. Everybody gets scrutinized in how you argue. So we stand for logically consistent points. So hopefully everybody here is on board with that, because it doesn't matter what position you hold, flat or globe, you're going to be scrutinized if you're saying things that are not logically consistent. Sorry, RG. But like I said, how do you have a 90-degree angle on a curved surface, sir? That's to you now.
Right, and I'm trying to answer. If you'll let me answer, I'll answer the best of my ability.
Go for it.
Okay, two intersecting lines in my head would be a plus sign, and then you overlay it on a sphere. You have 4 90-degree angles. Then.
Yeah, that's great. That's great. Now, I was telling Star Crush, then why do we need a curved surface? For what purpose does it serve? Of the Earth as a globe. Not you, Star Crush. I'm talking to RG now. We moved on from you.
My friend Peter, so I'm sorry. I won't do it again.
No, I don't. You don't have to be sorry. Just don't open up your mic. All right, RG, go ahead.
Sorry, I dropped my phone. Yeah, can you give a little more in depth of what you mean by
we're dealing with the idea that we're dealing. No problem. We're dealing with the idea that the Earth is a globe, an oblate spheroid, if you will, and it has a curving surface, right? Do you understand this?
Yeah, of course, man. Go ahead.
Okay, so if you're going to measure a 90-degree angle on a curved surface, how is that done, RG? That's to you.
I don't think it's a globe.
I understand. A circle. Listen. I understand, but I need you to understand the argument. How is it possible for the 90-degree angle to be taken from a curved surface? Like the globe.
Or a basketball.
I mean, a local area is pretty, like let's say 2 or 3 miles squared. I don't think that you would notice a curved surface then.
Okay. So, I mean, I agree with you there, but is it possible that you can measure a 90-degree angle on a curved surface? Like the globe.
Or a basketball.
If the globe can,
or a basketball.
Well, if the right. If the 2 intersecting lines precedes the globe, then it would. You just overlay it onto that sphere. Okay. I think that would work.
Okay. So now let's just say that's the case, right? Now let's follow with that, because I think Star Crush was attempting to say spherical geometry and really put forward exactly what you just said right now. So now that that's understood, is it possible? This part is like the crushing blow for globe Earth. So the crushing blow for globe Earth would be that if we have that 90-degree angle on the curved surface, do we have the measurement of drop over distance away from the tangential plane that straight line horizontally is created? The drop over the distance that the tangential plane.
Or in other words,
go ahead, Lycurgus.
In other words, if you start your angle at a point and you keep going out from that point, do you measure the drop down?
Important point. Because now that we've established that you can have a 90-degree angle on a curved surface, what is the next step, gentlemen? Anyone?
I think if you're wanting to do observer height times the formula of drop and the tangential measurement from the ground outward, I mean, depends on how tall you are, I guess. And let me explain what I mean.
Sure.
Tangential would be exactly the height of the water, right? At sea level, you would measure outward. try to lay down on the ground, right, and look outward. That's a tangential height. Now, if you went up 6 feet and did the same measurement, you would get you would be able to see a whole lot further. In other words,
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, but
tangential, you wouldn't be able to see.
let's try to land this plane. So in order for you to tell me that you can have a drop over the distance, what would I need to do to measure that the surface of the Earth is dropping away from that tangential plane that we've created when we made the 90-degree angle at our specific vertical point?
That's a tough one for me. I guess I haven't looked into the globe position enough.
That's fine. And listen. That's no slight to you. That's no. Yeah, hold on, Star Crush. That's no slight to you. That's just getting you to understand the problem that we're dealing with, right? And the problem is that, yeah, you say there's a 90-degree angle that you can have with the tangential plane on top of a curved surface. Okay, let's go with that. Let's run with that. But if you're saying that, what precedes it is going to be the evidence empirically that we're going to have a measurement that drops away from that tangential plane in order to get a drop over the distance. And then that coincides with the geometry of Earth, being that we have a radius value of 3959, a circumference of 24,901 miles, all the empirical data to precede that. But alas, we do not have this. There is no such animal that exists. These are all ideas, right? I live on a globe Earth. I can have a 90-degree angle that's on a curved surface. That's great. That's just the beginning of your woes. You're going to have to produce the evidence that the Earth is dropping away from this tangential plane. Now, if you don't have that, you don't have the evidence. Simple as that. Got it?
I got you. I believe in a flat Earth, though. I'm trying to follow your logic.
Yeah, the logic is sound. It's sound because there's no flaw in it. Now, if it was to be measured to have a drop over distance, then we'd have empirical evidence that the Earth is dropping away from that tangential plane. Indeed, we'd be able to have a drop over the distance. But that is not measured anywhere on the surface of the Earth. We don't have that.
Well, I did it for 10 years, so
yeah, you didn't do any measuring. Once again, with your shrimp boat.
Yes, I did.
With your shrimp boat captain knowledge, you've only measured between the two buoys, which is distance. That has no drop.
Bullshit.
That is no drop over distance. I don't need to, because you've already stated your argument in like 2 previous episodes of this specific space.
When you can't even understand it, of course you're not going to understand the complicated shit.
No, you don't understand.
The gas use again.
The what, Lycurgus?
He's going to bring up how he knows because he used gas.
You can understand basic trigonometry.
I can't hear Lycurgus. It's not about basic trigonometry, sir. What we're doing. Hold on, Lycurgus. Okay, sometimes he's a runaway train, and I stop runaway trains. So we don't need to talk about complicated math, sir. What we need to do is actually get out into the field, take your little complicated maths, and measure the drop over the distance, which is what I've been saying this whole time. You're not doing any measurements. You're doing calculations. And every time you say, I am doing measurements, I am, we go back to you telling us how you did the calculations. That doesn't win the day, sir. Doesn't do it. Not for anyone. All right.
All right, so what we do, measuring is math.
Yeah, great.
Okay, you can't perform math without calculations.
Okay, so the next thing you need to do is take your little calculations, go outside and measure and see if there's any drop over the distance. Did you have any drop over the distance? Yes or no?
Yes, like I said last time, 78 feet. Okay, I told you that, and you just say no. You just keep saying.
Sorry, that was a double mute. It's not that I say no, it's that you haven't measured anything. You're just using calculations. That's all you're doing.
Yes, I did. I measured the distance of 25 miles.
Yes.
Right? That's 25 miles.
Now, we need to hear you saying those sweet words, drop over the distance. That's what we're talking about. Not distance. For the I don't know. I've lost count like Hergus. I don't even know how many times I've said this. I've repeated to this guy. It's been a while, like a couple of times. Anyway, he knows.
At least 151 times.
Yeah,
Well, Evan, did
151
we get
times
past
Star
the
Crush.
point where the 90-degree angle on a curved surface? Did we get that far?
Yeah, we got to the
Let-
part
let-
that you can... Go ahead, like Hergus.
Okay,
let me
you
try
conceded
something with
to
Star
that.
Crush. Maybe this will work. Okay, so Star Crush, before you left to go fish shrimp, when you were at
He
home,
conceded that.
hold on, shut up. When you were doing the calculations at home, you had 73-mile drop. That's what you're claiming, right?
No, not at home. Out on the Gulf of
75
Mexico.
feet
No,
of
no, no,
drop.
no, no. Before you
75.
went out on the boat, your calculations.
78 feet of drop.
Okay,
What the
Yeah,
hell
you
are
keep
78.
correcting me. That's
talking
fine. 78. That's fine.
about on the Gulf?
Okay,
You're
okay,
not- it's
okay,
not-
okay,
that was
okay, okay,
not
okay,
the-
okay, okay, Grandpa, calm down, calm down, calm down, calm down, calm down. Okay. No, we got to go easy on these guys, Alpha Veritas, these boomers, man. They thought we went to the moon. They based their whole identity on it, so we got to go easy with them. Okay,
Hey,
so
go for
you
it.
I took my shrimp boat to the moon. But
you
you
leave.
said I didn't
Shut
take my
up,
shrimp boat to the moon.
Grandpa. So you're at home. You have 78-degree drop written down on your paper. Now you go out onto the boat on the ocean. How are you confirming that 78 that you started out with? How are you doing that? Crickets. That's what I thought. Okay, this
Yeah,
is
he
what you
doesn't
have
have
to
an
understand.
answer. He doesn't have an answer for that.
Yes, I do.
You didn't answer him when he asked you. It basically we heard crickets. They were the
Well,
loudest thing.
we're waiting, as the meme goes.
You're gonna be like
You
that
guys-
skeleton on that park bench, dude.
The question doesn't make sense. I'm trying to tell you how you do it on the ground, and so you're saying, all right, how did I learn the math before I went
Oh,
out under
God.
the water?
No.
You didn't ask that.
It's not what I said.
It doesn't make any sense at all. It really doesn't.
When
You
you
don't know
were
what
on
you're
the
talking
boat in the ocean, how did you confirm the calculations you made on land at home? How do?
Jesus Christ, I'm not measuring
He's not gonna
the
help
land.
you. I told
Oh
you.
my God! What this? Is he sunsetting right now? Like, is this like the late part of the day and Grandpa's just like lost it?
No,
You're
he's,
saying that you first have to do it on land to confirm it to make it work out in the ocean?
he's declared he's a savant, like Kyrgyz.
We're gonna miss these Biden generation
Is that what
people.
you're
I
saying?
don't know,
Like,
man.
Rose, you're saying first you have to do it on the
I
land
honestly,
and confirm
yeah,
it
honestly,
out in the
I've
ocean?
always hoped that people can do better than this, but this is the best that Globe Earth has. To be honest, he's the only one that will come forward and actually speak for Globe Earth. If there was any Globe Earth proponents that could actually do better than him, I think we would have already seen them up here. Intelligent ones, they don't spiral, that are able to have an intellectual discussion. I don't see it happening. I don't see anybody coming forward and
I'm
arguing.
surprised.
And it's
I'm
weird,
surprised
right?
we don't see Piper Australis in here. We don't see DC.
Yeah.
We don't see a lot of
Tell them to
these.
come in here. And then
Yeah.
I was saying it earlier. The best that these guys can do is go to my the episodes that I do and try to cancel them. They've been canceling some of the earlier episodes because they get butthurt and they think they're gonna win, but they don't understand that we're live streaming on YouTube right now. The bot is in here. We got live stream on YouTube, live stream on Rumble. Bros, we got it all together. We know that they're out for censorship. That's all they can do. That's why the title of today's space, Provocative AF, because we know you guys can't handle the truth when it's right comes right down to it. You know why? Because you identify with the Earth being a globe, and the cosmology that you think that you're in a solar system and the ever-expanding cosmos. That's what you think is going on right now. So it hurts your little minds, and you're so fragile, little snowflakes.
Well, I'm going to answer like Kurt's question. Okay?
Whatever.
Do you believe that if it's a sphere, that 8 miles squared, 8 miles squared too, you know what I'm talking about? You guys always bring that up. Do you think that should apply and work?
No,
some
you got it
people
wrong.
say, well,
You got it wrong.
should have a drop.
You got it
rate.
wrong.
So what's your
You got it wrong.
Can I use that?
You
Can
got
I use
it
that in my
wrong.
math, measurement, or calculation?
He's old man. Yeah, he's just got that old man syndrome. He's talking. Everybody's like, dude, can't you not hear? We're speaking. His hearing aids probably fell out of his ear or something. Who knows? All right. So we're not talking. Listen, what did you say the answer was for 8 squared miles, or what did you say? I don't want to put words in your mouth.
I don't know what happened. I'm back now. All right. Eight, all right, look, what it looks like on a piece of paper. I'm going to ask you if I'm allowed to use it. Okay? You have an 8, you got a little M, and then you got the little triangle sign thingy, it looks like a little thingy, and then it means squared with a little 2 after it. Am I allowed to use that?
I want to know how you confirm that on the ocean, whatever that
I
is.
asked you a question. That's how you do it on the land, too. Am I allowed to use that formula, otherwise known as 8-2M squared with a little 2 after it? Am I allowed to use that? Yes or no?
I want to know how you confirm it on the ocean in your boat.
I'm telling you, on land or the ocean, I'm going to use that formula, which is a calculation in math. Otherwise, you can't do it,
Right.
and you can't do what
But
Alpha's
how are
saying.
you
He's saying I can't
confirming
use
that?
math,
How are you confirming that's
calculation.
real?
Math. I'm asking you, can I use that to do it, to discern it before you agree with me after I tell you
The
how?
issue at hand is confirming whatever you're writing there. It's not what you can write and whether or not you can use it. It's how do you confirm that on the ocean?
Word salad.
It's not a word salad. It's literally
That was a word salad.
that
It
wasn't a.
was.
You're such a troll, Grandpa. Oh my god,
I
he's such
asked
a
you a
troll.
direct question, and you gave me a non sequitur
You're
fallacy
just
straw man.
trolling. Now I know you're trolling.
I'm going to ask you again, am I allowed to
I'm gonna
use
ask you
that to
again.
answer?
Shut up.
Hilarious.
No question. Jesus
He's not
Christ.
gonna
Yes, you're
help
allowed
you.
to
Answer
use
my
it if you
question.
can confirm what you wrote on the ocean, and you have to explain how you do.
Well, am I allowed to
I
use
hope I'm
that
not
to do
talking
it?
over
Or if I
some
said,
alpha.
am
Nah,
I don't hear
go for
anyone
it.
I? Am I?
else.
If you can't make it that far, I mean, we barely got past the 90-degree angle on a curve. So if you can't get past the 8M squared 2 as a formula, well, then you're not going to understand it because it's just more complicated than that.
I just want to know something very simple. How did you confirm?
That's about as simple as we can get right now. So can you
It's
understand
not
that
as
little
simple as
formula
we
there?
can
Like,
get. The question has been asked
Are
to
you
you
there, Alpha? I
over.
don't hear you.
Yeah, hold on. Let me reset.
Or any,
it's like
I'll
it's
try.
like if you don't understand division. If I say, "Can I divide 4 and get 2?" and you don't know, well, then how are you supposed to understand me? I lost the sound again. I don't hear anybody.
Spaces is acting up for me. I think I'm speaking over Alpha. I don't see any mic movement or anything.
I just heard you like I don't know if maybe the host has some Wi-Fi issues or what's going on here. Yep. Now we're back. It seems to just go in and out. I don't know if it's just me or the space.
Hey, you guys hear me?
Yeah, Alpha, we can hear you, bro.
Yeah, I dilate time all the time, and I crash computers and spaces, and I override mutes, and they're like, "How is he overriding the mute button?" So, yeah, I got a pretty powerful aura.
Yeah, I'm trying to see who can
Being
hear me,
mine.
and then if you guys can't hear me, maybe you might want to
We can
drop
hear
out
you,
and come
bro.
back. Yeah, Kimbo, can you tell him to drop out and come back?
I can't.
Yeah,
I
drop.
can hear you.
If you
Can you
can't
hear me?
hear Alpha, just drop out and come back.
I did. This is like 3 times already.
Holy shit, you still can't hear him?
Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. Can you hear me, Peter?
Yeah.
Yeah, I
How many
can. I
people?
can hear all of you.
So can you if you
I
if you
wish
can
I
hear me,
could, but
if you can hear me, give me a thumbs up.
Peter, can you hear me? Say yes. I hear you,
yeah,
Gregory.
Gregory, how's it going? I can hear you.
Good. Alpha, can you hear me? Just say yes.
Yeah, I can hear you, but I don't think you can hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you, but I think we just had a little glitch there. Like I
Yeah.
said,
All right.
when I do weird things with computers, I do it all the time at gas stations, and yeah, it's pretty weird. Get used to it.
All right. I think we're back on again. Do we have? See, where's Lycurgus? Maybe Lycurgus isn't coming back.
I'm gonna go drop anchor for a little bit and I'm going to chill from catching shrimp, and I'm going to actually use my fishing rod and see what I can catch while I'm out here.
And when you come back, let us know how you measure and confirm the measurements you made before you went out.
Sure.
Hey, don't you worry, little buddy. I'm gonna tell you, okay? Hey, Alpha, can you hear me?
Ooh, Peter. Peter is a tough. Yeah, he's a
Yeah.
tough fighter.
Yeah. Wait until your daddy comes home, okay? When
This
your
will
daddy
be
is home,
interesting.
then I will talk to him.
This is gonna be
Thank
good.
you,
I hope.
Peter. Maybe they'll let you speak.
Hey, Alpha Mendacium, where are you?
Oh man,
Your
Alpha, you
little,
there?
your little boy needs you. Your little
Peter,
sidekick.
I've seen you destroy some flat Earth rooms before.
Don't leave
So
your sidekick alone. He's not ready
I'm
for
nobody's
this.
sidekick, man. I'm nobody's sidekick.
Yeah, well, yeah. You're a beta
I'm
male
not
to a
even a
beta
flat
male.
earther.
That's
I mean,
pretty
I
sad.
tried to tell them that we just measured 25 squared and you get 625
Yeah,
miles.
listen.
You know, and then you
Okay, Gregory.
get 625
Gregory,
and
chill.
you
I
divide
got this.
by 8,
Hey,
and that's
sidekick.
how you get to 78.
If you're gonna be a beta male, pick at least an alpha male like Quantum Eraser. Okay, don't be a beta male to a beta male. That's not a good strategy. That's not gonna benefit you long term. You know what I'm saying? I can tell you're a young man, probably still a developing boy. Don't be a beta to a beta. Okay, find an alpha. Be a beta to him.
Honestly, before you give them your version of it, because we do things differently. Now, am I correct or not? I know you're more knowledgeable on a lot of stuff than me, and the things I do know, I try and simplify.
Yeah.
So, am I correct? If I take my distance, I'm going to try and avoid words, so please don't interrupt. I'm going to try not to say calculation. I'll try not to. If my distance is 25 miles to each buoy, right? And then using 25 squared, I get 625. And I divide that by 8, which is, that calculation of 8m, squared, like that. And then if I get a drop weight of dividing 625 by 8 of 78 feet, am I doing that correctly?
I guess I would just draw it out and do the geometric diagram to figure it out.
Yeah, but I'm just saying if I'm doing the formula correctly, you just don't know if it's 78 feet because you haven't actually done it.
I guess it's probably.
Yeah, but that's how I do it when I'm out on the Gulf. I mean, you'd know if you're on a flat surface or not because there would be no drop rate.
Yeah, but it's much easier to do this. There's a much simpler method. It's not good to make these observations at the sea level because that's where you get the most strange atmospheric effects. So where is Alpha Veritas?
Yeah, right. That's what I try and tell people. We call that smooth. We don't call the ocean flat. The reason you see the horizon best on the ocean is because it's smooth as opposed to like grass, trees, and so the horizon in these observations, Peter made a great point, are best observed on the Great Circle.
Also, you'll never need to. Gregory, here's the funny thing.
All the way in a circle.
What they've been asking you, this Alpha and his sidekick, it's very easily done. It doesn't involve the horizon at all. The question that they think that they have you cornered when they're saying, how would you measure the drop from the horizontal plane? I have raked Alpha Veritas over the coals with this one like at least 3 times to the point that he cried himself. Like his mute button was worn out, like it wouldn't work anymore because he had to mute me and cry and invoke magical things like theodolites can't measure angles beyond 300 meters and all sorts of nonsense just to avoid the answer that now he's flexing on you. He's asking you this question: how do you measure the drop below this horizontal plane? As if he didn't know the answer, which he knows, and he spent a good amount of time running away from until I stopped bothering. Because I mean, come on, it's kind of pathetic at this point to torture a grown-up man with such a simple thing.
So Peter,
but he has a sidekick here that he needs to impress, and I cannot wait. I cannot wait for him to come back because he's clearly gone. He would have never let me talk for so long.
Yeah. So Peter, maybe you can answer the question then.
I can answer the question 300 times, but I won't because I couldn't care less.
Peter, he wouldn't even let me tell him that you can have a straight line On a sphere, you just
Yeah,
go
I
on
know.
a straight
you
line.
have a
Answer
s-
silly.
How?
You just go on a straight line. It's a straight line.
Yeah.
Spherical geometry.
Here's how you get a straight line. Here's how you get a straight. Here's how you get a straight line, sidekick boy. You take the vertical and you find perpendicular to that. There you go. End of story. Game over. This is how every single person who wants to find a horizontal
So that's a
plane
right
of
angle?
reference
So that's a
finds
right angle?
right angle to a vertical. Yes.
Which would be parallel
Every
to the plane
person
of the
on Earth.
horizon.
Yeah, and what is the plane of the horizon, AJ? What is that? Explain that to me, AJ. Explain
Well,
to
we'd have
me
a horizon.
geometrically.
It's too
Explain
many
to me
people talking.
geometrically what the plane. Gregory, can you give us a
Can you close
second?
your mic?
Gregory, come on, man. AJ, explain to us. Gregory, come on, man. AJ, I will go on mute and I will listen to you explain to us geometrically what the plane of the horizon is on flat Earth and then on the globe, please, if you could steelman that definition. I am going on mute and I am listening to you. I'm all ears. Let's go.
Well, the plane of the horizon is just what we see in reality, and it's a flat two-dimensional plane that extends horizontally out to the horizon, perpendicular to to vertical.
Okay, now on a globe, in the globe model, where is that plane?
You don't have a plane, a horizontal reference plane to the horizon on your globe model.
Oh,
And your
what do you
globe
mean by
model
that?
and your globe model would dictate a geometric horizon, something else you don't have.
Okay, so I will something new you will learn tonight. On the globe, the horizon is a circle around the observer, and the plane of the horizon is the plane that intersects the sphere that contains that circle.
That's your claim.
Wow! All these
First
years
need to have.
you've been
You would
studying the
first
shape of the
need.
Earth, and
You
you
would
didn't
first
even know that.
require.
You
You
didn't
would
even know
first.
that.
It's not a
All
tangent.
those years.
Point.
How many years have you been doing this? 6 years? 10 years? And you haven't figured this out. But today's your lucky day, man, because Alpha Veritas is disconnected. He cannot hear me. And I just told you what the plane of the horizon was. What a lucky day for you tonight, mate.
You didn't tell me
Peter,
shit,
that's literally
mate.
the definition of the word.
It's the plane that contains the circle of the horizon.
No,
and
it's not.
cuts
It's
through
the
the
plane of the. It's a horizontal plane. It's a flat.
The plane of the
It is a
horizon
flat
is the horizontal
two-dimensional
plane.
plane, Peter, out to the horizon.
Are there three-dimensional
AJ,
planes?
You
can
don't
please
have a
kick Star
tangent.
Crush or mute him?
Sorry?
Because I can't hear anyone.
Are there
Can you
three-dimensional planes?
Hold on,
AJ?
Peter.
Are there
Hold
three-dimensional
on,
planes?
Peter. Hold on a second. Who was just speaking? Sorry.
Star Crush keeps talking, and I can't hear either of you very well.
Circle. It's a Greek word that literally means separating circle.
Can you please mute Star Crush?
All the way around you in a circle. That's what it means.
Sorry, I completely missed all of that. Hang on, Star
What
Crush.
the word means doesn't mean flat line like horizontal. It means to separate and circle all around you where the celestial body meets the curve. That's why the word was invented.
Where the celestial body meets the curve? Was that what you said, sorry?
Yeah, what a celestial body. Imagine that.
I don't understand what you've just said, sorry. You're not very clear, coming through very clear.
You know,
You're not coming through very clear either, Star Crush.
you know, you reckon a Bible where it's a celestial, terrestrial.
This is just an epic clusterfuck.
It is, because I can't understand a word he's saying, Peter. Can you understand what he's trying to say?
No, but that's the least of your problems, AJ.
The least of my
I'm
problems.
talking too fast. We have
Yes.
celestial bodies and we have terrestrial bodies. That's what we have in the Bible.
Can you please take him from speaker? He just keeps talking. I can't hear you and Peter. He just says nonsense.
Look those two words up, celestial body and terrestrial bodies. Look those words up.
Look up celestial.
Nobody plays the definition game, Gregory, in real life. So don't do that to me, please. Don't play the definition game. Nobody does that in real science. So.
All right. How many people we got in the space right now? Is Alpha actually around, or has he dipped out?
He
If
had
you
some
were
sort of
around,
issue.
I'd be gone a long time ago.
Hold on,
So clearly
Peter.
he's not.
Just let me try and take control of the space, yeah, because it's a little bit out of control. So, did Alpha have to leave, or what happened there? Because I wasn't here. Sorry.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah. Hi, Alpha.
Can you
I
hear me?
got
Yeah,
you
we can
now.
hear you now.
All right, so basically, if you need to mute people, just mute everyone. The button should be available to you, AJ, as a co-host.
Yes, I did just mute it. It just took a little while to get through. That was all. It didn't seem to be working. Okay. And we'll leave
Yeah,
Stark.
my mouse went out, so I'm trying to figure that out. But go ahead and if you want to just take control for a little bit, I'll get back to you in just a moment.
Yeah, no problems. Too easy. All right. All right. So, yeah, we got 19 in the space now. We got 3 other listeners. So, if you like what you're hearing, guys, please give everybody in here a follow and make sure that you get alerted when we're going live again. You people in here. Anyone else who would like to come up and speak? No? Righty. No worries. All right. So, Peter, I'd just like to say that when I just got back here, I just joined the conversation, yeah? And all I heard was just a heap of stuff about Alpha Veritas crying, Alpha Veritas not being able to do certain things. You've destroyed him. You've had to leave him alone. Was this in regards to the claim of the horizon? What was this in regards to?
So Alpha Veritas, I shouldn't say Veritas because he's the furthest away from Veritas that he could be. Medicium is the word for lie. So Alpha Medicium and his little sidekick here, they were torturing my friend Gregory with a simple question. How do you measure the drop from the horizontal plane of the observer? This question, Alpha Medicium is acting like he doesn't remember that I delivered the answer to this question to him at least 3 times, to the point where he lost emotionally all the restraint that he had because he couldn't handle the simple answer of how that's measured. It's measured trivially, and had to resort to magical floptics and theodolites not measuring angles correctly. So him asking this to my friend Gregory, who is a little bit disturbed, let's admit that, right? And trying to dunk in front of his little sidekick here, like he's some kind of boss who's asking this globe killer question. How do you measure the drop from the horizontal? It's just a pathetic move, because I could fucking ram the answer down his throat 6 more times and make him cry and poop his pants. So that's why I took the mic to call him out on this bullshit. Because anything else, I don't give a shit about proving the globe anymore. He could be dunking on any other subject, but this one, the question.
Dumbass, you say so much shit. You talk so much shit.
Yeah, so what we're going to do here, guys.
All your answers.
What we're going to
do,
what we're actually going to do here is, because Peter's made these claims, we're going to wait for Alpha Veritas to come back to continue that discussion with Peter. Peter, you're making a lot of personal attacks here that you haven't been able to verify, Alpha. So
verify? You don't verify personal attacks. You just make them.
No. Well, you're making personal attacks that you can't verify to be true.
Hell yeah, I am.
Yeah, that you can't verify to be true. You don't like to stick to the subject or to the topic. You just like to speak over everybody, assert that you're correct, and make claims that everybody's crying.
You guys are bullying my friend.
Nobody's bullying your friend. We asked, Alpha asked for evidence for drop over distance and how they've measured this and who's done it.
He pretends he doesn't know the answer.
Sorry?
And he pretends he doesn't know the answer.
Well, no one's done it, because no one's been able to verify this.
No one's done it.
Yeah. So who's
Everybody's
done it?
fucking done it.
Who's done it, Peter?
Everybody. I have
Everybody.
done
Who's everybody?
it. Me.
Oh, you. Have you got some? You got
Yes,
some
me.
demonstrations, some measurements, some citations, something you can drop
Absolutely.
for us?
Absolutely.
How you've measured this
Absolutely.
drop over distance from horizontal?
Absolutely.
Please drop it in the
Absolutely I
nest.
do. I couldn't give a fuck.
I know you couldn't give a fuck because you're just in here
Yeah.
speaking shit over
No,
everyone,
you're an idiot.
making
I'm not
baseless
gonna waste that.
assertions and claims again.
Yeah, you're just
Just
an
like
idiot.
you
You're a
always
grown-up
do.
man who thinks the Earth is flat. We're
Yeah,
gonna
and
talk
you're
to
a
you. This is
grown-up man
boring.
who thinks the Earth's a globe. So, Peter, the horizontal
Yes,
plane
that is
of the
correct.
horizon. The horizontal plane of the
Yeah.
horizon. Let's go back to
Yeah.
that.
Define the horizontal plane of the horizon
I
for
just
me.
did. The plane of the horizon can be defined as the infinite plane that passes. That is no, sorry, that's not the one I've got. Let me have a look here. No, because that's something I've got to get to, Peter.
Yeah, because
I've
you
got a
don't
citation.
understand it. So
The plane of the horizon
you cannot
is a
describe
flat.
it using your
The
own words.
plane of the horizon is a flat two-dimensional plane that extends horizontally, perpendicular to vertical, perpendicular to vertical. Yes, correct.
Yes.
Okay,
That part
so
is
that
correct.
would
And
be
the two-dimensional
that would be
part is correct as
parallel.
well.
That would be parallel to level or horizontal.
Oh, you're nailing it. You're nailing it.
Yeah.
You know what's funny?
Yeah, that's right.
When you ask me that question, I don't have.
I like muting him mid-sentence. That's always fun. Thanks for that, AJ. So therefore, it's already defined. Now, is there any deviation from that horizontal plane of the Earth, Peter? And it sounded like you weren't concerned with presenting any evidence for this panel. So should we look for another champion, or should we just keep destroying that individual who was just here? Because I would be happy to bring him back up and us to be dunking on him day and night while you sit there in the listening panel just writhing. I would love it. That would be most fun for me. I think I would enjoy knowing the fact that you're writhing while we're doing it. That would be most fun. Anyways, what do you have to say for that?
You should definitely look for somebody else. I just wanted to.
Okay, go to the listening panel like a good little boy. You can do that. Here, let me remove you, Peter. Because right now you're too emotional. You're just an emotional snowflake right now. Let us worry about the Globers and crushing them daily, and you can sit here as a listener in the cheap seats. Go ahead, AJ. I like getting under his skin.
Well, sorry, I just got back. I only just got back, and I chucked my headphones on, and all I heard was a ton of personal attacks towards yourself from Peter, all unsubstantiated, that he has answered this drop over distance many times. He had to stop asking you because you cry like a little bitch, Alpha. This is his claim, yeah? And he asked for the definition of the horizon, which I gave to him, the plane of the horizon, a two-dimensional plane that extends horizontally, perpendicular to vertical. And all you get is talked over, laughing, hand wave dismissals, etc. Yeah, he's just an absolute clown.
Oh yeah, tonight he's on one because he was having some of his Japanese lagers, and he gets that liquid courage, and he thinks he can come in here just throwing his weight around. But we can have that other guy back in here for his listening pleasure. We can just keep dunking on him because the guy, he didn't know that you couldn't have a 90-degree angle on the curved surface if you're using the curved surface to measure. So if they do have a 90-degree angle on a curved surface, then we need to know how they're getting the drop away from that 90-degree plane that's on the surface of your tangential plane that you have. Yeah, where do you have the drop over distance, Peter? Don't have it, don't you? Oh, sorry, you can't speak anymore because you're a listener. Because you can't control your liquor.
His answer assumed a curve. I never got to answer that, but what he said was another geometrical operation, which itself assumed a curve. So, yeah, it's crazy.
You know what's funny, like Kyrgyz, is that AJ asked him for the evidence to back up his claim, and what did he say? I don't give a fuck. No, he said I couldn't give a fuck. So we're concerned with people that actually do want to put forward some evidence. Well, he doesn't because he's probably drunk. Who knows?
I didn't realize he was drunk. That
Who knows?
explains so much.
Yeah, he drinks Japanese lagers and thinks he's a big man, and he comes into spaces and he tries to bully other people, but it's not going to work. We need evidence, sir.
It's too bad. I've seen him in some spaces when he wasn't drunk, and he does a pretty good job defending the globe from what I saw a couple of months ago.
I don't
That was
disagree with you on that
performance.
one. He's just a good speaker who makes out that he's doing a good job defending the globe.
I think it's you guys. You guys are just so badass. Like, he fell apart. He has nothing. I've seen him with Flat Earth Fridays, and he does a pretty good punch up. But with you guys, like, no, it's not happening.
Well, again, all he's doing is doing what all the other globers do, and he's just claiming a point, a tangential point on an infinite plane that passes through a point of the globe, yeah? So in the first instance, he still needs to show us the drop over distance to show we're on a globe to begin with. He doesn't have a tangent point because he doesn't have a geometric horizon to intersect on the globe, because according to them, the geometric horizon can't be found. It's always refracted.
Ooh, that's gotta hurt, Peter. On some level, that ego that you have just got deflated, bro. Yeah, it gets deflated every day. You know, it must feel good to come in and kind of feel like you can say something back. You know, calling me some other name other than Alpha Veritas, where you know that's my handle. Even though I still call you Peter, I don't call you other names. So I don't know why
I
you
think
have
he's
the
just
results of that.
insecure because no one can pronounce his last name.
It's insane, man. I don't know why I had to go there. Anyway, it's just like, if anybody out there right now has any evidence that the Earth is a globe, you have some, intellectual arguments, come forward. We'll give you the mic. If you want to come up here, raise your hand. We'll bring you up. You can present the Earth as a globe and your claim, then your evidence to back it up. We want to hear you guys actually put your best foot forward. Now, Peter didn't do that, so he had to go back down as a listener. So
Sizowski? Peter Sizowski.
yeah, for the most part, it was a pretty good conversation until, we got up to Peter when he's gotten in his feelings. But I kind of like that, actually. I like that he's triggered by this because he knows that there's no refutation. He's so mad and angry about it. Nah, what the fuck do I have to prove? Yeah, well, that's what I like. I like you not proving anything. That's just more for us, more ammunition for us to continuously do this and show people that you guys got nothing, Peter. Zero. Because you would have already proved to like Kyrgyz that you're a man about your word, calm, cool, collected. Peter that has good arguments for Globe. Now look at you. Shame, shame, shame on Peter.
Have you noticed a lot of Globers deal with this with alcohol? I noticed there's a higher number of drunk
Yeah.
Globers than
they seem to
flatters.
think that being inebriated is the way to go when you argue. Isn't that weird? Like, you're supposed to be sober-minded, bro. Coming in here, I need you firing on all cylinders. But you come in here, you're drunk in stupor, you're a hot mess, you're all over the place, you don't want to answer any questions. It's no wonder your side is losing miserably, dude. Wow.
This is why they think they won the next day, because they're drunk and they won in their head, and they wake up and they're like, "I won that fight. I was smart." And they come back and they think everyone's on board.
Well, what Peter's presented anyway is he's saying that horizontal is perpendicular to vertical, right? And that vertical is your zenith. So the intersecting point that he's claiming is at his feet. Where are you measuring an angle from there, Peter? When your tangent point is at your feet.
He doesn't know. He's too in his feelings to come up here and actually state any logical, consistent truth. Let's bring Star Crush in here. That was fun. Shrimp boat captain back on deck.
I've brought Star Crush up 3 times. He keeps requesting, and every time I accept it.
I don't want to misquote you. I really don't. So,
hey, go ahead.
I thought that you said we had gotten to the point where we can have a 90 degree on some kind of a curve or a sphere, or did we get that?
So what we talked about was if you have a 90.
Wait a minute. Say it one more time, like you.
Yeah, I will, but without your interruptions. So if we have a 90-degree angle on a curved surface, that's a tangential plane, right? So what we discussed was that if you do have that 90-degree angle, two straight lines, right? Just like you said, the corner of a square. You said it correctly the very first time that we were talking. So the corner of a square, right? So if you have those two straight lines, you'd have that straight line sitting on top of the curved surface of the Earth being a globe. Do you understand that? Let's see if you understand that.
You asked me if I knew what a 90.
Yeah, you just answer the question. I could put you back down as a listener. I don't. You probably don't want that, so I'll give you a chance to be honest. With two straight lines that connect at a point, right? Two straight lines that make a 90-degree angle. If you put those two straight lines on a curved surface, you create a tangential plane, right? Horizontal plane. Yes or no?
You shove it up your ass, bitch.
Ah, triggered. That all you have, Star Crush? Come back up here, man. We just started. Where are you going? Aw. Hurt your fifis a little bit? Too bad. I pour one out for the homies. Star Crush, Peter. Dude, I'm serious. Like, there is no Glober that's out there that can come in here and have an intellectual discussion without spiraling. I mean, two guys spiraled already. How amazing is that? All they got to do is stand for their claims, but also remember, stay logically consistent, and they can't do that. They come in here trying to call me names or just, trying to say whatever they want. You're not going to get away in this panel. So, who else we got? Somebody wants to come up? Keith is coming up. Let's go.
Yeah, that's two meltdowns. Yeah.
I love it, dude.
That's what happens when you realize your entire lifetime's taxes has gone to NASA.
Oh, I love it. Oh, I got a meme for all of this. Let me see if I can get it. Let's see. Post it. Share to space. I'll put it in the nest. It'll pop up here in just a moment. There it is. Check that out. Just for you guys. I had bought that coffee mug. I saw it at a store, and I was like, "Oh, this is definitely what I need right here." Check it out. It's up in the nest.
That's
Well,
awesome.
we got Keith as a speaker. Go ahead, Keith.
Yes, evening everyone. I'm
Evening.
not going to come here as a Glober, but more as a flat earther. I went to the UK, the first flat earther convention, I don't know, 4 or 5 years ago now. So, but I just want to say an interesting idea that came across me. I can't prove it, but according to the CIA, the Earth has 5 spatial dimensions. Now, if that is true, and I don't know, then the Earth could be flat and a sphere at the same time. I just wondered if you ever thought about that possibility. Now, I can't say either way, but I would say that's an interesting concept, and that the flat Earth and the globe people are all right.
So
Yeah, that's.
I got a question
Go
for
ahead,
you,
AJ, you
Keith.
first.
Yeah. I've never actually heard the CIA state that there's, what was it, 5 dimensions, spatial dimensions. Do you have something that you can show for that?
I came across the document ages ago. I might be able to dig it out, but yeah, I'm just putting it as a sort of like a little idea to sort of talk about. You know,
Well, if that was the case, and the CIA did put that document out for us, how would we be able to verify any of this information to be true?
that's what I just said. I can't prove any of it. but it would be an interesting document. If it were true, then that gives some interesting possibilities to where we live.
Okay.
I mean, if you were
So
prepared
to
to
say it's
believe that, you're prepared to believe anything.
well,
Okay.
I
Well,
think
yeah,
that
I mean, I don't
yeah,
see five
what
dimensions.
you're proposing, yeah, would be just fallacious reasoning. It's a contradiction. Something can't be round and flat at the same time. Flat is a two-dimensional surface, and the sphere is a three-dimensional surface that's curving. We can't have both at the same time, and it's not something that we can actually verify in reality. I think it's just a failure of logic, and it's not really worth discussing.
Here, here.
Yeah, my argument would be that if we had an extra 2 dimensions, if they actually existed, then you could have a sphere and a flat at the same time.
Go ahead, like Hergus, do you want to say something?
Even in multidimensional math and physics, they don't occupy the same space. So, like, in the sense that you have to be on one dimension or the other. You can't be in both. So the Earth either is flat or a globe in both. Like even if we start inviting all this sort of Alice in Wonderland math, right? Even then, it's like something can't displace something else. So it doesn't really
What
solve it.
grounds Keith? What grounds people in this argument is the fact that we can point to things that in reality we can root ourselves in logical consistency, right? We don't look for speculations. We don't look for these fringe theories that people have. We look to people presenting information that could be understood as the realm that they exist in, how to describe it. And if we're not getting consistency out of it, then it's of, like AJ said, it's of no use to us. So we can't look for these ideas that the CIA said this or the Illuminati said that or whatever. It doesn't even matter who said what. If it's not proven, it just goes into the realm of speculation, Keith, and it doesn't help us win the day.
No, it doesn't really help
Understand?
anything, but
Yeah. Yeah, we're
I just
all
thought it was
about.
interesting.
That's great. Maybe you find interest in things like that, but we find interest in staying logically consistent. So we always walk the path of logic. If it's not able to be something that we can scrutinize and get to empirical evidence, then it's not something that we can put forward and say we have any facts behind it. We
It's
always
actually
want to
worse
say,
than that, right? Right, AJ? Because it's like they actually invent this stuff to distract people. So it's working with Keith because he's now latched onto this other thing instead of the truth as a kind of a halfway point.
right.
Yeah, just keeps you lost in the weeds where they want you.
Anyway, it's not too
I mean,
important.
you had to tell him twice, and he didn't listen. You taught him twice. Yes, you can get a 90-degree angle.
Ah, he found another way to come up here. So another account that is? Well, that just won't do. But nice try. So are you ready to admit that you can have a 90-degree angle? That would mean that if you do have the 90-degree angle on a curved surface, you have to present the drop over the distance to solidify that point. I'm going to unmute and go ahead and speak.
All the way up your ass. Don't you get it?
Is that it?
Well, look at
Is that all? Is that all you have, sir? Really? Oh, that's too bad. We'd hope that more intelligent people could come in here and have a discussion, but it seems like we're all out of intelligent people because you're definitely the bottom of the barrel of intelligence. So we'll just go ahead and move you down as a listener. See here. Oh, he removed himself. Okay.
Your space is the only one his nursing home will allow him to listen to.
The nursing home, like we can put him in this space and he'll stay kind of controlled and a bit distracted. Meanwhile, we clean up the poopy mess that he left behind.
We don't know why, but he's so calm when he listens to it.
It pacifies him.
This is the shrimp boat captain that doesn't know how to navigate at sea.
That's him. Yeah.
Oh, Mr. Gump.
That is him.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I don't want to be ageist. I just when it's him specifically, you can kind of tell. It's but other people can be as sharp as attack.
yeah, I agree. Yeah. Get vaccinated is trying to come up here in the listening panel to play his soundboard that he always likes trying to do. You keep on knocking, but you can't come in.
All right. Anyone in here? Feel free to share the space. Give everyone a follow. Let's get some more people in the room. Let's
Yeah, that guy
further this
looks like
discussion.
Jean-Claude Van Damme, man, on our listening panel. It's not him, but it looks like him. It does look like him. You see him?
Yeah.
He's in our listening panel. That's
It's
crazy.
Kevin Bacon,
That's a
the
no, this is
Riley
Jean-Claude.
Criterion guy.
No, no.
No, Jean-Claude.
Jean-Claude, look, Jean-Claude Van Damme. Like, look down in the listening panel.
Oh,
See him?
oh yeah.
Oh, he's coming up. Okay.
To me, he looks like that guy that the don't die guy, like who like replaces his blood with his
Now,
son's blood.
if that is your avatar, Jean-Claude, you're a doppelganger for the actual
Well,
Jean-Claude.
no, not. But I appreciate that. No, his life seems pretty miserable. But uh, yeah, I love listening to this. I just found your space tonight. I think I got converted about 2019 when, you just was basically listening to those, different movies that discuss the different proofs. And I think I think one of the speakers was just saying something that, you just kind of have to look around you. I remember when I was a kid, I used to like, how could the water be on a round surface? Like when you look at the ocean or a lake or like, a big body, it wouldn't work. And I could see the sun and the moon at the same time, and the moon is in a crescent shape. How is that the shadow? So there's just some, I'd love to hear more of the like those basic arguments, like the ones that you guys have, like that are more just so obvious, like not the mathematical stuff, but more like what can you see, just around you that can just tell you, that it's logically a flat surface.
Hmm. Agreed. We always like you'll find our space very different than all the other spaces. Like Argus can tell you, the way we differ is that we don't stick to these esoteric arguments that really get us nowhere. We don't stay on here for hours talking about those other things. What this is for us, Jean Claude, I don't know what your actual name is, but I'll call you Jean Claude.
Yeah, that's
But
it.
what you're what we would say our arguments are logically consistent. They have to be, because if we're not speaking of things that we can discern with empiricism, in some way be able to test and verify, falsify, then we're not really talking about things that will ground somebody that thinks that the Earth is a globe. Because then we're just challenging them with other explanations that we can't prove ourselves. That doesn't get us to the point where we're able to get them to realize that they believe in a fantasy, something that doesn't exist. So we got to get them to think about things logically. That's important for us.
Plato's cave, man. It's a difficult task once you get out to let other people, get on board with what you've discovered. The realm of you
Mhm.
don't know. You don't want to, they have they're blocked.
Yeah,
That's
it's
why I
the
said,
the nature of humanity is to be curious, right? We want to know what's out there. What are the answers for the things that we can't explain? So we try to put the best explanation to those things. And what happens is in the process, we've created the royal we, right? We created like this idea, right? This idea that the earth is a globe, it's all not verified. None of it is able to be substantiated in any empirical means. So we have nothing but people that are just believers in this idea. And that's all that it is. Because I've brought everybody to the understanding. It's like if you engage with this panel, you're gonna find out that you just have a belief. And a belief is acceptance without evidence, Jean Claude. That's what it is. You're accepting without any evidence.
and on even some of the ways in which I saw them debunking, the globe Earth, I couldn't recreate those tests myself, but the way that they were done, I mean, there's so many of them. Some of them I probably could recreate, so I just like thought it out and just that's kind of like I was like, yeah, it like kind of just smacks you in the face, like And for anybody who can't see it, it's like it's just programming. I mean, I feel your pain. It really is frustrating to get people out of that matrix. I think that they're worried about maybe being laughed at or whatever. Who cares? I want truth. And so I think that one of the things is just knowing those some of the. I would love to know more of the most basic like ways to just kind of like look at your physical space to kind of just have something on hand. Not that you have to sit down and think about. Like I just look at water and I say to myself, there's no way the Earth is round. That water would not be doing what it's doing in front of me. So
Yeah, I would have you, if you could, Jean Claude, look up hydrostatic equilibrium. Look up that word, and you can go to LibreText. LibreText has good information on physics, and that would explain a lot about the behavior of water when it's at rest. So we would say large bodies of water display no convexity while at rest, and that's very true. So we have the idea that the guys who think that the Earth is a globe want to state that that's untrue, that we do have convexity. But that's the problem. They can say one thing, but they can't show it. So
right.
yeah.
And I think, I mean, I don't mean to add to the list of like the thinking, but I do think there's some sort of correspondence to our inability to access, what's beyond the Antarctic circle, the ice wall and whatever's going on with whatever treaty they made to keep us from kind of knowing our space. And so in addition to taking our taxes, there may be a way to kind of keep us out of the loop of whatever may be available as far as resources or land, it's a nefarious situation, and I hope someone figures out how to explore it.
Well, that would be one thing, but I guess what we have on our side is the fact that every day empirical evidence can be proven. I'll give you something to put in your hat, right? So, like a feather. I would say if you think about the Earth as a flat plane, how has it been empirically proven? And I would say look to planar surveying. Planar surveying is a great method by which you can understand the Earth is measured to not have any display any convexity. Because if it was, that would be in the short local sense be able to be understood to take into account. So at the local sense, it's not taken into account. Now, if we're going to go to the macro sense, right, the more larger scale, we'd say long distance observations. Now, there's been some world record long distance observations that have been done. Now, you can ask any one of the GPTs, like when you go in there and say, what's the longest world record distance for, straight observation? And it's going to detail to you some of these observations that have been done, world record, right? And that just couldn't happen on the Earth if it was a globe. So there's a lot of things. Line of sight dictates the fact that how we observe things in the distance, which also the Earth should be displaying convexity to block things from our view. And on the short local sense, planar surveying and the idea that people in many professions have to rely on this information to be correct, so they can build buildings or build bridges, roads, sewers, canals, anything that they understand where water flows. They're going to need to have like elevation profile maps, these topographic maps that they need to rely on. That's all built on a level plane. So the topographical plane of the Earth is understood to be measured as such, as level. So there's no convexity, and that's consistent with the flat, stationary. Of course, there's no measurable, motion being detected. So yeah, the thing that we have on our side, plane surveying, I would say look into that, because geodetic surveying is done after the fact. That's applications that are done with math after they got the plane surveying information, the hard data.
One last thought I would just say. I don't mean to continue talking so much. I would love to know, like, the different things that that affect us as a result of them, or keeping this model as the basic. Some people might say, yeah, whatever, it's flat, it's round, who cares? It doesn't affect me, whatever. Like, but maybe they just don't realize. I mean, what got to me, was the tax thing, obviously, because we're screwed in so many ways. Excuse my language. But certainly would like to know if there, aside from that, like I have the alternative thought that in addition to not knowing if the Earth is, how to prove for them to prove it, I think that there's an extension beyond that wall. But anyway, I just would, just thought.
All right. Yeah, man. Thanks for coming up to the speaking panel. If anybody else is listening right now, you want to come up here and provide evidence that the Earth is a globe, yeah, you're most welcome to come up here. We'd like you to prove, or at least make a claim, and then state your evidence afterwards. But what do you guys think? AJ, Lycurgus, Kembo Beats. We got Relay Criterion. Keith is on the speaking panel. Jean Claude. You don't have to leave, but if you want to, you can go ahead. But yeah, we just like to have the conversation, man. Have the conversation and ask the questions.
Yeah, just listening in. I just flowing through the different chat rooms or whatever. So this is interesting.
Yeah. Also,
no one's going to be able to debunk it. I think it's impossible.
yeah. Also, don't forget to drop us a follow, because we're getting more people to actually come into this space and critically think for themselves. That's what we have. We're just a group of friends in 24/7, and that's why I always usually state the space 24/7 Flat Earth, and then I'll title it because it's a continuing series. So episode number 15, and today's title is Provocative AF. So yeah, it is kind of provocative, and that's why we got a lot of people that are earlier. Well, you might have heard them. They were spiraling out of control. They're upset. They're melting like snowflakes, and it just can't be. It just can't be flat. It's no way. Then when you ask them for evidence, they get all hurt and mad, and they don't want to tell you about the evidence. And cool, that's better for us because you're not presenting anything. That's the problem. Globe Earth is losing because they're not putting anything forward.
Well, it's come to a point for me. I've seen so much evidence to show that it is flat. Like they have to come real hard with something. Otherwise, it's a no-brainer. It's sad that some people that are out there that are intelligent, that may actually be very intelligent in other arguments, can't see this one. It's like they have blocks, and it's just like, what is wrong with you?
Yeah, it's so wild, isn't it?
I don't understand that. That's the nature of mankind.
They come up to this point, and it's a huge block. You can't get them past. It's so true.
Okay, hopefully somebody will come in. You can enlighten.
I think you're looking for like more techniques like that, right, John? Like more, or not techniques, but more ways to reason with people like that. I think that's what you're really asking Alpha, right?
Yeah, I mean, just like once you're able to identify the different things that kind of be on their level, especially if you're presenting something that shows that you're an expert in math or something that they can't argue with, they're gonna like have a bigger bravado, ad hominem attack, all that kind of stuff. So to just you got to kind of grab them by the hand like a little kid. All right, come on, let's get to the next step. Look at this, the Earth is and show them in a way that's reasonable beyond a doubt. Like where they're not like stuck in their ignorance about a subject like math, or even thinking of an angle on a round surface. Somebody might not even be able to visually project that because it's a mental. I can do that. Somebody might have to write it down. So I think like if knowing more of those things has helped me, give people a chance to kind of like, let them have something to think about on themselves later on when they're walking around and looking at something. Oh, yeah, you know what? How the hell is that happening? The Earth is round, And so I think that's good to be able to provide that seed, and knowing more of those types of those forms of evidence, I think, is really helpful, and then really cracking through. Unless they're just here to like bust chops, then you're just wasting your time.
Yeah, that's all they have sometimes though, when they find out the truth. I know, you have a kind of an ego check, but some people just can't. Their whole identity is around it, and they just come on here to troll because there's nowhere else to go.
I don't know.
Space, like Star Trek's not real. Moon landing's not real. Like we have no way to get to the lands beyond. If there are, we don't even know if that's real. It's I don't blame people for coming in super drunk and aggressive, honestly, sometimes.
Yeah, because it breaks down their identity, doesn't it? Everything that they identified with them being in this water ball flying around. Well, I can call it a monkey water ball because they think we came from apes. But monkey water ball spinning in the vacuum of space, they think all of that is consistent with reality. And when they find out that none of it is true, oh boy, you're in for a wild ride because they're just going to spiral out of control. And it's like at that point they're plugging their ears like a child, going, "Nah, nah, nah, I can't hear you." La 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 la. You know, it's like we actually deal with grown-ups that do that. Believe it or not.
Well, I guess you gotta give yourself credit for being that first line of like taking that hit, for the team. For you gotta crack that egg, and you're gonna be the one to feel it, the most. But it's good when you get it to permeate through society to understand this.
Yeah, I would say like this, John. Like that's what makes this group a little bit different than every other flat Earth group that you've probably been a part of or seen, is because that's what we do here. We get right down to the meat and potatoes. We don't. Everybody can talk about what do you think the sun is? Oh, it's a hydrogen ball up there. Like we can talk about that, and flat earthers can go and think about other things like that. But we don't do that because it's not useful. It doesn't help anyone. Because you got the guys who already think of a space mythos coming into a discussion like this, and they're trying to figure out what reality actually is. If it's not what they think it is, then what is it? So we need to ground them what it is. And so that part there, I think, it should be where we should all be aiming for. Shouldn't be just trying to like give out well, I don't know, I'm thinking about the ice wall, and it could be another ring outside of that one. Like I've heard these discussions, bro, and then like these other characters that come in, and then they're just like the Globers are just wailing on them. Well, you guys said that you believe in the outer ring theory, so how does that work? It's like, man, that's why they're getting you, flat earthers, because you're being so esoteric with your arguments, bro. Stick to the real arguments, which is how can you provide evidence that there's gas pressure without a container? That's a provocative argument because they think space is real. Well, if that's true, then all the gas pressure we have on the surface of the Earth, according to the gas laws, it would expand to fill the available space. Now, according to kinetic molecular theory, we understand that gases, or the molecules of gas, when they collide, they have perfect elastic collisions. So they don't lose energy. They don't attract, nor do they repel. None of that is going on when gas molecules collide, according to the kinetic molecular theory. So if that's true, gas expansion is unimpeded, so it can keep going out and out and out. So why isn't gas just rushing off into the available space? If we have gas pressure at 14 pounds per square inch on the surface of Earth, and we have the vacuum of space adjacent to that around 10 to the negative 6, well, that's a question for the spaceball monkey religion, isn't it? And we're asking that question because at the Kármán line, that's what they're saying is happening, right at the place where they call space. That's space. Outer space is outside of that. So they don't have an answer to that. Why doesn't gas just keep expanding? And we wouldn't have breathable air like we do here. And that's another question, right? So I'm asking the people that are listening right now, what's the answer to that? Gas expanding into the vacuum of space. Why doesn't it keep expanding?
Yeah, can I just ask a question? It's something I never really understood.
Sure.
All the way up to the top of the atmosphere, why haven't we got the same pressure all the way up? Why?
Well, that would be a gradient, Keith.
Go ahead.
Yeah, why is there a gradient?
Well, that's because we live in sorry, I must be lagging. I can't see you talking.
Go ahead, AJ.
I say, yeah, we have a dynamic system. We have temperature, etc. However, what we do know is to have a pressure gradient, we first need to acquire pressure, and to acquire pressure, we first need physical containment for the gas particles to press upon those walls of that container.
Well, why isn't the gas at the top of the Earth at the same pressure? Because
we live in a dynamic system. We have wind, we have various temperatures. All these things affect gases. But in the first instance, you're invoking a pressure gradient, and to obtain the pressure for the gradient in the first instance, you still require containment for the gas particles to press upon.
Okay. All right. So if the gas pressure at the top of the atmosphere is so small, why do we need a sort of like a lid on the top?
No, it's not a lid. What it is it's completely contained. Gas moves omnidirectionally, moves in every direction. So it needs to be contained all around. You do understand it, right? It's not like a lid on top. It's a complete
Yeah, it's
system
kind of,
contained. You're like inside of something. It's
yeah, I
not
can
like
get that.
yeah.
Like a terrarium. Yeah, you've seen a terrarium.
Yeah.
You understand? We have like cycles there where it's an enclosed system. They put the plants in, they put the animals in, the bugs. They water it once, they seal the lid, and 20 years later, they got a rainforest growing in there.
Yeah, let's say at the top of the atmosphere, the pressure's so low, so we wouldn't really need any
Yeah, but
containment at the top.
here's the other thing too, Keith. How do they know what the pressure is up there?
Well, isn't it measured?
I don't know. I'm asking you.
Well,
The information that I'm giving you was basically from the globe paradigm, but I want to know, how did they measure that stuff up there?
I guess they have a gauge of some sort.
Yeah, but guessing isn't going to help us. If we don't know how they're doing it, then how are they doing it?
Well, I know you can go up so high and you can have a gauge and you can measure it. Sort
Yeah,
of
but
like physically measure it.
how are they doing it? It's okay to say the words I don't know, Keith. That's what we respect in this room, intellectual honesty. When
Well,
you start making up a story, then we go at that story pretty hard.
I'm not saying. Yeah, well, I don't know what actual gauge.
No, the
and
answer,
mechanics
sir,
work.
the answer you're looking for is I don't know.
Yeah, but I'm sure there is a gauge that can measure pressure.
No, the answer, sir, you're looking for, intellectual honesty, remember, is I don't know. Why is that so difficult, Keith, for you to say I don't know? This is what listen, it's all psychological. I look into people's psyche. The reason why you can't say that is because there's a bit of pride behind why you think you know information. You think it's been substantiated. You think there's some magical scientist out there that's supported it with evidence. So you have to give an answer. You don't owe anybody anything, Keith. It's okay to say I don't know. It really is. So let me ask
Well,
again.
doesn't
Let me ask again, Keith. How
altimeter?
did they measure at the highest levels of the atmosphere? How did they do that?
I know they can do it to a certain height.
No,
It's just
sir.
they can-
No, sir. You didn't give me the answer. It should be
Sorry?
I don't know. No. You can't say I know when you say they reach a certain level. No, at the top of the atmosphere. That's what I'm asking. If you listen to what I'm asking you, it's very specific. It's not going up. It's already at the top. How did they measure that up there?
Well, they use
No, you don't
an
know.
altimeter.
Just say you don't know,
Maybe
Keith.
not.
Everybody knows you don't know, except you being prideful and not saying that you don't know. This is the part where you have the opportunity to be honest.
Well, I know a
You don't.
thing
You don't, Keith. You
that
don't.
measures pressure
You don't
in
know,
an
Keith.
aircraft.
You don't know, Keith.
Altimeter
Yeah. So
actually
how did
measures
they go to
pressure, doesn't it?
how did they go to the top level? How high does that go? What is the altitude at which that can be useful for?
In a
Come on,
rocket.
say the words. Say the words.
Well, there's rockets that go up to a certain height.
Yeah. So at what height can that be measured using that device you just spoke of? What's the altitude, Keith?
Well, I
I
think
don't know.
you're
Didn't the
confused.
V2 go up?
Yeah,
Look,
because
Did the V2 rocket go up?
yeah, no, we're not talking about V2 rockets. This information that you're presenting has to do with why you're prideful and not admitting that you don't know. You think that you have an answer and you don't, Keith. It's okay. You can say, I don't know. You're struggling and everybody knows it. Just be honest. You don't know, Keith.
I'd like to know what type of altimeter they're using, because there's many different types, Keith. What are they actually doing here, and to what height?
Say the words, Keith.
I don't know how high up they can go.
Thank you, sir.
But I do
Thank
know.
you. No, you don't. Thank you. You don't know. You don't have to. Once you concede, you don't have to keep going. There's nothing that's going to qualify any more information, because we're only talking about the highest levels. And at those highest levels, you don't know, because that's what we were all concerned about. We're getting some information that the gas pressure is so low at that altitude, but how do they measure it is the answer, or the question, excuse me. So if you don't know the answer to that question, then how would you proceed to tell me they're using that device at a lower level at that high altitude? Do you see the problem?
Yeah, I see the problem.
Okay. Fair enough.
Fair point on you.
Well, let me help you out,
Fair
Keith. This isn't something that's directly measured. It's just an equation to model. Yeah. So it's a barometric formula that's going to calculate with altitude, atmosphere under the influence of their claimed gravity. Right. So it's not something that's directly measured, and they're invoking something here that they can't. Well, I suppose they can use the equation of 9.8 meters per second, but other than that, they've got nothing else.
Yeah, it's mainly inferred, and we've had a meteorologist. His name is Brendan. He usually comes on the panel for 24/7 Discord. He comes in the politics server as well, and he argues with people that, because he thinks the Earth's a globe, but he still argues for bad logic on the side of like where we're at with the argument. And he had this very point actually argued against the glober that was bringing up. His name was Mark G. He was arguing with Mark G. And Mark G was saying that they did measure in the mesosphere, right above the troposphere. The troposphere is where all the weather happens, where he understands that's how weather is. They can measure pressures in the troposphere because they're really concerned about that. It's the lowest level, right? The troposphere. But above that, the mesosphere doesn't have any direct measurements. There's equations to produce as to like how they can infer it with a calculation, like AJ was stating. And of course, you can think about a gradient pressure getting less and less as you go up in altitude. That's it. They don't have a measurement. It's all just inferred. They're inferences. That's the best that we have right now, as far as like the idea that you could measure something up that high. That's not possible. That's why you don't have an answer, because it would be readily available.
Calculation. Yeah, it's all done by calculation. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. So does AJ, and that's how we understand they've done it. But it's not been measured. In the troposphere, you can measure pressure ranges. That's absolutely true. But anything farther than that, it's not possible. Even Brendan knows this. Like he's educated. He's a meteorologist, and he's well respected. He thinks the Earth's a globe, but I mean, he loves logically consistent arguments. So he has been listening to us, and he argues against the idea that people think that you can have these measurements that are above that. And I know that you can't. He does as well. There's nothing been done by academia that can prove that. It's only these calculations that they hold on to, like AJ was stating, to a model.
I would say this. When I looked into the flat Earth, it took me 30 minutes to be convinced that the Earth was flat. So I'm on your side, but I don't know everything about things. That's why I asked the question.
Yeah, we dive into the topics because, like for our group, we want people to come in with the best argument they have for the Earth being a globe. And we've heard a myriad of different topics that get brought up. That you have to be looking at the sky in order to find out that the Earth is a globe, that you have to think about the Earth as a globe. All of it has to deal with more of a philosophical questioning. And it's not rooted in empiricism at all. There's nothing that anybody can do to prove that the Earth is a globe by way of measuring. I know that 100%. And you can take that to the bank. You can ask anybody that you want, you can bring anybody in here that you want. It doesn't matter who they are, of any academic stance. I don't care if they're geologists or astrophysicists, cosmologists. It doesn't matter who they are. If you think they have the answer, tell them to come into my panel and you'll find out that they don't have the answer you thought they did. I've argued with most of these guys. They don't
Yeah,
know. That's
fact,
their
I would
answer.
agree.
It's
Go
better
ahead.
to speak to these guys because at least they're intellectually honest and they will tell you that they don't know. It's the globers that come in here that tell us that these are all 100% concrete, they're evidence, they hand wave, dismiss, etc., as we've seen earlier by two other individuals in here. But when you talk to these people, they're actually going to tell you that's something that we assume, that's something that's not scientifically proven, that's something that we can't do. This is our best guess. So at least they're honest in those conversations.
That's because they don't have a dog in the fight. They're not here to argue about it. I mean, some of them are just, they're making their money off of, education and whatnot. So they don't really care. They're just like, yeah, this is what we say. And we're not saying that we know. We just say that this is our best guess. Most of them actually say that. That's to the Glober's dismay, though, because the Glober that comes in here, they want to rely on some academic professional. But the moment there's an academic, person that comes in here, and they start saying, "Yeah, well, this is our best guess," they immediately get thrown under the bus. Well, that guy doesn't know. How long has he been to school, anyways? He doesn't really know what's going on. And so, because right, it's like a religion that's got dogma. If you don't have somebody that's gonna say they know the Earth's a globe by the religious belief that they think they know it's a globe, they'll just easily like turn on that person, even if they are a glober like the other guys. It's sad, but they do it. You know. As anybody else in here that's listening would want to come and provide any evidence that the Earth is a globe, trust me, we've heard every argument under the sun. If you think you have what it takes, man, go for it. Take your best shot. What? Pictures from space? Well, that's not. You can try that one. What else is there, AJ? Pictures from space. We got live stream videos from NASA. I don't know.
Well, we've also got gravity. That's usually the claim. Well, gravity makes spheres, and gravity contains gases.
Now, what I want to encourage people too that are listening, guys, if you have people that really are staunch globe believers and you're arguing with them on Facebook or any other platform, redirect them to this place. I would really like to talk to them. I don't care who they are. They're the most staunch glober in the world. Oh, you can't ever turn this guy. I'm not here. I'm not going to try to convince the person I'm speaking to. I'm going to expose that they don't know what they're talking about every time. You'll find out when they come into this room, their intellectual capacity will diminish because they're going to be like, well, I know all of this math and science. Well, that's great. That's good. I like for you to think that. Because when we engage, we're going to talk about what reality actually would be if you can take all of your little mathematics and go outside and test it. I'm going to test you, see if you know what you're talking about.
I've got another question for you.
Sure.
Do you have a theory of gravity?
No, I don't theorize on what causes things to go down to the ground. I just see what
but it's
reality
not the
presents.
same as what the globe people think, is it? It's got to be something different.
Well, I mean,
You
not
would have to agree with that.
not necessarily different, but just a practical way at demonstrating how we know what we know. So that you could quantify gravity on a very a practical level where you're talking about just the effect. So the effect can be measured as an average rate of fall with different elements, of course, and then you're able to see what affects the object in a medium. So it's an object medium relationship, right? The relationship the object has with its medium. And so if you change the medium, let's say you drop, and I'll give you an example. I drop I'll drop some wood and I'll let go of some wood down into the ground. It falls to the ground, right? Like a branch or whatever. It falls to the ground, but yet I go over water. I drop it on water. It won't go all the way to the bottom of that water. It will float on top of that water. Well, that's because the medium that it lands in will be a different medium. So you change the medium, the object responds differently to that medium. So it changes the relationship. It doesn't go down any longer. It stays equalized on the surface of that water. So it finds its place in its equilibrium state. So it won't go down into that water. It will just sit on the top and float. Why doesn't it keep going to the bottom? What's impeding its progress? You know, and it's not gravity. Gravity's not impeding it because it's still floating on top of the water. So what is it? Well, it's the medium. The medium stops its progress. And because it's more dense than the actual object, it's going to keep it from actually going down. So when you reverse it, right, let's say you drop an egg in fresh water, it will sink down into the water all the way to the bottom. The egg will do that. But when you add some salt to that water, the medium that it's in becomes more dense, and then it displaces that egg inside that medium and it'll rise. It'll go the opposite direction. You can test this. So changing the medium affects the object. That makes sense?
Yeah, I fully understand that, but I still don't know why objects fall.
Nobody does. Not anyone. So the cause for, because it's a cause and effect relationship, Keith. We can see the effect all day long. We can talk about. That's what I've been talking about. The effect. We can see it. We can test it. We can show the object and medium relationship. But what causes the thing to move upwards or downwards in the vector that it does, in the what gives it the propensity to move up and down? That is unknown by everyone. There's theories behind this idea that causes the object to move in that propensity that it does, gives it the propensity to move in the directionality that it does. Everybody has no understanding from that point forward. Because even the scientific communicators like Neil deGrasse Tyson, when asked, what is gravity? Gravity, what it is, we don't know. That was his answer. We don't know.
I think it's angels.
You know,
Well,
at
I've
this
looked
point,
into gravity.
it could be anything.
I've looked into gravity in the past, and I think there's about 10 different theories of gravity out there. So they're all theories,
Oh,
but
probably, yeah.
yeah, someone's got ideas. One of them might be correct. I don't know.
No, because there's no standard for empiricism at that point. If we're just making up these ideas, Keith, and we're like, okay, you go ahead and state your gravity. Like Hergus said, it's angels. You know, I say it's three-toed gnomes that are pulling everything down. You know, AJ thinks it's, I don't know, kangaroos or whatever. Like, we can all just say different things. It's not going to be able to be substantiated at any point by empirical methods. None. Zero. So everybody can say something, and you're going to be like, well, one of those is correct. Yeah, but who cares? Because we can't test any of these ideas. Like, Kyrgyz can't bring angels out. I can't show you the invisible three-toed gnomes. AJ can't prove that kangaroos are the reason. Like, nobody's going to be able to do this, right? There's no method. We're just talking nonsense at that point. That doesn't help anything. That's called like overthinking. You know, what is just people are just chattering. We need things that are going to be able to be tested. It's the reason what got us in the mess in the first place, thinking the Earth's a globe, because we're told this idea and we believe it. Because we didn't. I mean, we're young, right? We didn't have a choice. You're told at a very young age the Earth is a globe. That's, you know, we got planets. So you're living a solar system and you ever expanding cosmology, all that good stuff, and you just believe it. Take it for granted. It's a foregone conclusion. Don't worry about it. Let's move on. That's why when somebody talks about it, well, wait a minute, is the Earth a globe or not? Like that's the problem we're having.
Yeah, I get all that. Why do you think it was flipped? Because, 100 years ago,
I knew he was going to go there. I knew it.
And now it was flipped. What's the reason?
Now it's flipped.
I'm all a flat earther. I just want your idea.
What did you say? Now it's flipped?
Yeah, why did people... Who initiated the globe ideas? And why?
Can I suggest something, or is that off topic?
You can. I don't... we're just actually just talking right now because there's no globers. They're afraid. Go ahead, like Hergus.
Yeah. Okay, so I was going to say, I thought you might go this way. Not exactly what you asked, but I thought you'd go into like the origins of things, because your mind, all of our minds obviously goes there. Like, why did they start this lie? And I was thinking while Alpha was speaking and you were speaking, is basically look at everything you gain from specifically Einstein's interpretation of the light experiments that were happening at his time. I forget the exact experiment, but it's the one they all rely on for gravity. Basically, mathematically, it allows all sorts of things, right? Like you get singularities in math, which can't be replicated in real life. So that just you get multi-world theory, right? So maybe every action we don't take is spins off into its own world. Like you get endless amounts of domain for writing more books to sell more books, both in academia and fiction, and to control society, right? Like that's getting into the conspiracy stuff, but why did they switch from everyone believing in the flat Earth to the globe? Well, it's been a battle between these two topics, not just since 2013. This is going back thousands of years. Entire cults built up around one side or the other, and the one side is in power right now.
Yeah. Being informed and knowing the difference of how to discern, I think, is the most important key factor for critical thinking. Of how to discern. How do you know what is truth and what isn't, Keith? That's the most important thing, that the weapon that we'd like you to be equipped with. Because when you're armed with this information of how to discern, you know when somebody's just telling you a straight out lie. You know it is, because there's nothing that they can do to back up the information. They're proposing ideas without giving you any substantiation for those ideas. That's why we say that's the enemy of logic. It's just having these philosophical interpretations of what they think. Well, I think it's it could be riding on the back of a turtle, infinite vacuum, like all this stuff. It doesn't matter what they say. It only matters what
Well,
they can
yeah, that's
prove,
true.
Keith.
The only truth I see is what I see with my own eyes. And
Yeah.
if you want to trust someone else, but then it's
Yeah.
just trust.
Yeah, no. So, I mean, we have to talk about how things can be discovered, right? Or were things discovered or invented? There's two questions you have to ask yourself: discovered or invented. Now I'll give you an example. The globe Earth, was it discovered or invented?
Don't know.
It's invented. It was invented, Keith.
Well, yeah, I would go more on invented.
Yeah, it's invented. It's not discovered. If it was discovered, then we'd find out the person who actually discovered the Earth as a globe wasn't discovered. It was invented. It's a mathematical construct.
It's a great point.
Philosophical interpretations. You always have to ask yourself those important distinctions when you have discernment, thinking about questions. Is it something invented or was it discovered? And in the realm of the Earth being a globe, things are only invented. That's the reason why we have people that have these ideas of what Earth is and they don't have any evidence to back it up, because it's just an idea that somebody had propagated forward in time. Now, a lot of people have this idea, but that's all it is. It's just an idea. And everybody's triggered. Oh, it's my idea. It's Earth's a globe. Yeah, really? That's great. Now tell us, substantiate that in the physical and natural world. Show us how you can have a 90-degree angle on a curved surface. Show it to us. Jedi's
Right
here.
about
Good.
now, a glober will claim that Isaac Newton or somebody discovered the Earth's a globe, and then when you call them out on it, they'll say, "Oh, well, what I meant was they discovered the factors or the features that allowed us to determine that it was a globe," or Eratosthenes. Right about now in what you've said, but that was really good, man. That's a new
Yeah.
one for me.
I want to see if Jedi, if you're here, you've heard the argument about, how we can have 90-degree angles on a curved surface. Like, that's been brought up to you thousands of times in our years of doing this. Like, I'm pretty sure many conversations. I thought he was here. Maybe he's not. Is he speaking? Jedi, are you there?
Uh, I don't hear
Did you?
anyone.
Okay, I didn't hear you, Jedi. So maybe you want to try again. Maybe not. He might be having some connection. we're just a group of friends that hanging out. Like, but each one of us has like a different way to argue with people, and he's really good at having these arguments, like with people about 90-degree angles on the surface of the Earth being it.
Yeah, no, it's great. Everybody's sticking to the main points, but with their own kind of personality and way of explaining it. So it's very good.
Yeah, he said he had audio trouble, so he's trying to join, but he's hearing garbled. Everybody's like lagging or something. I don't know. He's having trouble connecting.
Yeah, the space has been weird.
That's true. We got Cody coming up. Let's see what Cody has to offer. This place lights up whenever a Glober comes in here. Really dug in and staunch. It's funny. Cody, welcome to the panel. Yeah, go ahead. You have the mic.
Oh, well, I'd like to give my analogy on this. How you doing, by the way?
Yeah, pretty good, man. Just inviting people to come up here. And what position, before you begin, Cody, what position do you take? Do you think the Earth's a globe, or do you know it's flat, stationary?
I'd say some of the land was flat, but I don't suggest saying that the clouds and the sky and the universe would be flat. If you had flat Earth, why would you have a flat Earth if you have a universe that expands forever, but in each direction? If it was a flat Earth, don't you think the universe would be flat too, just the whole thing, and there wouldn't be no dimensional rift, no dimensional climb? It would just be flat land all the way through.
All our mouths are watering now.
I don't know. Okay, I'm a little confused. Are you of the position that you think the Earth is flat, or do you think the Earth is a globe, like an oblate
I think it's a globe because.
Okay.
All right. Can I explain it to you or no?
Yeah, and I just said okay. I'm just confirming that you said that. That's all.
All right. Let's just say you could pretty much figure it out, because if you're, I forgot what I was gonna say before. Shit.
Take your time, man. Take your time. There's no rush.
All right. Basically, I can't think what the fuck I said. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cuss.
Hey, reset, man. Try again.
Let me try in a minute.
Yeah, no, Cody, take it slow. Because what you said there about wouldn't the Earth be this, or wouldn't these other things be this way, started the salivation process in all of our mouths. So we're just waiting for it.
I'm all for it, man. Take your time. We're here 24/7. Well, the other channel we are. I'm on here. When I'm not working, I'm on here. I'm on X, baby. That's what I'm doing.
Well, I was listening to music. That's why I was having trouble. So give me a second. I'm going to turn my music off, and I'll think about it.
We'll talk amongst ourselves. Meanwhile, you get sorted out. How's that?
All right.
This is my first Flat Earth group, by the way, ever. So.
Hey, I'm glad you've landed here instead of the other places, John, because you actually hit like the luck of the draw. Because if you've been to the others,
you're right.
If you've been to the other spaces, you'd be lost in like, well, we think the sun is not a hydrogen ball like the way the globe earthers are saying. We as flat earthers, we think the Earth has a sun that's a closer, and you're like, okay, well, how close is it? Well, it's not 93 million miles. And you're like, yeah, but that's a false dichotomy. You're thinking of the Earth as a globe, it being 93 million miles, and you think that's far away, but you say it's a lot closer. So how much closer, flat earther? And they're like, well, a lot closer. Well, yeah, how close? Well, it's closer, and they never tell you. So there's a lot of bad arguments that flat earthers are you know what? Let me say it this way: esoteric flat earthers would say, and that gets people in trouble. Because when you say, well, the sun is close and local, yeah, really? How close is it, flat earther? You're saying it's close and local, but it's a false dichotomy to say that it's not 93 million miles away. It's closer. Yeah, but 93 million miles away is a fantasy. It's not even that. So you can't say it's closer than a fantasy. You get me? You can't compare it to something that doesn't exist. It has to be something that you can prove as a distance. So you can't say it's closer than that because that doesn't exist. Does that make sense?
1 times 0 does not equal 2.
Well, and it's just you. A lot of the flat Earth arguments that come from the esoteric flat earther that wants to talk about, domes and ice walls and outer rings and ponds and all kinds of moon maps and whatever, speculating on what the sun is and what do you think's out there by Antarctica? I got laser penguins that are out there. Who cares, bro? Like we can't travel freely on the Earth, so we can't go investigate for ourselves. So that topic needs to be off the table, bro. Like as a flat earther, you got to stay logically consistent, my bros. Like, come on. We need to do better. And as a people that are coming forward and presenting truth, be ambassadors of truth. Don't be over here trying to peddle some kind of, explanation that you can't prove is real. That's my God. Like, did you get me?
No, point taken. Definitely.
Anyway, I get on my soapbox, John. So I mean, because of the fact that over the years I've been doing this for 10 years, brother. Over the years that I've been doing this, I've gotten into many thousands of conversations, bro. And it just seems like our group has formulated like we're surgical with this shit, bro. Surgical. We know every argument inside and out. And me, I'm standing at the end of the argument with a flamethrower, bro. I'm ready to douse them. Like as soon as they got to the point where I'm at, I'm like, okay, now you're gonna get it, right? But they don't realize that coming into this. They think it's a debate, brother. This is an interrogation of the truth because we're actually grilling them. How do you know this? How do you know that? Has that been substantiated? Where's the evidence for this? Like they don't have the answers. They're scrambling. They're a hot mess when they come in here. That's just how I like it because they never get to the point of how they know what they know. It's all about explanations. Well, we've been told, and that's great. You've been told, but there's no substantiation in just a story. This is a narrative, sirs. Anyway, the frustration builds, because you want people to actually, okay, just think about it, man. It's all I'm asking. Just critically think about what's being told to you. Anyways, we appreciate the panel. Everybody that's joining us right now. I'm just going to give a little plug. 24/7 Flat Earth, episode number 15, Provocative AF, because it is. I was mentioning this earlier to the people that were here earlier. They've been scrubbing my episodes off of X because we got a lot of butthurt globers that come in here and they complain to X or whatever, and they're taking some of the shows that we have because we're talking like we do, presenting the Earth as a flat and stationary plane, and they just can't have that. There's no way. We got to take them. Cancel culture comes in, and we got to take them off. It is too much. We don't like those guys. And I thought X was a fair platform, but it seems like some of my episodes are getting scrubbed. So none other than you globers are taking them down. We had 2 spirals today. You can rewind once we're done with the stream. Rewind the stream. Find out that we had 2 spirals. You'll see. You'll know who they are. But yeah, listen to the ones while they're available. Go back and listen to all the ones we've had. You'll hear how we argue. That just puts things into perspective for you. So as much as you can before they get scrubbed. So I do appreciate everybody that's here, though. Shout out to everybody that's in the listening panel. Alpha Veritas. I got my co-host AJ. Got my co-host Flatsy, but I don't know if Flatsy's gonna come up or not. Got like Kurgus on the panel. Kembo Beats. Jean Claude's joining us. Rayleigh Criterion on the speaking panel. Keith is joining us, and Cody. Cody was going to present some information, but had some troubles getting sorted out. So appreciate everybody that's joining. I got some hearts down at the bottom. Donna, welcome. We got Chris down at the bottom, hopeful, in the listening panel. Shout out to you guys, man. Thanks for sticking around and listening. Like I said, if you wanted to come up here, you can request to speak, and I'll bring you up. No problem.
Maybe Elon Musk's been listening to some Alpha Veritas after APOC tagged him all those times. Maybe we're upsetting SpaceX a little bit here.
If that was the case, dude, I would have been scrubbed from X, dude. Like there would have been no history of me at all. So I would have been Dunskies. But nah, I mean, it's just I don't think it's really I mean, the way they propose it's supposed to be an open platform. I think it's some of the butthurt Globers that come in here that are reporting it, like, oh, I don't like that space. I need to report you. Whatever. I don't care. I keep speaking truth. I can't stop.
You don't think it might be the other rooms, flat Earth rooms, that don't
It could
want
be. It
competition?
could be. Some of them are
I was
like
wondering where
trying
you
to
saw
like,
it.
hey man, this is a turf war. We were here first. Out you go. But it's whatever. That's why I said, like, after the space is done with, go listen, go play back so you can hear it all. Enjoy it while it lasts, because they're getting scrubbed, dude. I don't know how, but they're getting removed. Because I have them numerated, so they're episode 15 right now. You'll see if you go back and look at my click on my profile, you'll see the ones they scrubbed away. Hey, I'm just
They've
telling you.
scrubbed them?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
There's a few that are missing, and then there's few that say that you can't even visit them because they're unavailable or something.
That's
They're,
crazy because it says that they never get scrubbed, that they're on here forever.
mm-hmm. Oh, don't believe the hype. Don't believe
Yeah.
the hype.
That's crazy, man. Nowhere's safe, I guess.
Yeah. Well, I'm saying though, and while it lasts, go and enjoy them. Listen to them. You could record them. Do whatever you want with them. I live them, so I don't need to. Like, I'm good over here. I'm gonna probably open up a different because I'm on YouTube, I'm on Rumble, I'm on a different places. But I'm expanding right now, so I'm just started on X, but I will expand to the other platforms. This won't stop. I'm gonna keep going. So I might be doing live streams later where you'll see my face and whatnot. But yeah, there'll be more of that. But I will be getting out there with everybody. So.
Oh, yeah. We did FE faces before on Rumble.
Mm-hmm,
That's funny.
I mean, most of all, I think what people are going to enjoy is the fact that I don't quit. They're relentless, so am I. What is it like? What's the term? I'm as dug in as an Alabama tick. So you can't
That's
get rid of
right.
me. You can't get rid of
Dug
me.
in like an Alabama tick. That's deep.
That's pretty deep, man. So you can't get rid of me. Anyway, we got people that are joining the panel. McB, welcome. Flatsy joined our co-host panel. So we have AJ and Flatsy. It's either Flatsy, AJ, or APOC. Those are my
Thank you.
co-hosts.
Yeah, thank you.
So
And
far,
how long have you been going?
we started 11 o'clock. My time is 2:30 right now. Still a few hours, but
We had a good family day today, so
you guys
I'm
always
having
have
a
a
late night.
co-host. You guys have my co-host seat, so anytime you guys want, I'm trying to reserve them for you guys. You four. Oh, I would say four because Jedi would be another one, but he can't get on for some reason. He can't get on.
I did see
Why,
Jedi
thank
a
you
minute ago,
kindly.
but he disappeared. He jumped out again.
He's got issues, audio issues.
Yeah.
What'd you say, Fletcher?
I said, why, thank you kindly.
Yeah, we don't do esoteric flat Earth over here. So a lot of people are getting shook by like, what? What's that? And I told Jean-Claude because Jean-Claude, this is his first time joining a space about flat Earth. And I was like, dude, you had the luck of the draw to find us versus the other guys, because you would have been knee deep in speculations, man. Oh, Cody, did you raise your hand? Just seen it.
Yeah, I raised it. Can you hear me?
Go ahead, man. I can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. I was gonna say, in the universe, you have to have a host, then you have to have, like, the host would be our sun, and then one person would be in control over that thing. That would be God. Okay, like just what we have here, manifestation, through the theory of everything and all existence. So the theory of everything, Earth, all that, it all has to do with something that comes across as living. Okay, like something, let's say, something has to exist for there to be anything to exist. So if Earth was flat, then that would mean that every other planet was a flat piece of land and there wouldn't be no walls. If you had flat land, you wouldn't have walls, but you would have. It's just like on a house. You can't have a house without a roof. You know what I mean? And then Earth would have to be a ball because we're not living like on one of those damn movie things where like the screen is playing in the background on a green screen on a freaking whiteboard. You know, like you got to think of it that way. And then another thing is your head.
Cody, can I ask you a question before you continue?
What?
How long? Your mic is really scratchy for some reason. I don't know if I'm getting. Is that your mic?
I don't know if it is or not. I think it's my voice.
No.
Just try to mute up when you're done.
Mute up when you're done because we have like white noise.
Okay.
Just real quick, I just wanted to make a statement. How long have you been? Well, it's a question really. How long have you been thinking that the Earth is a globe? Like how many years do you think? From like second grade, third grade, or like?
Since I was a kid, and they told me about the planet song. You know, the one where it names all the planets.
Yeah, some people. Yeah, I get what you're saying, but since an early age, right?
Yeah.
If you don't mind me stating it, you don't have to say it or not. But how old are you now? You don't.
I'm
you don't
30.
Gotta say it. You're 30 years old. Okay, so for about 20 odd years, you've been thinking that the Earth is a globe, right?
Yeah.
So where in all of that information can you find out for sure that it actually is a globe versus you thinking that it's one? I don't know if you heard me, Cody.
I heard you, but you muted me, so I couldn't speak.
No, I didn't mute you, sir. I didn't do that.
Okay. I was just gonna say, you know, they say your universe is your AI. Were you aware of that?
The universe is my AI?
Yeah, not really your AI on your phone. More like which is the actual host of the AI, which would be like some kind of robot in space, perhaps, where they receive the transmission from the ley lines.
Ley lines. I don't know.
It has something to do with ley lines. Ley lines are little lines.
Yeah, I think you just spiraled into a troll. See, here I was thinking that a globe Earth proponent could bring forth a logically consistent argument, and it's just like I said before. Maybe it's just I'm able to forecast the future, and I'm saying this that no globe Earther can come in here and give a logically consistent point. You're proving my point that that's the case. You're coming in with the troll, which like Hergus knows, I know. I mean, I'm giving you the opportunity to present the best case scenario for the Earth being a globe, and you're failing miserably. And Cody, all you got to do is be honest and say, I don't know. There's no way I know. Simple. I do want to give you the space to be able to do that, but you're actually making light of what we're talking about in here, which is the reason why I do what I do. Right? I don't like doing it. I don't. I don't like being that guy. I have to be though.
Talking about the universe, I'd love for that to be defined, but let's get past that. Talking about this universe with a sun needing to be a host, like that's all in your imagination. Because in reality, you're here on Earth, the sun's in the sky, and it moves around, from east to west every day for you, like for everybody. We're seeing the sun move east to west, the stars setting or rise in the east, set in the west. Same with the moon. That's what we're seeing. We're seeing the sky do this, and you're imagining that, like the Earth is in some sort of space like that, but in reality, you don't actually experience that. So it's in your mind. It's in your imagination, and your imagination can run a little wild, just like anyone else's.
Yeah. I'd wish for a different way that this could go, Cody, but it just sounds like you're not in this to actually have the discussion that we think that you are capable of. I don't know why, bro. You have every way to think about this logically and present your case in a way that you can formulate a good argument. You have the opportunity to do so, but turning it into a troll, that's kind of old and tired. I've been listening to people do that for many, many years. And it's just like, why can't we just have the discussion? Why is it so terrifying for people who think the earth is a globe to have the discussion? Why, Cody? Why can't we reason with each other? Why has it got to be like that?
I don't really know. I guess my discussion wasn't to the conclusion of what y'all were talking about. So I was thinking about relativity lines, which is ley lines. That is, you can look it up in the books. You can look it up on the internet, whatever you got to look it up. That is your lines for which relativity meets existence.
Yeah, but that's so incoherent, brother. Like that, those words sounds like a jumbled mess. Like you're not.
You have to go. You have to study that shit.
It's like a word. It's like a word salad, you know.
Word salad.
Like I gotta bust out my vinaigrette because it's a word salad, bro. You just gave us. Like you don't know what you just said. Like
I do.
It's so obvious. It's painfully obvious to everybody here. That's not even logically consistent.
That is
How does
so
that determine?
unintelligent for you to say.
It's not unintelligent. Actually, okay, so let's put it this way. What logical coherence does that have for the Earth being a globe, sir?
I was giving you a deep explanation. That's
no, you weren't.
Yes.
Listen,
I was
you're throwing a whole bunch of words at me.
You wouldn't
you're
have
throwing a whole bunch of words at me
because you muted me.
No, you're throwing a whole bunch of words at me, but you don't know what they mean. You're just saying words,
I know
bro.
what they mean. What's
what
your
do they
IQ,
mean?
my friend?
What do they mean?
What is your IQ? Tell me.
No, I'm just stating the fact that you're not
if
bringing
you can't
anything
tell
to the
me,
table.
then how are you educated? How do I know?
Listen.
Just like you were saying, how do you know?
Yeah, because you're talking about things that have no relevance to the Earth being a globe.
Just like every other space you're on here, you like to mute people so they don't get to finish their sentences.
It's not about finishing. Go ahead, Flatsy. You go on.
Sorry. We're gonna, forget that you said that. Hopefully, we can move past that because we don't have any reason to mute people or whatever. But this is Alpha's space. So this is his freedom to, if he wants to practice whatever he wants to practice, he should have the liberty to do so. That even means muting you. So we don't have to get into that.
Yeah, look at my coffee cup in the.
He's the host.
The nest.
So when you go into other people's houses, you don't kick your shoes off and start tossing mud everywhere, do you?
I think he's trying to justify having muddy shoes in my house. I think that's what he's trying to do.
Yeah, and if you don't like how things run here, you go make your own space and run it how you run it.
Yeah, and talk about word salads all day, and you guys can enjoy, these convoluted conversations, brother. Like
ley line salad.
Wow. Well, we can't even get to a coherent conversation with you because we're having to talk about something like this. Just let's get to it. And please mute your mic when someone else is talking because you have tons of feedback, buddy.
Yeah, your mic that you bought off of Alibaba is not working, brother.
It's a phone mic.
Temu.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got the Temu vibes off your mic. Yeah, go ahead. Give us a logically consistent argument for the Earth being a globe. And let's not talk about ley lines.
All right. Sounds like a good idea. Maybe I'll make a new space and do it.
Okay.
Okie doke, buddy. And lines are straight, not curved. Well, I guess you can have a curved line. Never mind.
Yeah, don't. He's already confused. You're gonna get him more confused. OMG. Well, that was that.
I didn't think that one through. I didn't think that statement through before I said it. It just I was thinking straight lines.
That was that. That was something. That was something.
That was the thing that happened?
That happened just right now. It did. It really did happen. Come on, like Hergus wants his mind to be stimulated. Do we have anybody out there that thinks that the Earth is a globe, can put forward a logically consistent argument, first, you know what? State your claim and then provide your evidence behind it. That's all we need. Pretty simple, pretty straightforward. You don't got to jump through any hoops. As easy as 1, 2, 3, right? It's funny though, in 2024, with the Library of Alexandria at everyone's fingertips, they can't come up with a logically consistent argument. Weird. Go ahead, John. What were you gonna say?
Have you had any luck with arguing against AI? I mean, what we just heard was, oh my goodness. Jesus.
It was. I don't know what
I
that
don't want to
was.
go on the tangent, but he must be smoking something better than I get.
Yeah, he's got that really good stuff, man. That's that black market stuff. But
You had
you
mentioned
know,
something about AI earlier that if you ask it this particular question, it will explain how things are made. I guess everything is created on a like with a flat surface in mind when they're doing mapping. I guess I don't know what it was. You said
yes,
something.
planar surveying. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, I would I don't have access to AI. I guess whatever Google
Yeah.
whatever's free.
Bro, check this out. I got my homie. He's in the listening panel, Apocryphon. He's also a co-host here most of the times, but I think he felt ill. I don't know how he feels, but he could definitely tell you about planar surveying. He covers that when people come in there because he used to be an iron worker, and a guy's very intelligent, but I don't know how he feels. Maybe he's got a sore throat or whatever. But
I threw him a mic. I also threw CB a mic, but I don't know if they are going to accept it. They may be busy.
CB, I think he disappeared. But Apoc's in here.
Well, I appreciate the opportunity, chat guys. I'm gonna head out. That guy definitely killed my mental. It was great.
He short
Watch out for
circuited
that
your.
AI ley lines.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we got to be concerned with that because that's top priority for the Glober.
Oh yeah, my top.
Relativity ley
Appreciate
lines.
that. I'm just under the weather right
I
now.
gotta jump into his chat room now. I'm sorry.
Dude, I was gonna tell you, Apoc just joined the panel right now, but real
Hey,
quick, real quick before you leave, John, just Apoc, if you could just like, we're talking about planar surveying earlier. I don't know. I don't want you to talk too much if you're out of it, but I don't know if you want to
yeah,
just.
I'm like super sick right now, buddy. I'm sorry. I just woke up a little bit ago and I just jumped on. I've been listening for like 15, 20 minutes, maybe. I don't even know time right now. I'm out of it. But yeah, maybe another day, brother.
Yeah.
I'm, I'm, I just
Well,
wanted to come up and tell you
yeah,
You better
just
be
hang
taking
out, man.
notes still, though. No breaks.
that.
Yeah, we got ley lines, AI universes, all that good stuff. So
Wait, he said
Well, the book was
relativity
filled
ley
out with warm
lines.
salt water, buddy. That'll help. I'll catch you guys on the fly, man. Feel better, boss.
later,
All right,
John.
take care.
Yeah, I'll just hang out and listen, guys. Tonight I'm a super huge, massive migraine right now, and I'm a
Yeah,
sore
man,
throat.
get better,
So
brother.
for
Yeah,
sure,
No,
take
he
it.
was right about that, Apoc. You should gargle some really salty water. It will help, man.
is that what he said?
I would
Uh,
say have a hot toddy, but I think that maybe the reason why you're sick is how many was that the other night?
He's had
Like
too many
30
toddies.
something?
Yeah, he built
That's probably why you're sick.
he built the pyramid of Giza over there.
no, yeah, I'm just, well, I went out, um, and I think somebody just got me sick, because I went out and about, and a lot of people are sick right now, and I should have just stayed home, to be honest.
That was me
But
last week, brother.
yeah, but I'm suffering right now. But
Yeah,
It's just the season change. I mean, that's always
yeah.
going to get people.
maybe that too.
It's the worst seasonal change too. I will know. I think it's probably. I don't know. I guess it's according to who you are. If pollen doesn't bother you so much, then
Well, it's
yeah.
pretty high this year.
Well,
Yeah.
if you eat your local honey, you will be okay with the pollen.
I just did. I was doing that. Honey and lemon.
Yeah, it's good stuff out
Anyways,
there.
get better, APOC. But we
All right,
got
appreciate it. I'll go on
yeah,
mute.
brother.
And then I'll just be here, like, just to hang out for sure, to support.
Hopefully you don't get a bigger migraine for listening to these Globers. But we had 2 spirals today, bro. Rewind the
Really?
stream and rewind the stream. You'll hear him spiral. Peter, like freaking, he was on one today. He
Oh,
spiraled like
really?
hard body, bro. Like yeah, I had some
I can't wait.
troubles because I had some water near my mouse and it like spilled over my mouse and it short circuited my mouse. And then I couldn't move. I was like stuck. And then he was like in here just like talking and AJ came in. It was a pretty cool interaction. You guys gotta rewind the stream. Just
Yeah, I
anyway,
look forward to that.
I just came in and
anyway,
couldn't believe what I was hearing. I didn't know what was going on. It took me about a couple of minutes just to get my head around what the hell was happening.
Sounds like I should have
yeah.
been here earlier. Shame on me.
Yeah, these are by the way, everybody that's joining us right now, this is my panel right here. So these 3 that are up here, yeah, they're usually the co-hosts of this space. So you can count on them. If I'm ever on and you see them up here, they're probably gonna be the ones that are up here. Logically consistent, really about the argument for flat Earth. So yeah, kind of yeah. I surround myself with people that are that way. I don't like the esoteric side of things, so my space isn't usually about that stuff. Well, let's just speculate what's beyond the ice wall, just for a little bit. Not me. We don't
I'm
want to
all
talk
right with
about AI ley lines, and all kinds of shit like that. So
I'm all right with hanging out with the esoteric flat earthers, but I think that they don't like me so much anymore because they
let's have a ether conversation. What is
well
ether? I
you
think
can
it's
go
a background medium. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
you can go to my replies like on my page, I guess, and see like a lot of the conversation, which I was just challenging the things that they were claiming, but they wanted me to make a claim and they wanted me to have an alternative, which that's crazy to me that a flat earther would ask me to replace an idea that like I'm not sure is even proven. Like I'm inquiring about it and I already have to have a replacement. That sounds really weird to me that a flat earther would
Yeah.
say such a thing, but honestly, I can give them the benefit of the doubt. Maybe it's just got lost in text, like the sentiment
Um,
lost in text because you can't really. I guess maybe it could seem like I might be a little bit something that I'm not. I thought I was being pretty cordial, but I had my intelligence attacked, and I
yeah,
don't know.
we stand by falsification is independent of replacement. Just because you tear the thing down that they think is true doesn't mean you got to replace it with something else. That doesn't need to happen. You just have to show them how it doesn't work. So we got CB on the panel though. CB, what's up, brother? See you in here
On that demon time.
like a ninja. Where you hiding at, son?
No soundboard for him.
Why do you
Man,
say that, CB? Why do you say that you're on that demon time?
I'm
Why
they
do you
on
say
that
that?
demon time. We on demon
Yeah.
time.
I'm no demon. Sorry, buddy.
Is my mic clear? Is my mic clear?
Yeah, you're
Yeah,
yeah.
clear.
that's great.
Demon time is when like you're feeling, you're feeling spicy. You're feeling like like
Like
sometimes
when you want to
Chewy's on
challenge the
demon time.
Etherites.
Yeah, man. Like if you've been around Quantum Eraser, he has his demon time, and then he has times when he's chill and cool, right? So sometimes you
Well,
gotta be
he's
on
usually
demon
always
time.
chill and cool, but if he has to be the bad guy, he's okay with being the bad guy. If somebody's
Facts,
got to have the boogeyman, he's okay with being that, you know?
facts.
See, I would rather somebody be harsh and honest with me than sweet talk me and coax me. And, like, I don't like that. Like, I don't like that sheep and wolves, or a wolf in sheep's clothing.
Franco is in listeners. Come up, Franco, please. A
Oh, Franco, that guy spirals like every day,
Franco.
really?
doesn't he?
He's
Yeah,
an
Who the
actual
fuck is that
scientist.
guy?
you'll see. If he has enough gumption to actually come forward.
He's a professional scientist. I'm
Yep.
surprised. You were able to break him.
He spiraled a couple of times in there. He always does. I can count on it. You can count on it. He's better off probably just being a listener, because if he comes up here, he's going to have to substantiate the claims that the Earth is a globe, and well, we just can't have that, can we?
Who?
Franco, whatever his name is, I think he just dipped.
Oh yeah, I don't
He's
see
like,
him.
I'm out, man. I'm out. He just took off.
Really, my main thing is that I really hope that even if they want to, like, if they want to continue to believe what they want to believe, that's okay with me. They should be okay with their beliefs being challenged. If they want to say that it is that in front of a room full of people that maybe knew, see, that's the main thing. Is that I think that this is like a deception. The ether thing is a deception because it's just in their imagination. It's not proven. It's it's the globe all over again to me. So I think it's important to challenge it. So if I can do that and I can do it nice and cordially, maybe they'll somebody will see it. I don't know.
All right, we got some people coming up. Kingsley, welcome to the panel. Then we got Keith back up at the panel, the speaking panel. Welcome, guys. Kingsley, if you want to say what's up, go for it, bro.
Hey, what's up? Just curious. I just found your guys' spaces kind of cool. I guess you said you just crossed over to X. I was just curious what you guys think about the final experiment. You guys have any thoughts on it or anything like that?
Yeah,
The final excrement,
Yeah.
What the
where
hell is
both
that?
sides of the argument are affirming the consequent.
yeah.
First of all,
Basically,
what is that, and what's final about it?
Yeah,
Well,
you
whatever.
just go and look at
Observation.
the sky. It's not experiment, bro. Observation, right?
Yeah, I
You know,
realize that, but
yeah. Even
that's
you
what they're
look at
calling it.
the sun, what it was doing up there. It's not gonna change the surface. Period.
Do you guys think it's actually going to
W
happen?
Chinaman.
Or
No,
yeah,
probably not.
if they do it and they do see the midnight sun, good for them. But if they don't see the midnight sun, well, good for them, because at the end of the day, it doesn't display any convexity on the surface, or it doesn't show that the Earth is a flat plane in no way.
yeah, it doesn't disregard all the other measurements, 10,000,
Yeah,
proofs that
Kingsley,
we have.
I'll put it to you this way: if, let's say, for example, the globe earther goes down there and they don't see the midnight sun where they should have seen the midnight sun, they will still say that the Earth is a globe, because they'll have this other explanation to cover that there's some type of phenomena, or they didn't go far south enough to see the actual midnight sun, or something will come up. I guarantee you, if they don't see the midnight sun, they'll still cling to the Earth as a globe. If they do see it, they'll definitely declare it. But either way, it's not going to change their mind. Now, if the flat earther that says they go down there, to them, they've already admitted. They've admitted that it could cause problems for flat Earth. The ones who say they're going down there. Now, those are the ones that are esoteric. They believe in these models, the AE map or the Gleasons. Now, that map is actually a globe Earth map. Did you know that, Kingsley? The AE or the Gleasons
Yeah,
is
I
a
did.
globe Earth map.
I did,
All
yeah.
right. So if they're gonna, it's funny, right? If the
The
globe
sunk
Earth,
cost fallacy.
if the globe Earth is gonna disprove the AE map, they're disproving their own map, because it comes from the globe. So they're disproving it. So well, I don't know why they'd want to do that. You know what I mean? So there's this false dichotomy of the Gleason's map against the globe Earth. What is it? The projection they're using right now, the Mercator projection for the globe Earth. So you got Mercator projection on the one hand for the globe Earth, and of course the AE map for the flat Earth side. So it's a false dichotomy. Both of those are reified ideas of what they think the Earth is. So it's a reification fallacy. You can't. It's a false dichotomy. On top of that, you can't put two things that are opposing each other that have there's nothing to do with reality, and both of them can be proven to be what the Earth looks like overall. Nobody can prove either one of those map projections to be what the Earth looks like overall. You follow me?
And the ones that are being pressured to go down there is because of like the crowd that they are influencing are big on them going. And like I said, a sunk cost fallacy is a bias. And it's a cognitive bias, so you got to watch out for those kinds of things.
Hey, can I just jump in there, please?
What you got, Keith?
You know, And you know the Gleason's map? So I created a map with the South Pole in the centre. Now, if you do that, I think you get a land wall. So, you know,
Yeah, good for you.
that,
Now the thing
that's
is,
why I never thought it was right.
yeah, good for you. Now thing is, it doesn't matter what map you create. This isn't about us throwing things at the wall to see what sticks. That's not what this is about, Keith. You have to be able to present something that can be substantiated by empirical means. So if what you've presented is nothing more than a speculation, we're just going to hand wave dismiss it away. We, in this group, we always stick to empirical facts. Things have to be proven in order for them to be scrutinized. So if you don't have something you can prove, then really it's just hand wave dismissed into oblivion, because we're not going to deal with speculations in the form of something that cannot be tested by empirical means, because then we're not talking about reality anymore. We're talking about fantasy. Well, we were no better in the globe earth when we were there than we are now with this like esoteric ideas that come up with, well, I think the flat earth looks like this. Like, who cares? Can you prove it? That's all we care about. Can you prove it?
Okay, then can I ask,
Sure.
what is your number one proof for the Earth being flat?
Planar
You,
measurements on the surface, long distance observations on the surface,
yeah, I'll go along with that.
water, hydrostatic equilibrium. Water and large bodies display no convexity over large surfaces. I can go on. There's many more. I have
Yeah,
empirical evidence on my side. I have observation on my side. I have practical use on my side. I have everything to substantiate the Earth as a flat and stationary plane on my side, Keith. I have it
yeah,
all.
that's how I saw it. So, yeah, I would agree with all of
That's
those.
great. Now, what they have to do when they come in here is present how that isn't logically consistent. Now, they have an uphill battle. They got to present evidence that not only are they presenting a model, they're going to have to present to me how that model is consistent with reality. And it just isn't, Keith. Just no, and nowhere in reality can we take a globe and go walk outside and say, let's measure a drop over the distance. That has never been done. It never will be done. And those who are listening right now, I would say this: challenge the people who think that's a globe. Just to one simple thing I would tell you to challenge them with. Who has ever measured drop over distance anytime in history? So they're thinking like this, right? If you have a basketball and you put a ruler on top, that would be considered in this idea that I'm proposing to you guys as a tangential plane. That plane that sits on top of that basketball. Now, if that ruler would represent the tangential plane and the curve of that basketball represent the curve that's dropping away from the tangential plane, that's what I'm asking about when I say drop over distance. So as the tangential plane goes straight out, the curve of the Earth would be dropping away from that tangential plane. So I'm asking the question, and you can ask the people this too: how much drop over the distance would there be away from that tangential plane? That's important. How did they figure that out? Because in order for the Earth to be the size that they claim it is, with the radius value of 3959, circumference of 24,901 miles, you're going to have to present that evidence empirically to state that the Earth is curving with a measurement. And they can't do it. Guaranteed. So it's a win for flat Earth every day, all day. No one's ever done that. It's only done in a calculated form. It's in a mathematical construct. Hasn't been proven in any time. Which, I mean, we have to be those people that actually tell them that. We want to make sure that we're representing information correctly. So we don't take positions like some of the other spaces do, and they want to talk about all kinds of imaginary things flat earth can be talking about. Well, we can think of a model that's got like outer rings, bro. We can have, different suns going around those outer rings. We got outer pond theory, man. We got different ponds everywhere. That's great, dudes. That's wonderful. But you're not bringing nothing to the table when you're actually getting people to realize that the reality that they think is real, which is the earth being a globe, is not real when you're presenting them something else that's not real. You follow? It gets harder for them to realize what reality is if they have to think about your idea of speculation. That doesn't help anybody. I've said this over and again. So as a flat earther, you should understand how to articulate your point better. Yeah, just do better. Don't talk about those things that are unnecessary for them to ground themselves in what truth is. Otherwise, they won't be able to discern what reality is if you're giving them some kind of, explanation of what you think the earth being flat is. That doesn't help. Does everybody understand? Like, you know where the position where I'm trying to bring us to? Like, just make your arguments simple. Just keep it simple. You don't have to go too crazy. You don't have to be super verbose. You got to be talking about all kinds of words from the thesaurus. Just stick to what you can say is plain and simple. What can we measure? What can we test? What can we verify? That's it. Guarantee you're going to have anything from the globe side being something that they can test. So I'm presenting this to you guys simple, right? So I usually, and I came up with these 3 points. I don't know, Flatsy, what was it, like maybe 3-4 years ago? Something like that?
3 points. Space spin curve, right, CB?
Mm-hmm.
3-point space spin curve. Yeah. It's flat in a cup of water. Yeah, water doesn't curve, man. That's retarded.
Well, we're talking about this, right? The 3 points are the curvature of the Earth, right? Axial rotation, the spin of the Earth. And the third one is the vacuum of space being adjacent to the pressure air that we are breathing right now. So we're breathing around 14 psi on the surface. So we're talking to the people about these points, these 3 points that prop up the Earth being a globe. Now, if you have curvature on its surface, the question that I was talking to you about, who's ever measured that curvature as in the drop over distance with the tangential plane, the Earth dropping away from that tangent plane, would mean that there would be a specific way to measure this drop over the distance. And if it has been done, who's done it? I guarantee you, nobody in history has ever done this. But there would have to be that in order for them to substantiate the Earth to have that curved surface. Now, since it can't be done, they can reply to you with, I don't know. And then you can go to the second question. But if they staunchly want to defend how the Earth's been measured, then you have to start from where we understand the Earth to be curving from what point in history. So, what time in history? So, any time in history is the way I usually frame that question. Any time in history has anybody ever measured the curvature of the Earth as in the drop over the distance? I usually caveat to say drop over distance because if you just say measure the curvature of the Earth, they're going to talk about all other ways that they think they can measure it. So always remember to specifically say drop over distance because that's very specific. And that's the first question.
Sorry.
No,
I
go
thought
ahead.
you were No, I was going to say the reason why we harp on this one the most, I mean, of course, it's because we're challenging the fact that we're measuring it flat and then you're telling us it's actually a globe. Trust me, bro. The reason why we harp on it so much is because if you can falsify just their given values of the dimensions of the globe, you falsify the entire cosmic ladder they have set up. So your radius is also like the first rung of the cosmic ladder. The second rung is to assume that Venus is also a globe the same size as Earth. And then from there, you've got the distance to the sun. Like all of these things are completely taken out of the conversation because you disproved it by disproving the radius.
So it
That's
starts
it.
with the curvature of the Earth, and if they can't answer that, then it all crumbles. It all falls apart. It's like imagine if you could unravel a sweater by pulling on one string, and you pull on that one string, and the sweater comes apart. That's what happens.
Or you pull the Jenga block at the bottom, and the rest of the
It
tower
just
falls.
tumbles. Yeah. It's all relying on this specific point. But if they do manage to say they don't know, you go to the second point: axial rotation, the spin of the Earth. Who's ever measured that consistently? Because they're telling us that at the equator, we're spinning at about 1,000 miles per hour. How did they figure that out? Who was the first person to measure this axial rotation? Of course, they either can say they don't know or give you some answer they think they know of. And either way, you can challenge them because we're asking for the people who's ever empirically verified that the spin of the Earth would be something that could be observable. Because in order for you to say that the Earth is doing something, the Earth has to be doing something, like moving around, spinning. And nobody witnesses the Earth doing anything. So the observation isn't noticed by anyone. looks like we're standing still, right? So if there's movement being challenged and said that it is moving, then you have to tell them how. If we don't, there's no detection of Earth in motion. So if they do say that they don't know, you go to the third question. Third one is simply this: the gas pressure that's supposedly on the surface is adjacent to the pressure air of the vacuum of space, or the vacuum of space. Sorry, pressure air is adjacent to the vacuum of space. So why isn't the air that we have on the surface rushing out into the available space? Because anytime we see gas pressure and we have a high pressure differential, like if we were to have, for example, right, if you blow air in a balloon and you let go of the air, or excuse me, the balloon, the air rushes out of that balloon and it rushes into any and all available space, meaning the gas pressure is higher inside of the balloon than it is outside. So the air rushes out violently from the balloon because air wants to equalize. As it does so, it rushes out and moves into any and all directions, every vector, and so on. So if that's gas behavior, then why is it possible that we still have the gas pressure on the surface of the Earth being 14 psi, and then at the top of the the atmosphere we have gas pressure super low, according to them, somewhere around 10 to the -6. So if that is true, then how is it possible you have a high pressure differential with no containment, and then the gas should be able to expand through the available space, according to kinetic molecular theory, which states that gases have the molecules of gases have perfect elastic collisions, so they can move randomly into any and all available spaces unimpeded. There's no repelling or attraction from these molecules, so they're unimpeded. When they run into each other, they bounce off each other. Run into a wall, they bounce off the wall, but they don't have any energy loss when they do this. AJ, did you want to say something?
No,
Yeah,
no,
can I say
sorry.
something?
I just got booted out of the room. I don't know what happened, so I've just got back.
All right, I'm gonna drop your co-host, bro.
Yeah, can I say something? I did a calculation a few years ago, probably about 4 years ago, that if the Earth was spinning, there should be a sideways G-force of about 0.13 G. And if that was the case, you could feel that, especially if you had two like balls on a snooker table. All the balls should go on up to one edge, but that doesn't happen. So, yeah, that basically proves that we're not spinning. Simplest calculations.
Yeah, lack of Coriolis effect also. You don't have any indication that there is any movement of the Earth if you're hovering above it. So, or if you're flying above it or anything. So there is no Coriolis effect whatsoever. That's also a proof on a spinning Earth. They're against it. Also, to add to that, Alpha, because you're saying about the vacuum of space being adjacent to a pressurized system, high pressure gas. You know that another way of saying 14.7 psi would be 760 torr, and anything above 760 torr, they consider a vacuum, just a low pressure a vacuum, and that is relatively how they would calibrate it. So technically, at some point in the air, that's why Globers, they try to trick you. And they try to get that gotcha, like why the gradient thing. So they're like, oh well, why isn't the pressure uh, rushing into the available space of the gradient, because that would be a vacuum. It's because they consider anything above 760 torr a vacuum. How funny is that?
Yeah, exactly. So we asked for them to provide empirical evidence of any of this to occur, and they don't have any demonstrations. I spoke to an astrophysicist. His name was Itier, and I asked him these three questions, the ones that I'm telling you guys right now, and he wasn't able to respond with any coherent meaning of how he knows this is the truth. So he would just appeal to a knowledge about what he thinks the Earth is based on a cosmology that he's been told about. That was it. He didn't. There's no way that he was able to articulate a point from an academic standpoint, which is saddening because I wanted him to actually use whatever knowledge he had gained from being in a high level of learning to then present how he knows what he knows, but never amounts that they come forward and actually do that. They think it's a foregone conclusion, therefore it's unnecessary. I don't need to talk about something that's been proven. Well, that actually helps us in our case because they're not providing any evidence. They feel like they don't need to. When all it would take was them to come up here and present their evidence. That's it.
Please forgive me. I said above instead of below. Anyways, you get it. Anything below 760 torr would be considered a vacuum. Sorry.
Yeah. Does anybody in here believe that the Earth is a globe? You do have the ability to raise your hand. We'll bring you up here, and you can present your evidence of the claim that the Earth is a globe. We'd like to hear it. The panel wants to challenge you. If you think that the Earth is a globe, you're going to get a challenge. So hopefully you're ready for that. If you don't know what's going on, it's best just to say, I don't know. But if you think you know what you're talking about, raise your hand. We'll bring you up. What do you say? Let's hear it for the Glovers. Like Kyrgyz has been waiting. He went to go eat a sandwich and he's drinking some orange juice. So he just got bored. So we're waiting for people to come up. I'm just kidding. He didn't do that. That'd be funny if you actually are doing that. It's a PB&J.
I was just about to get up and get banana. You have no idea.
Oh man, maybe it's the wavelength. I'm like, it's intermission time. We're looking for the next person to come in here and present their evidence. Surely there must be somebody out there. Surely. I mean, what could be hard in 2024 to present some good evidence that the Earth is a globe? Oh, pictures from space. That's what kind of time you guys are on? Live stream videos? Oh, I know. You could tell CB how the Earth is just like a giant beach ball, and we're like ants running across the surface of that beach ball. Just one more time. Like he hasn't heard it like 100,000 times. For some reason, he has that luck where people always want to tell him that. Oh, you see, the Earth's just like a giant beach ball. We're like ants running across the surface.
So think of it like this. If you take a big beach ball and you're like a little ant, the ant goes around the curvature. Like, dude, come on, bro.
Yeah, he's
What?
CB would on the Discord server, he would just mute them up and like, no, you're not gonna.
Yeah, no. Hell no.
That's funny.
So annoying. Me, I'll be like, that would be me, bro. You start talking like that, I'm going crazy.
Yeah, where's that clown? You should put it up in the nest, bro.
I need to add that to the soundboard. Oh man.
I guarantee you Peter was doing that earlier. And so was that other shrimp boat captain that we had in there. Remember that
crowd, yeah.
Dude, he spiraled like hard body. Because we were kind of dunking on that guy, that shrimp boat captain that comes in here. And he got all up in his feelings, right? He was starting to melt like a snowflake down in the listening panel. So he'd come up. I mean, he must have been snoggered because he was like, his bravado was at like level 100. Like it was over 9,000 for sure. So he was taking jabs at my name and say he's not Alpha Veritas, and I don't know what name he said, but he was trying to like belittle me and do all kinds of stuff. And then AJ was like, so what evidence do you have that the Earth is a globe? And he's like, I don't have to produce any fucking evidence. And he said it like that. I'm like, damn.
Jeez.
Yeah, you should. Dude, rewind the stream. Like, I guarantee you, it's good for a laugh.
Yeah, he was. What was he talking about? That's right, the curvature drop over distance. So I asked him, because he was stating that he's answered this 100 times and Alpha cries and he's had to stop answering this question. So I just simply asked him the question again, and his answer was, a lot of people have done it. I said, well, like who? A lot of people, me. So have you got some evidence for that? Fuck you.
Oh, just like I thought.
Yeah, that reminds me of some lyrics, guys. You want to hear them?
Yeah, go for it.
uh, just take a second to let it all sink in. That you only call me when you've been drinking. I got to curb your way of thinking. I'm not gonna hurt you, gonna bash your brains in. Not gonna hurt him, but you're gonna bash his brains in. Like teach him a good one.
Was that some southern twang?
All work and no place made me dull. I couldn't have your heart, so I'm gonna take your skull. Take his skull.
No, actually,
Scalp.
what soul? Take his soul. Like
That's not
Shang,
the lyrics.
like Shang Tsung. Your soul is mine. I don't.
It's kind of southern. It's a kind of southern metal.
We do have Kingsley in here. Kingsley, what do you think about all of this, man? What's your take on it?
I just kind of wanted to say one thing, kind of to what you were saying is, like we have the truth on our side. The truth will always be the truth. They're up against lies. Like they have to dance around and try to make shit work and pull shit out of their ass. Where we don't. We have the truth. So that's kind of where I stand. But
Yeah, I appreciate that, man. Well, it's also too that we allow people to come up here, and if they're going to present the evidence, like for them not to talk about like the universe is AI and there's ley lines and all the other guy that was in here like a while ago, he was talking about this. It was like, dude, this sounds so incoherent. He was trolling, obviously, towards the end we found out, but like he started off by trying to make it sound like I'm like, if you guys that think that the earth is a globe, you know how to articulate a point, why don't you just do it? Why is it got to be always about the troll? I mean, if you think you got what it takes to intellectually discuss this, then just do it. Discuss it. Tell us how you know the Earth's a globe, and you'll find out within how you do it. You're gonna figure out that you don't really know what you're talking about. That's my contention. You guys don't know that think the Earth's a globe. That how to articulate a point that it actually is one. That's my contention, and I bet you cannot prove me wrong. Go ahead and try. If you think you know how, go ahead and try it. Attempt it. Come up here and I'll give you the floor.
they can't. They either don't have the balls or they're too lazy to do the research.
Oh, I like what you did with that word. Yeah, ball earth. Yeah.
Yeah, they're just relying on someone else. They have to appeal to authority, most of them, because 99% of them are too lazy to do the work. And if they do the work, they end up being a flat earther.
Yeah, they're like, man, I can't win. Yeah, you're right.
If they're
well, either that, they're going to be a anti-flat earther. They'll be coming into this stream every time I have it, just be arguing me the same busted argument, thinking that they're going to win, or just like Peter was spiraling out of control, didn't have an answer. He's like, I don't fucking have to answer you, and just like rage all over the place.
Yeah, I have one buddy that just like he refuses to even look at stuff, but he knows it's a ball, right? But he refuses to even look at the evidence in front of his face. Like it's sickening, really. It's embarrassing.
Any other good globe Earth arguments? How about the center of the Earth? Has anybody been presented that the globe Earthers come with the idea that the Earth has a ooey gooey center?
Please.
How
Liquid.
many takes or how many licks does it take to get to the center?
Boss.
Oh, a lot of people don't remember that commercial with that Mr. Owl. Mr. Owl, how many licks does it take to get to the center of the Tootsie Roll Pop? And he's like, 1, 2, 3. He crunches it. 3. That's funny as hell.
Have you guys ever seen the video of when they dug that borehole or whatever in Russia and like the weird, crazy sounds that were coming out of it.
The Kola super deep borehole.
Yeah,
There's a video that I don't know, man. This is the sounds of hell, and you're like those Halloween kind of like audio tapes with people screaming like ah and all this stuff.
yeah, it could be full of shit. Yeah, for
Uh,
sure. But it was
bunch of
kind of
shit.
crazy.
Yeah, it just gets people going with like, ooh, what else are the? That must
So
be some
most of the
pretty cool
things that
shit.
you see, most of the things you see on a screen is probably BS.
Yeah, it's Capzilla.
Yeah, yeah, don't believe everything you hear and only half of what you see, you know. But I think in today's, they need to like adjust that saying to match today, because that's an old saying. Back then it was true. Now it's a little less true. It's more intense than that.
Come on,
I
globe
found
earthers! I thought you guys had all the answers, all of the science, all of the physics. So easy in today's world. Just come in here and be like, you guys, you flat earthers, you don't even know.
The
It's a globe.
numbers, the
The
figures,
figures.
You
there are
know,
fossil records.
you know who I
I
really,
love that freaking part.
you know who I really love, just sitting back and listening to just destroy any and every glober that comes through. That's Heretic. Shout out to Heretic.
Yeah, Heretic does a freaking
He's in
amazing
here.
job.
He's
Heretic, if
listening.
you're in here, bud, you got some time, come on up.
Hey, did you guys hear about all the stuff with the concave Earth lately? All the drama.
Concave.
No,
The
Yeah,
who?
What?
I heard there
What?
was
The
drama,
what?
but
it was.
I don't
Man.
know what exactly.
Fuck is that?
All right, we need the
Yeah.
scoop. We need the scoop.
Do you
Give
know?
us the down
Yeah,
low.
scoop, please.
We
I've
need
been
all the
wondering what's
Do
going
deets.
on.
Yeah, me
you
too.
know?
I've been like, what are the concave earthers are doing? You know, like
Yeah, it was crazy.
Why
Do
are
you
other
know?
flat earthers complaining about them?
Well, do you know Flat Earth Matthew? He's like a big Flat Earth guy.
Nope.
Are you talking about
You
Max Power? Like the
no,
original flat
no,
earther?
Matthew. He's
Matthew
like
Powerland.
No, I don't think so.
Are you
Who's he
talking
Matthew
about
talking
Matthew
about?
Powerland's
Powerland?
kind of crazy.
he's
He's a
like a
little loony.
he's
He's
a big Flat Earth guy. I could post a picture of
I don't
his
think he's on
profile.
Spaces.
But
no.
anyways, he all of a sudden like watched this video from this like Stephen Christ guy, and
Oh shit, dude.
he
Oh
has
shit!
he
Here
has
we go.
a huge following, right? And then so he basically turned into a concaver like overnight, and then opened a space and like fucking lost his shit on like Flat Earth Dave and like Witsit, and just fucking went off the rails. Like it was crazy. They didn't record the space, unfortunately, but they he came back the next day on Flat Earth Fridays, and like he was losing his shit on there, and yeah, it was crazy. If you guys want to listen
How?
to,
How was he losing it? Swearing?
he was just like fucking, oh yeah, swearing, calling them fucking retards, and like just going off the rails. Like
Oh, that's
it
a
was,
great way to make the
yeah, it was
position stronger. Like
exactly. It was
wow.
so like I was so like disgusted with his actions that like I wouldn't even want to look at it just because of that. Like he went about it the totally wrong way.
See what
You know,
happens when you avoid esoteric flat earther drama? You don't get all this stuff,
We don't
Alpha.
get the juicy deets, man. Like what the hell?
Well, you know, I used to really be a huge fan of Witsits. I was always like there watching his shows. If anybody in here has ever been on his shows in the live chat and stuff, I'm Kim Hopkins on YouTube. And I used to be in there and I used to be contributing. And the reason why I left all of that in the dust is because, first of all, I couldn't find any. I like learning things. I'm a big like if I'm going to research something, I'm going to know all about it to the point where I can explain it in layman's terms to just about anyone. So if you know me on here, you know that I like doing that. And that's not possible with ether and any kind of arguments that I used that kind of had some semblance of something behind them. I used that and I got challenged and I couldn't substantiate my claims. Remember MacGyver? He called me
Yep.
out on a claim that I made on 24/7 and I couldn't substantiate it. And I don't, you guys kind of know how I am. I'm not so proud to be like, like I'm right, you're wrong. But no, I like to be critiqued. I like to have my, whatever. If you can challenge me, do it. So he challenged me on it, and it was the equipotential increase of voltage in the air and the supposed downward electric
Yep.
like bias or whatever. Like I couldn't substantiate any of those claims I was making,
Right.
and he even gave me a good rebuttal because he works, I guess, he's got a bunch of the instruments to check voltage. He was talking about how he does it, how he gets vastly different readings. No matter, like, if he doesn't even have to change altitude, he can just change his location and get a completely different reading. So the whole idea of there being some sort of equipotential increase is kind of like a wild claim. You're not really
Yeah.
getting that at all.
It's a
And
model, Flatsy. It was a model that was shown to people,
yeah,
and they're carrying basically that model of the equipotential. What is it? Electrostatic. As you raise an elevation or
That's the
altitude.
wrong that's the wrong word for it.
Oh,
But yeah,
sorry. Yeah,
you're
but
right.
so when you raise an altitude, that it increases, and it's always showing like this specific model, and it shows like how much it goes up in voltage, like as you go higher and higher. So you're not going to get that to be measured. It's not a measurement. It's basically what he was detailing to
Right.
everybody.
It comes from Feynman, Richard Feynman.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
He makes that claim, but there is no actual substantial evidence for the claim. It's just
it has to be
like
measured. In other words,
right,
if it's not measured, then it's just a model that they're using.
kind of like, do you have any measurements, drop over distance for the globe? Do you have any valid measurements for the claim that you're making with the equipotential increase? Because the instrument is getting a curvature of that reading around it, but you're telling me that it's in the air also, like it is around the instrument, which that doesn't make sense. Because that, I mean, already you can see that the readings are compromised if it's curving around the instrument that's grounded that way. So what if you could, if there's some way to measure voltage without a grounded instrument, maybe you could substantiate the claim, but we don't have anything like that, and you can't make the claim because you can't directly measure it that way.
What is the term that they use? The electrostatic perturbation. I think for the ether argument. I think it all stems from
Yeah.
what?
Yeah.
How do they frame it? It's something to deal with like the perturbation of the electrostatic equipotential. Something. It's kind of a weird way that they frame it, but there's no evidence behind it. Like the model that they use is kind of more or less like what MacGyver says. It's just showing what they think is going on as you get it. All of it has to do more
They're
with like calculations, not
yeah. Here's the thing, electrostatics, they're confusing static electricity with the Van de Graaff generator with electrostatics, which is made up on a molecular scale, and they don't even believe in molecules or atoms or anything. So, molecular inter and intramolecular uh, bonding and forces, that would be where you would like see something. That's where electrostatics is even. Um,
applicable.
Yeah, applicable. So they're using it out of context, that word, and nobody seems to know what it means, and they're conflating static electricity with electrostatics, and they're not the same.
We deal with a lot of that. So, yeah, if anybody else wants to come up and talk to us
Bait and
about,
switch. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Flatsy, have you seen the experiment on YouTube with drones flying up with a wire into different heights?
I don't
Have
yeah,
you-
but
trust those.
they're not grounded though. That's the thing that MacGyver was saying. It needs to be grounded in order for you to get
The
a
chronomotor
determined.
is supposed to be.
But Flatsy just said it would, to prove it, it wouldn't need to be grounded. It would need to be an experiment that wasn't grounded.
I don't trust those things. They're claiming a corona motor doing whatever they're saying, harnessing energy. I don't trust that because everybody that claims that that is the case, they haven't actually done it themselves. And those videos, you know how they make those mock videos online all the time about. I created one of those. What are they called? The machines that can run infinitely without any like what are those
Perpetual
called?
motion.
Perpetual motion. Yeah. Like it's the same thing with the corona motors. I don't trust that. So I would like some better validation, somebody demonstrating exactly how that like the ins and outs of what they're doing with that thing, because all videos are already showing them doing something, not the process of setting it up and doing what they're saying they're doing. I don't trust it.
It's all of its replacement theology, though. It's based on philosophical interpretations of what can be there, because nothing can be there, so something's got to be there. So you're gonna fill in the blank. You know what I mean? And this is gonna be more of that. So people are just filling in the blanks of what they think is the case.
MacGyver is the one who made me think of that too. He was like, if next time they show you a corona motor or they try to make a claim about one, ask them if they've ever even used one or if they know somebody that has and if they can demonstrate them using it the way that it's claimed to be used. And I haven't found anybody that has yet. Just like you're asking people if they've ever measured curvature, and nobody has. Nobody's done it yet. Not for me.
Yeah, the flirt herder said that. Let me see. I'm going to read what his quote was. That Whitsitt says ether is a logical framework or something like that. That's what flirt herder was saying on the, I guess, the
Yeah,
message.
but it's based off of an illogical statement that it contains a double negative. Does anybody know what a double negative is in language? Where you use, like, say, she cannot score no points. Like, that's a double negative. Nothing cannot exist is a double negative. Yeah, we use double negatives playfully all the time, and a lot of, there's a lot of fun ways to say double negatives in language, and just people know what you mean, but it's still incorrect language. And
No doubt
and
about that.
and people are telling me, rebutting me from pointing that out. They're saying, doesn't matter if it doesn't match grammar, the notion still stands. And I'm like, no, it doesn't, because logic is like the reason why you have language. It's the law of identity. So you don't follow the principles of logic. You've got to be able to identify something, and the word nothing and cannot be in one sentence together, because when we use the word nothing, we're not saying a void of emptiness. We're usually giving a description, like AI says, AI ardent overlord, whatever he chooses to go by, uh, is a state of affairs in a particular like arbitrary like area space. Like you either have a cup there or there's nothing there, or you either have something on your table or you have nothing on your table. It's a state of affairs. Nobody's saying there's nothing on my table, so that means that there's a void of emptiness outside of space and time.
Yeah, Flurf, if you want to ask some questions, just come into the speaking panel. Flurf herder, you want to come ask us? We ain't afraid of no one. Come on up here.
I think
Yeah.
the best question to ask them is, are they presupposing the vacuum of space? Because if they aren't, then we shouldn't even be having this conversation, because they have nothing.
I dropped Flurf herder a mic. I don't know if he's gonna come up here or not, but there that
Are you
is.
gonna drop the mic or are you gonna throw a mic at him?
I tried to chuck it at his forehead. I'm aiming for it between the eyes, but don't know if I'll hit him or not.
Facts.
Bullseye.
Facts.
Yeah, can I come in again?
It
Yeah, Mike.
depends. It depends.
I want to go back to that electrostatic argument.
Oh
I watched
boy.
a video a couple of years ago, and there was two people who were high up on a canyon somewhere, and they said, "Look at this." They put their hand out, and they got sparks coming off their fingers.
Static
certain areas.
electricity.
Yeah, but that was because of a storm that was taking place, and they say that usually if that happens, you better take cover, brother, because you're about to get hit with electricity coming from that lightning bolt. That's a
Well,
deadly
yeah, it
sign.
didn't look
Like it,
stormy, but yeah,
yeah,
that could be an explanation. Yeah,
yeah.
I'm sure you can get electrostatics in a storm.
No,
It
no,
can
no,
blow your head
no.
off.
No, remember what I said, that those two things are being misused and conflated as the same thing. Like electrostatics would be intermolecular and intramolecular forces. You know, have you heard, here's a way that I think about it when I'm trying to, at least, cuz I'm not some expert and I just know a little bit, enough of it to know that it's not being used correctly. Think about, have you heard when a woman becomes, like, upon um, conceiving a child, that there's a bright light in her womb? Like that would be like something forming there, a life being formed. The light is within like like that's within the inter and intramolecular forces going on. So think about how the embryo of the child is being kept together, like the structure of the child is being kept together on a molecular scale. Electrostatics is the reason why the formation of, like, a fetus in the womb. I don't like using fetus. Any animal or person or whatever, when they're pregnant, like that is keeping the form of the child intact for who knows how. God is the reason why it it knows how to form, what to form in whatever scenario. So that is something that you need to uh, think about, I guess, in that sense. Like think about a womb and maybe a child growing and keeping the structure with the two arms, a torso, a head, the legs, the feet. That would be your inter and intramolecular forces at work. So that would be where electrostatics would be applied, not in the air doing whatever. Like, I don't know. That's not that.
We got some other people that are joining our listening panel, guys. If you want to come up here and have a discussion of how you think that the Earth is a globe, just raise your hand or ask request to speak. We'll bring you up here. You definitely can have a part in our speaking panel. So if you're in here, you want to talk about the Earth being a globe, put forth your claim and then back it up with some evidence. Let's see if you got what it takes to withstand a little bit of scrutiny from the panel. Anyways, we have myself, Alpha Veritas, Flatsy Klein, AJ, my co-hosts. Apocryphon's usually a co-host as well, but he's been under the weather. He's kind of sick. Lycurgus on the speaking panel, Creation Bear, Kingsley's a part of the speaking panel. Keith, welcome to the speaking panel. If you guys are out there, you want to join us, go ahead. This is 24/7 Flat Earth in a continuing series, episode number 15, Provocative AF. Uh, Go ahead and drop us a follow, guys. We appreciate everybody who's coming here. We're trying to get a little bit more well known on X so that we can get more information properly done for Flat Earth. We are a bit different than the other kinds of Flat Earth spaces that you've been to, in that we only want to provide you some consistent logical arguments and empirical evidence. So we want to do that for you guys so that you guys are not confused. How should I talk to these Globers, man? They're all over the place. We want to give it to you in a very coherent, consistent, logical way so that you can arm yourself with truth and not with just like 1,000 arguments that are convoluted. Because I get it, man. First coming into this whole thing, there was like so many bad arguments. There still is. Don't get me wrong. And a lot of these esoteric flat earthers are talking about like what the sun is made of and what's beyond the ice walls, and all of that stuff is just really replacement theology. They're trying to give the globers something to think about, and we're not doing that. We're here to challenge them in what they think about the earth as a globe, so that they can at least say that, well, shoot, I don't have an answer for the earth as a globe. There's nothing that's empirical that I can validate. But if you think the earth is a globe and you can validate something, come on up. I want you guys to um, just get a little brave, man. See if you can prove it to us up here. I know Lycurgus has been waiting. He's already done with his food. Now he's ready for some good old fashioned argument.
I'm arguing with them in the text.
Is
And
that what you're doing?
yeah, while I'm
Yeah.
listening.
Does anybody else have the courage to come up in 2024 and provide evidence that the Earth is a globe? Kind of wondering.
Well, I'm trying real hard because I'm just getting absolutely bombarded in my by Piper Australis and Tim. And
Piper, he's the top G, yo. Him
It's
and
top G.
well,
DC.
I've just called Piper out about 3 or 4 times now, and I've told him to come in here and
Nice.
debate me one on one. That I'd clear the floor,
Oh yes.
mute everyone up, and we can go at it. And he's finding every excuse under the book to come in here. He's where's his last one? Let me read it for you, Zol. Where are we?
That's to be expected, though. They're all talk. They're all barking, no bite, man. How disappointing.
Yeah, they just
How
want to keep
disappointing.
speaking crap in the chat. Yeah, they just bombard you with absolute garbage.
I want this to be one of those times where you're actually sitting back and listening to the globe Earth just unravel. AJ does really well, and Flatsy does too. APOC, myself, but we want to hear you guys when you're in here, just to kind of put us on like a podcast. Listen to them actually spiral out of control. That's interesting.
Yeah, he's
Have you used to be on Discord?
Yes.
I've
Over
probably
10,
come across you then
over 10 years,
years
bro.
ago. Yeah, I've probably still got. I'm probably still joined, but I don't often go on Discord now, so I've left it a bit. So we probably might have had a chat many years ago.
Well,
No.
there's a kind of a philosophy where in this day and age, where not your literal hands, but your, say, figuratively or figuratively, your hands are rated E for everyone. So everybody is free game. If they make a claim, they need to back it up. Boom.
Yeah, so if Flurf Herder's making an excuse, why do you guys only talk about the globe and 24/7 flat Earth? I'll read a little bit because he's too shy, maybe a bit bashful. He says, if I come up to speak, I want to speak about flat Earth. I've been trying to learn about the Earth in flat Earth spaces for 9 months, but the knowledge on flat Earth is extremely limited. Flat Earth only wants to talk about the globe. That's strange to me. Well, it's important that when we present evidence, we need to know your position first, Flurf Herder. If you don't have a position, we'll go ahead and tell you. But if you do have a position, you have to substantiate it with evidence. And if you can't substantiate it with evidence, we need to hear you concede and say, I don't know. It's as simple as that. And then we can present to you the information that the Earth is indeed flat and stationary. But if you don't have the information to substantiate the Earth as a globe, you don't have what it takes intellectually to have a discussion with this panel. It's as simple as that. If
Right.
you
You gotta.
do, come on up. Go ahead.
Yeah. Right. You gotta be able to examine self critique. Like, your internal critique is very important. You need to be able to be humble enough to say when you actually don't 100% know something, you just believe it because you've been taught it, it made sense to you. That's fine. That's all of us. At some point, we've all been the same way. But when you can actually do like an internal critique of all of the things that you know for sure and what you just believe, the list of what you know is pretty short. That's being humble and showing
Yeah.
humility.
My contention is that the Fleur herder doesn't know if the Earth is a globe. Now, you got to prove us wrong, and you do know what the Earth is as a globe. Come here, make your claim, provide your evidence, and then we'll go ahead and move forward with that. But if you can't do that, I think we have an issue. This isn't you saying, well, I'm complaining because I want to talk about flat Earth. No, there's an issue. The elephant in the room is that you can't detail to us or any other panel how you know the Earth is a globe. That's the problem. We're addressing the issue. That's what we do here. We address the issue. Then afterwards, once you actually concede and say, you know what, I don't know, then we can let you know anything you want to know about the Earth being flat and stationary. That's how we work here. We roll that way. So if there's no evidence you got to bring forward, why do we want you up here? If you're just going to want to hear our side and you're not going to want to stand for your claims, that's a bit one-sided, wouldn't you say? I would. So you're welcome to come up here, but you got to be ready to answer some questions. Then afterwards, yeah, we'll talk about the flat earth. Why not? Yeah, like I said,
Yeah, I
Fleur.
want to talk about the flat Earth. That would be so awesome, just to like have somebody like let us discuss your belief in the globe, and then get past that, and let's talk about flat Earth. But we got
Yeah.
to pass that level first.
Yeah, it's what I'm doing right. I'm calling you out, Fluffer, whatever your name is, Fluff Herder or whatever. I'm calling you out right now. If you're not able to come up here to the panel and to tell to us how you know that the Earth is a globe with evidence, then I don't think you're ready to have this discussion. Only people who are ready to do that can actually step forward and say, "I know how the Earth's a globe." But you might be too shy. I think is the problem we're having here.
Hey, Alpha. I have something to ask Flurf. Were you finished? Sorry.
Yeah, go on. Like yourself.
Flurf come up because I've been trying to find his post to me. Hey, how's it going, Flurf? So you posted to me about the theodolites, right? As a proof of flatness, or sorry, of sphericity. I can't find your post where you posted that to me, but this would be the room. It would be great if you could address that post, because it was one of those standard memes from FlatEarth.ws or whatever, where you were replying to me about what the shape of the Earth is, and that theodolites, measuring with theodolites, proves it.
Right, you can see the horizon lower from eye level with a theodolite. You can do that multiple ways, but the thing I want to talk about is flat Earth.
Oh darn! I was hoping you could address this. I guess I'll have to find it.
Yeah, he's got a
That's
one.
all the globe talk you're going to get out of me. All right, now we can go to
He's got a
24/7 flat
he's,
Earth talk.
He's got a one-track mind. He only sees that he wants to see. Fleur, that's the problem. You have a one-track mind, and you think because you feel entitled that everybody should capitulate to what you have to say. That's not how life works, bro. So you should understand your position very well. And with your position, thinking that the Earth is a globe, you should be able to articulate your point very well. If you can do that, then yeah, we'll talk to our heads off about flat Earth. No problem. But my contention, like I told you when you were listening, is that you cannot tell us how you know that the Earth is a globe at all. Zero. You got zero evidence for that. That's my contention. And I want to give you the floor so you can tell us that we're wrong and this is the evidence you have. Now, I don't care what you think we think. All I care about is you presenting the information coherently and don't get discombobulated. Stick to one point. Don't say 10,000 points. Just stick to one and say, let me start here. This is my evidence. Here you go. If we can do that, I think we're off to the races. But if you can't do that and you got a one-track mind and you only want to talk about what you want to talk about because you're entitled, then we're not going to get anywhere. It's pretty easy. If you're able to have the discussion, if not, I need to know. What say you, Flip?
Are you suggesting I'm the one that wants to talk about flat Earth and nobody else?
No, my contention is that you can't provide any evidence for the Earth being a globe. That's my contention. It's been to every globe earther that I've ever encountered. That you guys don't know if the Earth is a globe. You believe it, and belief is acceptance without evidence. Flurf Herder.
So are you saying that the only provocative as fuck conversation in here is going to be about the globe?
No, it's going to be about flat Earth, but first we got to get over the hurdle whether or not you can articulate the point whether you know the Earth is a globe or not. That's the first step. It ain't going to be your first step, which is what you want to talk about. That's entitlement. We don't do that. We start from the globe, and then after we exhaust every possibility that you think the Earth's a globe, then we can move on to flat Earth just fine. No issues.
I don't believe I'm any more entitled than anybody else in this space to hear about flat Earth.
That's fine. But if you think that your one-track mind is going to win the day, not going to happen, bud. You have to start with how you know that the Earth is a globe. State your claim. Put your evidence forward. Let's see if you have what it takes. Or are you just like every other globe earther? You're going to melt like a snowflake and stick to your entitlement. It's up to you. Prove to everybody here. We got 47 listeners. Can you do it, Flurf Herder?
Can I talk about how the Earth is not flat instead?
No.
Okay.
You can give us some evidence, like, or at least just tell us how you know it's a globe. That's it. If you can do that, or at least concede that you don't know and that you
Yeah.
just believe
I'll
that it's
take
a
I'll take
globe.
anything you got. What do you got? What you got for us, man?
I don't know.
I don't know. What? Come on, bro. You can do better
Bro,
than that. I
Flurf,
know
you
you can do
talk
better than
shit
that.
all day. All day you
like
just post against flat earthers, and you come
like
in. It's the
Kurgan.
first time I'm hearing your voice ever. You've never come into spaces. The first time I'm hearing your voice, we're in person, live, and this is the shit you're giving me. I'm so
He's gonna go look like Hergus is gonna lose his gourd. Bro, dude, just help us out here, man. Furf Herder. You got this, bro. The floor is yours. Can you do it?
Help me out. I'm in the 24/7 flat Earth space, trying to learn about flat Earth.
Oh, he's just resetting. Oh
That's cap,
my
bro.
god.
That's cap. He doesn't want to learn
If you
about
don't know
flat Earth.
nothing about flat Earth, you could just say that.
Oh, we
Oh,
No,
gotta
no, no. That's you, bro. Relax.
you don't know about the Earth being a globe. That's
we
my
gotta move
contention.
on if you don't want to concede that you just believe it,
Yeah.
or if you don't want to tell us how you know it is.
Huh?
No, I told
That's
you. I just want to talk about flat Earth.
yeah. He's giving up, Flatsy.
You don't know what
Wow,
that
that's
is,
so
dude.
stubborn. You're
Like Hergus,
stubborn and proud. That's
I
what you
tried.
are.
Like Hergus, I tried. He didn't want to present the information. I guess we're gonna have to deal with his entitlement. I guess at the end of the day.
We got
So it's
another
not
global.
entitlement or stubborn and proud to only want to talk about the globe?
It's
Fuck
entitlement because
gloves.
you think that the position you have has been solidified by any empirical means, and it hasn't, Flurfherder. You're just believing in the Earth being a globe, and I said it before. Belief is acceptance without evidence, sir. That's what you
Hop
have
on
right
the
now.
bandwagon, man. Hop on the bandwagon of the globe.
Yeah, I'm.
Just do
Yeah,
it. Herd all the flurfers to the bandwagon of the globe. You know, that's just crazy.
we
That's
we
crazy.
demolish we demolish arguments, sir. And in this realm, you actually are looking like you don't have any substantiation for your claim. If you did, you'd be coming out bold and brash. You don't have anything, sir.
My
That's my
claim is the
contention.
Earth is not flat, and you cannot prove that it is.
Yeah, so you're resetting to your simple argument, which is not stating that you know that the Earth is a globe. It's like negating what you're doing, what you're trying to do, and of course, gimmicks don't ever work against me or any of the other panel that we have here. So if you understand that the onus is on you right now to provide the position that you have that the Earth is a globe to substantiate it, if you don't realize that, then we cannot discuss. All we got is your entitlement. That's it.
Are you implying that evidence of flat Earth is a gimmick?
No evidence that you have to present right now. The idea that you're only resetting to this notion that you want to only talk about flat Earth, that's a gimmick. Because what that's showing is your position is so vastly empty that there's nothing you can produce to us that's going to show that in reality the Earth is a globe. So you have to tell us about flat Earth. That's the only thing you can appeal to because you, sir, don't have any information to substantiate that the Earth is a globe. So you're gonna reset. Well, what are you saying? That the Earth can't talk about the Earth being flat? No, I'm saying you don't know that the Earth is a globe. So you keep using this argument to mask the fact that you can't talk about globe.
Right,
You're
you're
masking.
appealing to the format, which is really weird. You're in our, or let me not
I'm
say our.
appealing to the
I'll say,
format.
yeah, you're appealing to the format of the space, which is Alpha Veritas' space. The way that he has approached the arguments, the way he wants to do that, is the way he will do that in his space, and you should respect that. Either comply to his. It's like being in someone else's house. When you're in someone else's house, you're respectful. You follow the rules of their home. You don't go around acting amuck in someone else's home. You're respectful. So that's what you should do here, like it's somebody else's home, not yours.
Just for the listening audience, we've been asking Flurf Herder to produce evidence that the Earth is a globe, and it seems like the guy who really is staunchly thinking that it is a globe doesn't have any evidence to substantiate the claim that it actually is. How sad. Now, like Kyrgyz had his hopes up because he never heard his voice. He never thought he could come up to the speaking panel because he's always avoiding coming up here. But now that he's here, he's not going to tell everybody how he knows the Earth's a globe. And he's been staunchly defending the fact that he thinks that it's a globe in the text channels. Now look at him now, guys. Empty. No evidence. It's just like I said. I said it. There he is. And I told him I would give him the floor. Just substantiate the Earth as a globe. Can't do it. So now I have to move on to maybe P-Dubs. Maybe P-Dubs can do it because Fluff Herder, he struck out. Go ahead, P-Dubs. How is the Earth a globe, sir?
That name
You
is
know what?
copywritten, sir.
If you don't mind. Oh, sorry.
I just wanted to clear the record and make sure that everybody knows that I came in here to 24/7 Flat Earth Fridays, whatever.
Fridays?
Space, Flat Earth, whatever day it is, to learn about Flat Earth.
I think you're
You
lost on your
challenged me
globe,
and Mike
buddy.
to talk about Flat Earth, and you only want to talk about the globe. So my claim in the beginning is totally spot on. And
This is
Totally
a different
spot on.
kind of room, Flurf.
go on, P-Dub.
Flat Earth Fridays. What is he thinking? He's lost,
used
dude.
It's all the
Like
same.
Kurgus, help him out, bro. You don't know where he is.
Does Alpha sound like a really deep voiced black dude
Yeah, facts, bro.
talking
all the same to
slow?
me.
Like,
Fuck you
well,
mean? Fuck you mean?
you know, I can't do a good
Listen, though.
dub piece.
The thing is, right? You could easily just come forward and say that you don't know that the Earth is a globe. You just believe it. You could just easily say that. Everybody would be fine with that. Everybody would. All you got to do is say it.
Yeah, stand on business.
I did. I said I didn't know earlier.
Oh, okay. There you go. Like Kurgus. Like Kurgus. Did you hear that? Like Kurgus.
Sorry,
hope you
no,
were
I
getting
missed
a
it.
peanut-
I'm arguing with retards.
No, bro.
Sorry, bro. Sorry, I should
Aw.
have been paying a better attention.
Dude, it was a crux. All right, go ahead, Flurf. If you want to, you can say it again.
I wanted to know if you're willing to say that about Flat Earth now.
What did you say? Because like Kurgus missed it.
Say what? I'm gonna have to listen to this again.
He said that he didn't know.
He didn't know what?
I said it twice and you haven't said it once, so you don't know about Flat Earth and you don't know for sure that it's not flat.
No, buddy.
No,
I
no,
told
no,
you. I
no,
laid
no.
it out for you. Didn't I lay it out for you? Very nice and clean. Like it was so.
Yeah, all about the format. I respect the format. I really do. I'm actually
Yeah. So
I
you
respect
can
it so
see
much. I'm using it and turning it around and using it against you.
you can't
Turn
do
it-
that in somebody
he's
else's
turning-
home.
He's turning it around against you, Flat. Okay, all
Silly
right, well.
goose. Okay, let's go over this format again.
Oh, I'm not
You
allowed
either-
to use your format.
No.
against
Flare
you?
Herder, hush now. Either you tell us
My
how you know it's a globe, or you concede that it is just a belief. Okay, and then we can talk about flat Earth. But if you're just going to be stubborn and not concede, or you're not, okay, yeah, go ahead, emoji it up. It's fine. Or you can tell us how you know it's a globe. That would be great. We want to know. We're here inquiring.
Just for the record,
I
like
know
Kurgus.
it's not flat, so it has to be a globe.
Yeah. So hold on a minute. Let me talk to like Kurgus. You missed it, bro. Out of all this time that he's been in those text channels, like arguing about the Earth being a globe and all that, he just admitted he doesn't know that it's a globe. Guys, we have 48 people listening right now. Did you guys hear Flurf Herder say that? It is amazing. That is
I know
awesome.
it's not flat, so it has to be a
freaking
globe.
awesome. That's so amazing. I love it.
So you know, he just said that he knows it's not flat, so it must be a globe.
Yeah, he did
Wow.
say that.
That's not true. It could be a concave.
Flurf Herder, you know what? Even though you've been kind of spicy in the text channels, man, I don't know, man. I think I'm getting warmed up to you. That's all. I mean, I'm not gonna say too much. I'm just
pause.
I'm
just saying, man.
bit disappointed. I'm a little bit disappointed, yeah, with the argument he's presented here.
AJ feels it's a little bit lackluster, but I'm like, you know
Yeah.
what? If the guy says he doesn't know, I mean, by golly, he doesn't know, right? So.
Oh no, look, that's fine. It's fine to say he doesn't know, but when he makes statements like, "Well, I know it's not flat, so it must be a globe," I mean, come on, man. That's just embarrassing, yeah.
That's how it goes, isn't it?
No, it doesn't go. Doesn't go like that, bro.
That's not how it goes for flat Earth.
No, it doesn't go that way for flat Earth, bro. And even the argument itself, if you think that's the way it goes, just hang out here for a while. You'll understand what we do. Like you don't like. I guess maybe because you've been enjoying these other spaces that it just very esoteric and nobody's really talking about evidence. That's what gets you kind of like saying the things that you do. But the fact that you've said that you don't know, that is a huge win for critical thinking, bro. At least on your side. You know, P-Dubs, he wouldn't say that. The guy is a staunch Glober, man. He wouldn't say he
Actually, I
doesn't
came
know.
up here just to say that.
No,
But you're just
bullshit.
soapboxing for half an hour. You
That's
won't call on
lying.
anyone
That's
else.
lying. When have
No,
you
no,
ever
I'm
said
here.
that?
I'm literally here to say everything I know about the globe is totally based on presupposition and trusting authorities, and I've on experimentation I've never done. And so everything I know about the globe is fake. So please tell me about how you know the Earth is flat.
OMG, brothers. We got like that.
Are you going to
Is
do it,
this
or are you
real?
going to talk about? Are you going to talk about me saying that
I feel
I
like
don't
the
believe it
space
now?
has done something
Are you going to
magical
give
tonight.
the evidence for the flat Earth, or are you going
Hold
to
on.
talk about me some more?
Hold
no,
on. Oh, hold on, guys. I just want to say that something magical has
No,
occurred.
just tell me the evidence. Don't talk about all this. Tell me
Yeah,
the
but
evidence.
we have to because it's important, right? A lot of people don't realize.
No, you don't.
Yeah, a lot of people don't realize this. And if I have to keep pressing mute for many times that I do because you found a little hack away from it, I'm just going to keep doing it. Yeah, it's important to note that people don't realize that what just happened here. Two people that are staunchly in a position that they think that the Earth is a globe, they've admitted that there's no evidence behind it. Guys, high five all around, man. Right here. Put it right up top.
W's in the
Up
chat.
top,
W's in
baby.
the chat.
Up top, CB. I need a high five from like Kyrgyz,
Yeah,
Apocryphon,
W's
AJ.
in the chat right now.
Bro, come on. Like, come on, man. Can you not just appreciate what happened with these two staunch Globers, man? They both admitted there's no evidence, brother. They said it's on record. You guys, I don't know what else, man. Like, we're doing a hell of a job. That's all I gotta say. So
Yeah,
They're so
victory lap.
desperate. They're so desperate to hear just basic facts about reality.
Fact.
So
Let's hear those basic
desperate.
facts. I really want to hear about them.
Yeah, that
sure.
they would be willing to throw all of their beliefs, I would like to say beliefs, under the bus.
So, can you give the evidence now?
It's in the garbage.
Let's start dropping those flat Earth
Who
facts.
hurt you, bro? Who hurt you?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Flat Earth facts. So we're talking
Yeah,
about
like how did you come to the conclusion that the Earth is flat? Like what
Well-
scientists or science did you believe?
Science. Oh,
yeah.
here
So
we go.
the physics of water demonstrates
Whoa, whoa,
that.
whoa, whoa.
Well,
He just said something. He said
science.
Science. Like
Yeah.
what
Which
is it? What does
scientists?
science
your
have to
wig
do with
just fell
dating?
off.
Which groups of scientists have provided evidence and done experimentation to show that the Earth is flat?
Your wig
Okay,
just
what's
fell
the
off.
shape have to do with science, buddy?
Yeah,
See,
hold
this
on,
is why
P-Dubs.
we can't go on because of
Faith.
you
P-Dubs.
saying some dumb shit like that.
Oh,
Hold on.
shit. Oh,
Listen,
shit.
hold on a minute. I think he found his way. I don't know what type of little hack you have to negate when we mute the space that you can still talk, but it's not gonna fly, bro.
I just hit mic on. I don't know.
Nah,
I'm
you're actually
unmuted right now.
doing something. You're doing something. You've hacked spaces in some way that you're able to unmute the mutes.
I've hacked it on my
Let's
iPhone,
see.
dude.
Let's see. I want to test it out. All right, since you're not,
I can unmute when you mute.
See, he's able to unmute.
When you mute.
Yeah, but I will say, Alpha, I have seen this on another space. It was occurring on another space where I was a host for Conspiracy the other day, and we'd mute the space and people could still speak who had the speaker role for some reason. It must be a glitch on X.
Fair enough. I'm not really bugged about it.
No,
I'm
we're
not
not
bugged about it.
Totally, and I'm a hacker bot.
I don't care. I'm not bugged about it. All I'm saying, I didn't say that you're a hacker bot. I'm just saying, I think it sounded like you found a way around it. Anyway, that's not the case. I don't care. So listen, let's get back to what we were talking about. So it's important to note that you both stated that you don't know how it's been proven that the Earth is a globe, but we have empirical evidence on our side that the Earth is flat.
What is it?
Well, we're going to tell you right now. First of all, it's not.
You keep talking about it, but you're not telling.
Yeah. First of all, patience.
Get to it, big guy.
Patience is a virtue.
Stop.
I know. Get to it.
Stop
interrupting.
We've been waiting for hundreds of years.
Who hurt you, bro?
Stop.
Who hurt
waiting.
you?
Yeah, I can't wait. I'm really excited, actually.
T-Dubs, it's like a drum roll, bro. We got to
just listen.
It's like a drum roll. We got to
no evidence.
We got to roll up into it.
Evidence.
Yeah, we got to get it. Get some momentum going. Yeah,
just post it.
Like,
no, AJ, all you got to do is post.
Just like the drum roll at the beginning.
AJ, all you got to do is post your evidence.
So I usually frame it in three points, right? And these 3 points are different from my 3 points that I ask Globers. So these 3 points are actually solidifying the point for the affirmative that the Earth is flat. So what we're talking about is observation, measurements, and practical use. So in every way, we can demonstrate that the Earth has been utilized as a flat and stationary plane. So stationary, I would leave
That
that
doesn't
off to
mean
the
that
side.
that's a logical inconsistency there. That
No,
doesn't mean that it's
yeah,
flat.
would you just wait, hold on to your knickers,
No,
man?
no,
Like, why do
no.
you got to be like an
Because you
incessant
do it to
child?
me. You do it
Am
to
I
me.
doing it to you right now?
Oh, you do it to me when I talk about distances on Earth, don't you?
You have never spoken to me about this, Peter.
Get to your point.
Okay, so now you're the host now. Is that what's going on?
Get to your point, man. Come
Who
on.
hurt
People are
you?
waiting. You got 45 people
This
I'm
waiting.
guy,
genuinely curious. Who hurt you, bro?
this guy has some
45
real
people
problems.
waiting.
Right? Yeah, I know 45 people are here, but they're listening to me talk to you. And
Waiting for your evidence.
why do you got to interrupt, bro?
Dude, chill, bro. Chill.
I mean, just because you admitted the Earth, you can't demonstrate it
Waiting
as
for
a
your
globe,
evidence.
doesn't mean that you have to be an incessant child.
Waiting for your evidence.
Deflection.
Here's this. I could tell the audience while you're as a listener.
Deflection.
That's what we'll do.
Dude, you're corny.
Let's move him down to a listener because he can't stop.
Yeah, like you want to
Gotta keep-
hear it,
What
but
is
you
going
want to
on?
talk through the answer. Oh, that's
Why do
great.
you got to keep bringing up the globe?
All
So
right.
you want to
Because
ask a question and talk through the answer. Is that really the way you want to go? Is that your position?
I want you to get to the answer. Like
Yeah, but you
today.
can't let us get to it if you keep interrupting, right? That's a pretty fair assessment, right?
That was me.
All right. So if we're saying that the Earth can be observed, that's 3 points, right? Observed, measured, and practically used. So if we're observing the Earth locally, would you say that you can observe it as a topographical flat plane? Like, do you see any curvature that the Earth would be displaying if it was a curved surface? Looks pretty topographical, hills, valleys, and all that, but there's no curvature to be seen. So topographical planar surface. Yeah. Is that fair enough, Fluff Herder? Observationally,
No.
it looks. Say again?
No, that's not fair enough.
No. So where is the curvature being displayed at, sir?
When you go a far distance away from something and you look at it over, say, a flat
you can't
water,
do that.
you
Yeah,
can't see
but
the
that
bottom.
doesn't translate left to right. So you say that it's from observer point to a distance away from you, but that wouldn't translate from left to right ever. So something else must be
No.
going on, or you should at least consider other options
Yeah,
because it's not translating left to right.
I think the key
That's
part
a
of this.
transverse curve, and that's
Yeah.
going down by the same amount in 360 degrees.
Hold on a minute. Hold on. The key part of this, what you failed to understand, is when I talked about observationally, and you said that you have to go high enough. Now, the part that you don't realize that you just said is that you made a statement or a claim that you don't
No, I
have
said
evidence.
far enough away.
Yeah, how far?
Far enough that you can see curvature tangentially.
How
Yeah,
far?
how far? Is this your moment to shine, bud?
No way, bro. He has to Google it.
No, don't Google it, Flurf. Don't do it.
Said
Not
it
mid
depends.
argument.
Google's gonna let you down.
It
Just so
will
you
let you
know.
By
down.
sea level, how tall are you? How tall is the object?
No. You said from the surface. How
You
far
said you
away?
go far away.
Yeah, far away is not an actual
Why are
like.
you asking us how to answer your own
Yeah,
claim? What the heck?
far away is not a numeric value. By the way, Flurf Herder, it's not a numeric value. You got to give us some numbers, bro. How far away from the surface do you have to be?
He's just buying time.
Or how far
If you're
away?
at sea level on the beach, it's about 3 miles if you're about 6 feet tall.
No,
So
bro.
you can see.
Okay.
3 miles. Okay, so
Really?
Yeah, because your
really.
eye level is 6 feet above sea level, so you can see about 3 miles.
So what about at 1 foot of observer height?
Well, he said you can see about. Oh, hold on. He said you can see about 3 miles. Now we're gonna examine. I don't know where he's getting this information from, but like CB said, Google will let you down, bro. I'm just saying, like Googling is not gonna help. All right, so 3 miles. So can we test the claim geometrically if the Earth can be observed that the leading edge of the sphere would be observed at 3 miles? That where I don't know. I'm gonna put it to you this way, Fluff Herder, where you can see ships disappearing from the bottom up. You say 3 miles away? Is that right? I'm just going based on what you said is true, right? Is this true?
About that,
Flurf herder.
and also
Okay.
refraction.
Okay. So you're saying that I can see ships disappearing from the bottom up because due to the Earth's curvature at 3 miles, right? We got to stay consistent. Is that true?
About that far, yes. But
Okay.
there's also refraction.
Well, okay. How do we know it's 3 miles then if there's refraction? Are you adding an extra variable in here that we don't know if we're 3 miles or further or closer or what?
No, we all know about refraction.
We? What's refraction?
Refraction is when the light is scattered by the atmosphere over distance.
Yeah, how much?
That's not
Depends
refraction.
on the
There's a
atmosphere.
value. There's not. According to your idea that the Earth is a globe, there's a specific value. You don't know it, do you?
Specific value, no.
Oopsie. That's the important part of the information you should have provided. See, here's the thing.
No,
I'm
see,
always
the
getting you
thing
guys.
is that you're
What's the
denying
thing?
the fact that refraction exists completely.
No. Okay, so what is the distance for 3 miles? How much refraction is occurring? Go on.
Does refraction exist? Yes or no?
There is a specific numeric value or a formula that you're not stating. I'm waiting.
Yes or no?
You don't know, do you?
I told you.
You don't know?
I already told you I don't know.
Okay,
The
so then
specific
right. So the
for
formula actually go.
Yes or no?
The formula actually goes along with your idea of what you think refraction is. It's called terrestrial refraction. I
Answer
won't give
my
you the numeric
question.
value.
Does refraction exist? Yes or no?
You
Yeah,
don't realize you're exposing yourself, goofball. Because we've
the
been in here longer than you. That's our claim in the first place. You don't even realize
yeah,
it.
the idea that you're using this term refraction to state that something's occurring, it's called turbulence. It's not refraction. You're getting it misunderstood. So the idea that you think it's refraction or terrestrial refraction, as it would be proposed on the Earth being a globe, see, I know this and you don't, Fliff Herder. So I think this is what's hurting you right
So
now, is that you're not
refraction
able to
does
articulate your
exist, but
point.
you call it something else.
No, you call it terrestrial refraction, and it occurs with a
I call it
specific
something
value.
else, but it exists.
What's the formula that follows refraction?
Does it exist? Does
There's a
light
law of
distort
I think you're
through
not
the
refraction.
able.
atmosphere?
Yeah, he's not able. What's the law of refraction, Fliff Herder? He doesn't know either.
Hey, it starts with an S.
No, don't give it away. I don't give them an ounce of any information. I'll let them. This is the thing. It's your time to actually put forward the actual evidence to support your claim, but you're not doing so.
I'm
Fliff
asking
Herder.
about your claim, and you're not telling me
No,
anything.
this
You're
isn't.
reverting
Listen,
back to what I know about
yeah.
other things.
No, we're investigating the claim that the Earth is a globe. That's what we're doing right now. And because you think that it's curving at 3 miles,
I
we're
know you're
investigating that.
investigating the globe. I'm talking about flat Earth.
So,
I'm trying to learn about flat Earth.
I know, and we were talking about long distance measurements. What we can see in the distance negates the fact that you're saying that at a specific distance at 3 miles, you're going to have this Earth curvature, because we can see a lot farther than that. People have seen for
Do you agree
miles
that things
beyond that.
get blocked from view?
What's that? What did you say?
Do you agree that things get blocked from view?
Yeah,
Obstruction
that
occurs.
happens on flat surfaces.
Yeah, obstruction occurs, but it's not because of the curvature of the Earth. Yes.
It happens on flat surfaces.
Yes.
No, not really.
Yes. Yes. It
Yes,
does.
it does.
It's an optical phenomenon, sir. It
Yeah,
has
when
nothing to
you're
do with the curvature of the Earth.
yeah, when you're dealing with surfaces that are close to the observer, there's an angle of incidence to the surface that is close to you.
Yeah, so
So
we
you
do.
are standing. Sorry.
No, you go on. Let's see.
So you're standing on a surface, the Earth. So the surface of the Earth will have an angle of incidence often because you can't see forever due to optics, especially your own eyes. The optics of your eyes can't see forever, so you have a limited range of view, and the way that things in the distance will appear to you, like the surface that is close to you, will appear to um, kind of go towards a vanishing point. So if you're standing on a surface, that surface will rise up to appear to rise up to that vanishing point. If you're in a hallway and you have four surfaces surrounding you, then all of those surfaces will converge to a vanishing point.
Cool. Hey, I'm just gonna give a quick plug because we got some more people joining us right now. We got 55 listeners in here, guys. Appreciate it. We're live streaming right now on YouTube, and we're also here on X. We got 55 listeners here. appreciate everybody who's joining us right now. If you like what's being talked about right now, this is 24/7 Flat Earth in a continuing series, episode number 15, Provocative AF. We're talking to you right now, the Flurf Herder in the panel, as the person who's going to substantiate evidence for the Earth being a globe. We got on our panel myself, Flatsy Klein, AJ as my co-host, Pakrafan, who's joining us at the speaking panel. He's a bit under the weather, but he's usually a co-host of mine. Like Kyrgyz, Creation Bear, Yankee just joined us. Flurf Herders up here as well. Kingsley, Keith, and a lot of other people that are joining us listening. Guys, I would ask you and appreciate if you could just drop us a follow and continue to check us out. Also on X, check out the previous recordings that we have. I'm also on Discord. You can join us at my, just click on my profile. There's a link to our Discord and join our Discord as well. But alongside of this, we're talking to him about the Flurf Herder, that asking him for evidence of the Earth being a globe. This is what we do here. We ask for the evidence of the globe side, and then when they're not able to produce that, like he just declared earlier that he doesn't have any evidence for the Earth being a globe, then we start going into the evidence that the Earth is flat and also stationary. So we are talking about flat Earth at the moment, and that's where we're at with the conversation. Appreciate everybody joining us, and I'm going to go ahead and kick it back to Flatsy or AJ if you want to continue talking about Flurf. I'll jump into just announcing a quick plug.
For the record, I'm here to learn about flat Earth, not substantiate the globe.
Well, I just
That's a
gave you a
lie
bit of
anyway.
information that you don't seem to have. So there you go.
No,
We
that's
got somebody else.
It's been my position the entire time.
We got another speaker.
How are you
coming up.
guys? What's up?
What's your name, sir? Sorry, Flurf Herder. We're gonna talk to this guy real quick.
Me?
What's up, man?
Or
Yeah. What's up?
good,
I'm
good.
talking to you.
Oh, how are you?
Pretty good. What's your name, sir?
Abdullah. My name is Abdullah.
Okay, so
Yes.
we're asking people that are joining our panel if they think that the Earth is a globe or they know the Earth is flat. So which one is it for you?
Again.
Do
Can
you
you
think that
repeat?
the Earth is a globe or you know that the Earth is flat?
No. Let me think, please.
Yep, go ahead and think. While you're thinking, we'll talk to Flurf Herder. You can have a good think about that. Maybe just put yourself on mute, and we'll talk to Flurf Herder while you're thinking.
Because my English is not perfect.
Yeah,
Oh
that's
my
fine.
God.
Yep, that's fine. All right, go ahead, Flurf. We'll kick it back to you.
What can you teach me about flat Earth?
Oh, what do you want to know, bud? Well, like I said, observationally, it's looked at as a localized flat plane. So every glober that we've spoken to that are staunchly opposed to flat Earth will say that the Earth does locally look like a flat Earth. So on the local level, we already have that covered. Observationally, it appears that way. So when you go to the beach, you look at a flat horizon, don't you? Locally, you can admit that. Every glober can, because it's not admitting that the Earth is not flat, but they could still think of it as a globe. Just locally, it looks that way. Observationally, it could be thought of as that way. Would you agree?
Observationally, from the perspective of a small, tiny person on a large sphere, yeah, it would look flat.
Okay. Well, at least observationally, that's a great place to start. Now, like I said, I have 3 points. So the second one would be measurement. This one's a bigger doozy than the first one. Measurement would have to be substantiated in the case for like what we were talking about just right now. If the Earth is a globe. Oh, hold on. We got another guy coming up here. XRP Caddy. Are you there?
Yes.
What's going on, man? Welcome to the panel.
Hey, can I ask a couple of questions just for context?
I'm sorry, Yankee. Yeah, you had your hand up. Go ahead, man. Yeah, my bad.
Just for context, bro. I'm kind of new to the flat Earth thing. I've listened to you guys though, and it's
Awesome.
Interesting how committed to this you are. And I'm committed to, I guess, to globe Earth.
Good.
But I'm not a scientist. I just take it for what it is. But just for context, do you guys believe like the moon is real? Do you believe in the moon?
Yeah, so everything you can see observationally, we can agree with. There's no distinction between what you see and what I see. So we can go outside and everything you see, I'll say. If
Galaxies.
You say that,
you believe in stars, galaxies.
Well, yeah.
Listen.
What you can see is what we can see. But if there's something that they are,
Classy.
if something that they're telling you is there, like a story behind the thing that you see. Like Mars is a red planet with a nickel iron core and polar ice caps. All that stuff is a story attached to what you think
Land
you're
in the
looking at.
sky.
Do you get what I'm
You
saying,
got
Yankee?
lands that you
Satellites?
can
You guys
land
believe
on
in
in the
No,
sky.
no,
satellites?
no, no.
That's
It's not a,
crazy.
listen, sir. It's not about a belief. Okay, this isn't. We don't deal in beliefs. Belief is an acceptance without evidence. We don't deal with that. This group, amongst all the other flat Earth groups that you're probably going to come across, deal with straight facts, empirical evidence. Now, if you're willing to talk about that, this foolish notion that we're negating the fact that observation has been done by everybody, we can see things, I think you're being a little silly, to be honest. Now, let's get down to the facts. What questions do you want to ask, if there's any? Let's
Well,
not be
no, you
silly, sir.
answered. You've answered several of them. So, because I have heard flat earthers who believe that the moon is an illusion, that
Who
it's
cares?
Oh,
not
Yeah,
actually
who cares?
real. That it's
Who cares? Let's stick to the facts.
well, that
that's
is a
crazy.
branch.
Isn't
Okay,
that
so how
crazy
do
though?
satellites work? If the
Satellites,
Earth isn't a globe,
yeah.
how do
So
satellites
we're
work?
not concerned with the technology that people talk about within the realm of what they think satellites are. It's kind of foolish to get into a derivative topic of where they think satellites are because they're in a location which can't be substantiated by the globe earther. We're not talking about that. It's a derivative argument. Let's talk
Because
about
I'm sorry.
let's talk about
Like
what can.
orbiting,
Yeah, or
you don't
nobody's
think that's a thing?
sir. Nobody's ever seen an orbit. Do you know what an orbit is?
Yeah.
I'm gonna state it to you. What's an orbit, sir?
Well, I mean, just a novice understanding of it.
All right, well,
It's
what's an orbit?
there's the gravitational pull, and so something will orbit within a gravitational pull, right? It'll just go
Goes
around.
Can
around the
that
other thing.
happen over a
Yeah,
flat Earth?
something goes around something else. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. When have you ever seen that?
Well, I haven't. I haven't seen
Okay.
it. It's just my basic
Can
understanding of
right.
how
So
satellites work.
right, that's fine. When
And
has
planets.
when I know Yankee. When has anybody ever seen an orbit?
What about and then
Sir,
circumnavigation?
can
How
you
does
answer
that
my
work?
question? Can you you just jumped to another question, brother. Answer
Well,
my question.
I can't give you a definitive answer because
So
I
then what would be the
personally,
most
I mean,
intellectually
all I can
honest
go by.
Yankee? What would be the most
You can
intellectually
say
honest
no.
position?
You can say you haven't.
Yeah, what would be the most intellectual honest thing to say when you don't know something?
I don't know. I thought I
Right.
said I don't know.
Right. No, you didn't say that. Now you did. You didn't before. So nobody's seen an orbit, which you think exists.
Well, right, I do. I mean,
Okay.
just from what I've been told, and so obviously that could be biased. So,
Okay.
like,
Yeah.
I'm not closed off to you guys.
I know
It's
that's
just like,
fine.
what about like
I'm just pointing those things out. That's all I'm doing. I'm just guiding you to
the
the
moon? Certainly seems
I
to
would
work
like to point out that
within like.
nobody's seen the dome.
yeah, Flurf, we're not into. Okay, here's what I don't like. When I'm speaking to somebody that other people are interjecting with another point, I want to let the gentleman who I'm speaking to fully understand that he's got my attention and that they're able to answer or I ask me any questions and I'll respond to them. But if we get somebody that's just going to interject, that's not going to work for us. So
I'll try
Yankee,
to do my best.
Yankee, go ahead.
Well, I guess then, like, because I'm curious if the Earth is flat. Obviously, north and south, we've got some boundaries, right? Antarctica, the North Pole. Those are kind of walls, right?
No,
They're not.
no.
No,
There's
the Garden of Eden.
hold on. Who's interjecting in my response? Yeah, just hold off a minute. Whoever's saying that. All right. So what we're speaking of is what we can know for sure, right? What can be empirically evidenced. So what can we know? Is it true to say that we're talking about this idea that you think that these walls that exist are put up in some way in some type of map that you're thinking about, whether it be globe or flat, whatever map you think is going on?
Well, I guess the map I'm thinking of makes sense, which is a global map. So the
Yeah.
poles, the North Pole, Antarctica, those they're froze. So that seems like a logical kind of.
Yeah, I get it. But
You can't. But
what I'm
what about
asking
like
though,
circumnavigation? Let's
Yankee. No, we're not. Listen, and I know these are pressing questions for you, but I want to take it to where all of these things that you think are happening on top of a spherical Earth have to be proven by first proving that the Earth is a sphere. You can't talk about what's happening on the spherical Earth if you don't have a sphere in the first place. So let's talk about how you know the Earth's an actual oblate spheroid. That's the most important thing that you have to point out, whether you know that's true or not. And then we can get into what things are working on this idea that you think you live on an Earth that's an oblate spheroid. So first, how can you prove to me that the Earth is an oblate spheroid?
Well, I can't. Listen, bro, I'm a
Okay.
history major. I'm a mid-level management dude. I'm not a
It's okay.
scientist.
No, but
I'm
check
not an astronomer.
I'm not
I'm not an
Yankee.
astronaut. I
Yankee, I'm
can't
not
prove these things,
I
and I
know,
hate
Yankee.
math, so I
Yankee,
don't
I
know.
get it, man. I mean, you might be somebody in academia. You whatever position you took to teach people is something that you know really well, right? All I'm saying is that when people have this idea about cosmology, is that they're not realizing that they think it's a foregone conclusion. They don't realize that any of the information hasn't been substantiated. So they're taking a position of ignorance. And this is
Yeah,
all I'm bringing forward to you. I
yeah.
just want you to
Here's
Oh no,
know.
and I hear you, and I understand that position, and that's actually a very reasonable
Mhm.
position.
the-
And I guess I'm just throwing the same thing back is so if you guys are saying the Earth is flat, right? Relatively flat.
Well, okay. When we
let
say
me.
flat, yeah, hold on. When we say flat, it has to be something that is understood what we mean. Now, the actual Earth isn't like a 2D plane that's flat. It's not what we're saying. The 2D plane that we're speaking of is the measurement from mean sea level off to any distance on land to get like an elevation profile. So if you know topographic profile or elevation profile, if you've ever seen that, it looks like you can type that into Google if you want to know what that looks like. It's like a 2D cutout
No,
of,
no,
or
I know
3D.
what you're saying
Sorry.
exactly. Yeah.
Anyway, in order to get mean sea level measurement, you have to establish that vertical point from the rise and fall of tides, and then across the surface of the Earth, we're going to have like a horizontal plane that extends outward. That horizontal plane is what we refer to as the plane that we reference is flat Earth. That's flat Earth right there. Everything that nature references is flat Earth. So when you are hanging a picture up on your wall and your little spirit level, is adjusting to something, what those spirit levels is referencing is the Earth's the Earth's flat plane, which is flat Earth essentially. So I would say this: water displays no convexity on its surface over large bodies. So you'll have like the idea that you can look into this information I'm going to talk about: hydrostatic equilibrium. So it's going to show that water at rest displays no convexity because of surface tension. Now this is important, right? You know that water is takes the shape of the container that it's in, and the surface of that container, if it's open, it's going to display the water being flat. So we understand some simple facts is that water also helps us understand, the level plane of the Earth. It's going to conform to that level plane over large bodies with surface tension. Now, when it's undisturbed, it will always display that. Now, flat Earth is the way that we describe the Earth that we are on is a horizontal plane. So the topographical horizontal plane that you're standing on right now, from any position that you point outward to like any cardinal direction, would mean that somebody's across that horizontal plane to your position. They're not antipodal to your position on a spherical Earth, because in flat Earth we understand nature follows this horizontal plane that we reference. So hopefully I'm striking a chord with you here because I'm speaking reasonably to you. I'm not telling you to think of something different. That's how we understand the Earth to be measured. It's measured as a horizontal plane based on what we consider flat Earth to be. Flat Earth is the measurement from mean sea level off to any part on land as a horizontal plane that we reference, sir. It's not the actual land itself. The land itself has topography, which gives us the understanding that it's not a flat plane like as an Earth that the land is flat. It's that the thing that flat Earth references is the flat plane that we measure from mean sea level. So that horizontal plane that we orient ourselves with would be the Earth's representation of how it's following that plane. Flat Earth. Am I getting too ahead here with you, or are you keeping up with what I'm saying?
No, I'm not keeping up. I've got a
Uh,
few,
that's
so
fine.
Can I?
excuse me. But I mean, you're
That's
making
fine.
you sound very reasonable, and you sound like an incredibly intelligent individual. By no means would I argue with you anything. I'm just
Sure.
asking questions. So here's another one. Let's say I'm in Chicago, right,
Mhm.
and I just head due west, and I stay on this line. I do not deviate.
That's not
Will I
a
come
thing.
back?
That's
Will
not.
I come back to Chicago?
That's not a thing, right? Because, well, yes, you
What do
would,
you mean it's
because
not a thing?
you're not going in a straight line. You're going west, which
What?
is
Why can't I go in a straight
All
line?
right, wait, hold on. I think context needs to be done here, right? So context. In
yeah,
order for you,
exactly.
in order for you to travel from one place to another, how do you travel? Like, let's say large distances, right? What do you use to navigate, sir?
This is hypothetical.
No. We're not
No, no,
hypothetical.
no. We're using
Listen.
reality.
We're realists. We're realists, right? Everything has to be done in an
Well,
empirical
Anything's
means.
possible
we're
hypothetically.
using the most
Yeah.
precise GPS tools known to man.
All right.
That's what I'm using
All right.
to walk from Chicago around
That's great.
due
Not
west
walking.
nonstop.
Yankee,
One.
Yankee, I want you to realize something, right? Every time you talk about something, that thing that you talk about references something else. So I'll give you an example. If I say I have a compass, the compass, I'm not just going to use my compass and say I'm following my compass. The compass references something else. So what are you using? GPS? What is GPS
Well,
reference?
okay, let's say, there's an error of like 20 miles
No, we're
one
not
way or
saying.
the other.
Listen, Yankee, let's not get ahead of ourselves, man. You're putting the cart before the horse. You want to talk about the end already. We're not looking at the end of the book. We're talking about the beginning. How do people learn to go from one place to another without having to figure out how they navigate? You can't just say, I go from here to there and there you be. How did you get from that place to the other? What was the method in which you followed? And let's talk about this logically, sir. There's no reason to get ahead of ourselves. How did you go from LA to Chicago? What was the method of travel? What did you use? What did you reference? Did you say GPS?
Well,
What did GPS reference?
Well, I mean, I'm trying to think about it logically, and let's
Okay.
go way back. I mean, let's go back to like the Portuguese or the Spanish, who were kind of the masters of circumnavigation, right? And they used the stars. That's how they kind of adjusted where they were. And obviously, the America or the Indians were called the Indians because they thought they were going to India, right? But he just went due west and he came up upon the new world, right? But let's say you just keep on going. Eventually, he actually would have gotten to India. Like if they picked up their ships and they crossed over in Panama, put back down into the Pacific, and then kept on rocking, they would have hit India, right?
Yeah,
Or no?
I do want to engage you, but we have some hands up, so I'm just gonna let the hands get cleared out. So Flatsy and Kingsley, I think you have your hand up, so I don't know if you want to go first. Kingsley and then Flatsy, or Flatsy and then Kingsley. I don't know. You guys pick.
I'll go.
Hello? Go
Okay.
ahead.
Yeah, because I really want to say this. So your antipolar position or antipodal positioning would only actually, it's not, it's only in your mind. It's only your imagination. So really, it's relative to where the sun is on the earth. And your cardinal directions would be in circles of equal elevation around a certain point, which would be north. That's your kind of, uh, let's say, your way of positioning yourself. So you're not going to be able to travel in a straight line. You're going to have to adjust and continuously do that to even end up back where you started. And you're not even going to be able to do that in one go. You're going to have to do that with, stop, refuel, and whatnot. And whatever else logistically that you would have to do something like that, right? You're not just walking in a straight line. You're not just traveling in straight lines. Nobody does that. Actually, if you tried to walk in a straight line, you'd end up going in a circle. Okay? And you wouldn't end up back where you are. You would just, or
Yeah, but
maybe you would.
let's
Who
not give them.
No,
knows?
Let's
I
not.
think
Hold on. Hold on.
I
Hold on.
understand
Hold
what you
on.
guys
Hold
are
on. Hold
saying.
on.
You're
Hold on.
saying we go circular.
Yeah,
We
wait a
always
minute.
end up going
Wait.
circular.
No. Let's not give up too much of what he doesn't understand. We can't take a position yet when he doesn't understand how things are. We got to start from the beginning, Flatsy. There's no way that we could give him this much. He doesn't know.
So, like you guys, there's no true north, true
No,
south,
no.
east, none of that stuff. You
Wait a
don't.
second. Wait a second. So I need to know how you travel on the surface of the earth. What are you using to travel?
Well, let's say we're in the 15th century,
No,
right?
we're not
So
in
I
the
guess
15th century. This is 2024,
let's
Yankee.
go there.
Yankee, I don't want to. I want to talk to you specifically about being real. What do you use to travel, sir?
My feet and my vehicle.
Okay.
Sometimes a boat if I'm lucky and it's
That's
a good
fine.
weekend.
I know this is feeling a little bit trollish for you because you want to get light with it. That's fine. I can bypass that. I'll give
No,
you
you guys are
I'll give you that.
hardcore with it though. I guess here's
Yeah.
my fundamental question.
No, we're
What
not
does
going to
it
go to your
matter?
another question, sir. You're entitled right now thinking that you can ask all the questions and you haven't responded to mine. I think that's unfair. You're being a bit unfair right now and a bit obtuse if I'm being honest. So, let's get back to it, right? If you're saying you're traveling over the surface of the earth, what are you using, sir?
If I'm traveling over the surface of the earth, I'm using my feet.
Okay. So your feet are going in a straight line? Is that how you want me to formulate this?
Well, I mean, I think it's theoretically
No, they
possible,
ain't.
isn't it?
So
I don't know. Seems
so
like it.
No.
seems like it. Okay, you sound like you're unsure though, Yankee.
Well, I guess, yeah, you're putting doubt in my head. I mean, I
No, I
feel
think you're
like,
putting doubt in your own head. I'm pointing out
Murph.
the
no, I
fact that you're
feel
using
like
what?
there's
Murph.
certainly a way to go one straight direction. I
And
feel like
then
that
Okay,
is not
all
an
right.
impossibility.
All right,
it is impossible.
let's put that to the test. That's what I'm doing right now with you. I don't want to like I know everybody wants to they're chomping at the bit to give an answer to this guy. Don't do that.
I know you guys like rehearse this stuff.
No, I don't want I'm talking to my panel. Don't be chomping at the bit to give him an answer. Listen to him how he speaks. This is important. It's a teachable moment for him. He's an academic. So he has to know when
I'm not an academic
didn't you say you
at
were a
all.
history or some
I'm
type of English
no, oh
professor?
no, I 20 years ago I majored in history, but no, I'm blue collar management, bro. Like
Oh,
I'm
that's
not
great.
an academic by any stretch of the imagination.
That's great. All right. So now that we've established that you're not an academic, you're trying to look at this logically, and I'm giving you the means to do it, right? So let's focus on that. Walk the path of logic with me. If you're going to say that you're going from one place to another and you're not using anything to use for guidance, let's say, how you're traveling the earth, what are you using for guidance? Not your feet. You've said it before. I'll state it if you don't want me to, or if you want me to. It's GPS. That's one of your answers. What else can we
Well, yeah,
use?
or stars. Like, I mean, I
Or
personally
stars.
couldn't use the stars to navigate, but I mean, I know that's, there
What?
are those who were skilled in that art, right?
I know, but what I'm asking you, it's personal to you. How do you figure that you can do this specific thing that you said you can do? Or hold on,
If I
Yankee.
was
Hold on,
lost in the woods,
Yankee. I'm not done yet. Or is this a hypothetical that you're posing to us, as in perhaps this could be done like I can go in a straight line? I don't know. I'm just saying. Are you saying this as a hypothetical, or do you think you really can go in a straight line? Which one of those is it? Hypothetical or real?
well, personally, I believe it is possible. Yeah,
Okay.
I do believe that. I mean, I might be wrong, but like,
No, that's fine.
listen,
We've
without any navigational tools, I guess I would use the sun as my due, right?
all right.
Where the sun sets, that is
Right.
direct west.
So let's say,
So that's
let's say you're getting practical now. That's fine. Practicality is, I think, what we would say is probably best. Stick to something that's practical, that's easy to use, you can reference that probably wouldn't get you lost if you use it, right? So now you're saying, well, if I'm going in a straight line, I would use the sun. Is that correct? Is that what you're saying? In order for you to go, because I'm following the premise of your argument, the stance that you're saying. I go in a straight line and I come back to that same place if I keep going in a straight line. That was your argument, yes?
yeah, fundamentally, I think so. Yeah.
Okay. Now we're kind of investigating. How do you know you're going in a straight line? That's the next step. That's what we're doing right now. Right now, that's what we're doing. You following?
I am following.
Okay.
Yeah.
So from you're taking off, you're going to use the sun to go in a straight line. Is that what you're doing?
Well, within reason here.
Well, what does that mean?
Like, so when I see the sun rise, I know that's my direct east. I see the peak of the sun. That's due east to me. Now, I'll try to stay on a direct
Try.
horizon.
No, try. Okay, Yankee. We're not.
Obviously, it's going to be difficult. I
That's
mean,
what. That's
these
what.
are
Thank you, Yankee. That's the point. We're actually exposing the fact that you've never thought about this, and in this conversation, at least you're doing a little bit of critical thinking and figuring out the actual truth that it's difficult. This is the reasoning behind why we're saying what we're saying. It shouldn't be shrugged off and looked at as, oh, these guys are dumb, dude. No, I'm asking you realistically, what method would you have to use to actually get from point A to point B in a straight line, sir? And you're saying it's difficult. No, duh.
Well, no, I've never said you guys are dumb. Clearly, you are
Fine.
very intelligent.
Fine.
You'll never hear me say anything like that. Like I said, I am biased.
I know,
but that's how I was raised,
I
right?
know,
So,
but
like,
I'm just trying to reason with you,
I was
Yankee.
just
That's
trying
all.
to get context. I'm trying to figure out exactly where you guys are coming from on certain key issues.
Right, and this issue
I
about
can't tell you how to,
So-
map the world.
Yeah, so think about it. And I know you're not doing any of that. What I'm saying is, when we try to reason with each other, we're actually getting somewhere. So now I'm understanding your thought process behind the idea that you think that you could travel in a straight line, which in fact you've stated in the context of our conversation, it would be difficult. According to you, this is what you've laid out for us. Yes?
Yes, but
Okay.
circumnavigation.
All right. Yes, by circumnavigation. Now that would be a difficult process. You don't think it's right now it's pretty much of a pickle for you to think about how it can be done, right?
Well, I don't think it's a pickle. It's not
Really?
something I'm versed in.
Okay.
Circumnavigation is not something I'm versed in, but certainly our ancestors were.
And if you think that your ancestors were trying to figure out how they can walk in a straight line, do you think that straight line was something that they know that they're doing? What is the thing that they're referencing for a straight line?
Well, they're
Oh, that's a
referencing the
great
planets,
move.
right? So when you left Barcelona
Mhm.
and you wanted to go to the New World, how did you go that way?
Don't ask
How
me.
did
I'm
you
asking
get
you.
within a very minute, as far as the globe is concerned? It's a huge place, right?
Mhm.
But you want to go from Madrid and end up around Cuba. You want to get in the ballpark, right? They're and that's circumnavigating, and they're using the stars, and they're judging where they are on the ocean based on the stars and
Yeah.
their alignment.
Yeah, we're getting
I
to some good
couldn't do
stuff.
it. I could not do it, but they certainly did,
Yeah.
right? You'd agree with
Yeah,
that.
I agree. That's you're not saying anything incorrectly. Of course, we understand, celestial navigation has been performed by the ancients, but that's not the point here, or at least in context, what we're talking about. What we're trying to, you and me, reason with each other is how is it possible to walk or go in whatever method of travel in a straight line, Yankee? And I'm trying to pose to you that it can't be done. Straight lines on the earth, like the idea that you're traveling in a straight line is a model, is a type of idea that's been shown to you on a map projection. This map projection has put something in your head that you think it's possible in reality. When I'm telling you in reality, it would be a very difficult thing, and you agree with me. You're trying to figure out, man, I don't know how they did it. Yeah, I
Well,
know.
no, I agree with you. That would be virtually impossible, right? To go in a straight line.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, it'd be very hard. Obviously, that'd be very hard.
If damn
But
near impossible, like if somebody thinks that.
within maybe 100 miles or so,
No, and I'm not saying. Listen, yeah, you could say within a tolerance. It's not really the point that we're getting to. We're actually talking about straight lines. That whole concept has been brought to you by the idea that the Earth is a globe with this like circle that's going around the globe, and you're like, oh, that makes sense. Yeah, I know. This is an ideal type of situation, but you don't know that logistically in reality. You're not able to provide that evidence. Like, I'm giving you the actual like floor to do it. I want you
And
to tell
even
me.
in the globe
Go ahead,
model,
Laker.
straight lines aren't straight; they're curved, right? So even
Of
there, it's
course,
not
of
a
course,
straight line.
of course. And a lot of it has to deal with what you've been brought up to think. Like you said before, you have identified that you have a bias. I get it. I'm not saying that's wrong. I'm just saying it doesn't give you a solid understanding. It gives you more like well, I think this could work, right? Kind of a way to look at it, and it just isn't like always. I'm using this term a lot. This that doesn't win the day, bro. You have to actually get to the point that you actually know what you're talking about. And I mean, brother, you got to know. You can't just say that this is
Okay, that I guess that's where we go to this point then, and because I'm with you, I do
Okay.
not know, and I don't profess to know anything by any stretch of the imagination. But
Mhm.
so let's say the Earth is not spherical,
Okay.
and you head due west. Aren't you eventually you're gonna run up against an edge, right?
No, I
If
would
it's
say,
not a sphere,
yeah, not that's not the okay. So the way we navigate is important. How are we navigating? See, I always go back to sticking to what's real, right? Because when somebody traverses from point A to point B on the surface of the earth, they're referencing something. Yankee, I'm being real, right? Like you're not just gonna say I'm taking off from here to there and I'm gonna wind up there. How did you get there? What did you reference? What is the method of travel? Right? That's the most important thing for you right now. What is the method of travel, Yankee? What did you use to reference? Like you said, you were talking about the
we
sun.
established it's my feet.
No, not your feet. Of course, right? That would be. But I'm saying, what did you reference? What was the guiding light for you to get to the from
The
point A to
sun,
point
yeah.
B? So now that to the sun. In your case, you're thinking, I can use the sun. Well, other people they use a compass. Some others use a sextant, celestial navigation. There's a lot of methods of ways that they reference certain devices and things that will help guide them to the next place. What I'm asking for is because they're referencing these methods or these devices, right? Then what are those devices referencing in of themselves? Like, of course, the sextants. You're looking at angle measurements to stars. With the
Ground
compass,
ground positions to stars, not necessarily like you don't have to know where those stars are, but their apparent positions have ground positions.
yeah. So everything references something else, right? So with the compass, that references what? What does the compass reference?
The poles.
Right. So the magnetic north. You're getting
Right.
the reading on the
But
compass.
I can't get past this. If it's not a globe, there must be edges.
No, we're not. Listen, you're concerning yourselves with too much of what you've heard from these fantastic stories about edges and stuff. Like,
There's Jedi.
yeah, Jedi, if you're there.
What's up, guys?
Oh
What's up?
man,
What's up?
there you are.
Well,
Your internet.
is the moon flat or is the moon
Nah,
spherical?
I think you just hold on to your horses there, bud. Like, you want to ask a whole bunch of questions, don't you, Yankee?
Well, I got it's a fascinating
Yeah,
subject. It really is.
I'll
It's
let
very
Jedi
interesting,
take over
and
for a
you
while.
guys are
Can we
passionate
quick?
about it. I'm gonna go back to listening. God bless, guys.
Wait, wait,
It's
wait,
interesting
Yeah, hold
conversation.
wait,
on.
wait, wait.
I was gonna let
Wait on
Jedi.
Jedi. Let Jedi talk to you.
Yeah, for a little bit. Yeah, sorry about that. That was my bad. Go ahead, Jedi.
Got to worry about the double mute, Jedi.
Yeah, I was trying to mute myself. My bad. Sorry, Jedi. Go ahead.
No, you're fine. You're fine. You're fine. So, just quickly for the guy who asked about the moon being flat, we don't know. We're not there. We're on the Earth though, and we can measure the Earth, and we measure the Earth to be flat. But if you're going to ask us about the moon and the sun and the stars, we don't know, my friend. We can't go and measure them. We're not there, are we?
I'll go ahead and answer for him. No, we're not there.
No,
Good.
we're not there,
There we
Jedi.
go.
Oh, I said it too. Yeah, by the way, man, yeah, it's good to see you, bro. Well, 74
So good to
people in the
see you.
space. Let's go. We still got AJ with us. Wondering about that.
That is a good question. But
Yeah.
Jedi,
Yep.
Jedi, go ahead. I'm sorry.
We're always running into each other. All right, so let me just say, guys, check it out, man. Drop us a follow. We want to every time we go live, you guys join us. Like we're always having these discussions with these people that think that the Earth is a globe, and it's really cool to have you guys here with us. Kind of humble about that, having all these people listening, and we appreciate all of you guys. 24/7 has been kind of doing this on Discord, but now that we're moving on to X, we want to get more people involved. So please drop us a follow and retweet this space, bros. Get the information out there. Get the staunch glober in here. We want to talk to those guys. If you know some globe champion, bring them in. We'll talk to them.
They only want to talk about the globe. It gets kind of boring. You never really learn anything about flat Earth.
Go ahead, Jedi.
Why have I got to
I think
speak
he
all of
might
a
be
sudden?
making himself
Is there a question?
Because we miss you and we love to hear you talk.
No,
Yeah,
I've been trying to
we've been
join for
trying
the
to get
last 5
Jedi to
hours,
speak for
but
the
I
longest
could.
time.
Yeah, I've been trying to join for the last 5 hours or so since I woke up this morning, but every time I got up to the stage, I just couldn't hear a single thing you guys were saying. So it's good to be with you. I hope you're having a good evening or good morning or whatever the time is for you.
You as well. Good to see you. I guess we were trying to get you to talk to Yankee about. He was talking about how he only visualizes the flat Earth as having an edge. If you go a certain direction, you have to reach the edge, but he's not thinking logistically, I guess. So you would need to kind of parse that out with him. He's wondering, um, I guess, how you would reference a certain direction, how you would walk in a straight line or travel in a straight line. You know, those common misconceptions.
relatively straight.
Well, those common misconceptions about how we travel and whatnot. So
He
if you
changed it.
want to,
He changed it to relatively straight. That's cool, man, Yankee. Yeah, he's like
Well,
not
listen,
really
bro, I
straight.
said like,
I agree.
20
Listen,
miles, 100 miles. I mean, obviously, it's
yeah, I
kind of
get what you're saying with intolerance, but even that idea, it's like we have to investigate how people think it happens. And Jedi can. We've been talking about this for a while.
But I can't wrap my mind around how you guys think the world is shaped if it's not spherical. So then
And
it's
do you know why you can't wrap your mind around
We
it?
don't.
Because you're not
We're not
starting
making a
from the
claim to the shape of the
principles
Earth.
and building up.
We're just
You want
describing
to
the
jump
surface.
ahead.
Yeah, go on, Jedi. What'd you say?
We're not making a claim to shape, are we? It's a surface
well, isn't the
description.
claim in the
Flat.
name?
Yeah, flat is a surface description. Flat's not a shape, is it?
So you're saying it could be spherical?
No, dude.
No,
No, flat.
these are not flat.
No,
So where did
not
you
at all.
hold on a second? Let's just see if the logic actually follows with what he said. So you're saying flat? Oh, it's a sphere then. Like, dude, how do you get flat
Well,
sphere?
no, you already touched on it.
I don't know.
Obviously, it's not flat.
No,
It could be
We
a
don't believe
circle, a
it's like
square, a
flat.
triangle, a star, all
Well,
these.
mean
That's not a
sea
shape.
level is a horizontal. Sorry, my friend. Mean sea level is a horizontal datum. We take elevation and depth from mean sea
Yep.
level. Mean sea level's horizontal.
I told you that. Remember?
Small spots on a sphere
No,
are flat.
Flurf Herder, we.
No, that would be a complete misnomer. So a
What about a
curve,
disco
by
ball?
you're
definition,
close to being
my friend.
removed, Flurf Herder.
Yeah, let me just
Personally, I
answer your
think
question.
Flurfurter. I gotta
Curve,
bail. I gotta go back down to listen. It's probably
then just
Flurf.
go
Do it.
if you're not going to. It'd be a
We appreciate you.
contradiction. Horizontal and curve can't be the same thing. So if it's a curved surface, it's not horizontal.
Yahtzee. Yeah. He said that you can. Oh, Flurf Herder says you can have flat spots on a curved surface. Weird, right?
Then really, you can have horizontals on a curve. That's a bit
That made
weird.
like Kyrgyz's day though, but I'm just saying.
Flurfurter, that's the funniest thing I've ever heard. The Bonneville Salt Flats is 12 miles across, 96 feet of missing curvature, and that's only in the Bonneville Salt Flats we can shine a laser across. So your curve is missing, bud.
I got a picture of some salt flats I could show you. You want to see
Oh
it?
God, no, we don't want to see it.
No, we can shine a laser across the 12 miles of the Bonneville Salt Flats, and 100 feet of your curvature is missing according to your 8 inches per mile squared. So unfortunately, your curve
I
has
have a
gone
picture
missing.
where you can see the curvature from altitude, kind of far away from the salt flats.
Your curve is missing.
Sorry, you can see the curvature from altitude. What's the horizon?
Well, you see, there's some like a straight. I don't know. It's like a road or a trail or something, and you can see the curvature
I'm trying to ask
because
you
the
what the horizon
trail
is.
goes over the curvature.
What's the horizon, dude?
Hold on, let me find it.
No, I'm
You have
just
to
He
asking,
find.
says,
asking what's it called.
hold on, let me find it. Oh, dude.
I caught
We've been-
that too. Good
Check
catch.
this out, man. I tell you what, we had Flurf Herder and P Dubs both admit in the stream that they don't know if the Earth is a globe. They just believe it. Both of them admitted that it is. Like, we've had a magical experience today on our stream. It's been amazing.
I'll take one photo of a satellite in space as proof if they'd like, you know what I mean? Because they can't even get that. One photo of a satellite in space that's not an animation. Go.
Dude,
That's not gonna happen.
we've had the shrimp boat captain of Stardust or Star Crush.
No.
Yeah, and he spiraled out of control because we were dunking on him earlier, and then Peter got all up in his feelings and came up here and was calling me names and belittling me, and then he was just like asked to provide evidence that the Earth is a globe, and AJ will tell you. It's AJ.
You
If you're
had
here.
Star Crush on here?
Yeah.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
do you know that? Okay, I want you to know this at least. Star Crush, he stole my my profile picture and my name and used it, by the way.
He does that.
Also, shout out to Amish. Good to see you, buddy.
Hey, good morning. You know, it's really funny when you can't geometrically,
Whoa, there's
mathematically
Amish
see
in the house. What's
curvature
up,
from
Amish,
any
man? Good to
height,
see you.
but they suddenly think you can see it over salt flats. You know, you can't see it from an airplane. You can't see it from the ISS. You can't see it from even higher up. But they
We're
think
not
that if you
asking
go
over
down
salt flats.
towards,
We're talking about
I
shining a
posted the
laser across the salt flats. We're not talking about visual. We're talking about shining a laser across the salt flats, and 96 feet of
Is it
curvature is
answering my
missing.
question about
I
what the
was talking about
horizon is?
visual.
What's the horizon?
You could probably find the info in the video.
This has nothing to do with
I'm
perspective.
asking
We're
you.
talking about shining
You're
a
making
laser.
the claim, so we're going to define terms. What do you mean when you say horizon?
The horizon is where the ground meets the sky.
Okay, Flurf Herder, so you
Awesome
can
stuff.
turn us
So
all
why are
back.
you saying that there's curving in it then? I thought it was important. Now it's just an apparent location where the surface of the Earth meets the sky. You said that we can see curvature in this optical phenomena. Okay, well, it's an optical phenomena then. I thought the horizon was something a little bit more important to you.
So optical phenomena exist?
Yes, specifically things like a horizon. They only exist in your eyes. You can't go to a
So
horizon,
how do you
for
know it's
example.
flat?
Because that's how horizontal is determined. All horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon.
It's how
Because it looks that way when you observe it?
it's how your eyes
Yeah.
resolve the surface that
But
you're standing
optical,
on against the sky. So the way that your eyes resolve the surface that you're on against the sky, the vast sky, is flat.
What do you think the
Yeah, we
horizon
got
I
is?
actually
80.
love having Globies in here in the morning. So you guys, again, like I said, provide one picture of a satellite in space, or provide evidence that the moon is involved in a solar eclipse.
We don't care
And
about that. We don't
Yeah.
necessarily care about
I
that.
provided
Hold
several
on.
evidences
no,
that
that
Hold
is
if
on.
it's
bullshit.
flat,
Hold on. I gotta, for context, guys. This isn't your normal flat Earth, like esoteric kind of flat Earth. Guys, we stick to empirical evidence. We stick to things that can be proven. The space is run by that. It's the arguments are all for the globe Earth. We're just trying to get them to realize they don't have the Earth as a globe. So we let them do the talking. We don't put too much information on their side. We let them discuss how they think the Earth's a globe. So essentially, it mimics like an interrogation. That's what it mimics. So this isn't us giving them all these ideas. It's them presenting their evidence that it is a globe or not. So we're getting them to realize that it's not. And so Fluff Herder just stated earlier that he doesn't know that the Earth is a globe. He just believes it. So did P-Dubs. So we got all these concessions that we got to deal with. So just we don't need to feed them too much. What I'm saying.
Sorry.
It's cool. It's cool. But we do have some people in the listening panel. We got like what 83, 85 now that are listening. Kudos, guys! Retweet the space. It's getting hot right now. So want to see how many more people can come in here.
I
We're looking
can't
for the
seem
Globers.
I
Sorry.
can't seem to retweet the space. I don't know what's going on. Maybe there's some messed up Twitter thing on my end.
Yeah.
I just want to say I appreciate you being honest about your tactics in this space, 24/7 Flat Earth.
Yeah, dude, we're straightforward. We don't hide by agendas or anything. So you're gonna know what's real. We're gonna ask you questions. If you don't know it, just say, "Hey, I don't know," like you did earlier. That you say you didn't know that the Earth is.
I just think, for being an honest person, that the title of the space is misleading. It should be 24/7 Globe Earth.
Why?
It's 24/7.
We are
Right,
flat
okay.
earthers. We can
Because
name the
that's all we
space
talk about
whatever.
in here.
Listen, the host of the room dictates the space. If you don't like it, you don't have to be here. You know, simple as that.
I'm just saying, don't say you're honest if you're gonna call it Flat Earth
Okay,
space. No
all
matter
right. Let's
You're
not
just
let's not feed into it. He's just gonna be all up in his feelings. It's okay. You can have your feelings, Flurf Herder. But at the end of the day, you didn't provide any evidence that the Earth is a globe, so we're all good over here.
Just mad how his little buddies are getting embarrassed so bad.
What's up, conspiracy? Now we're I'm trying to get more people in here that think that the Earth is a globe. Where are those guys at?
Okay, so if
Jedi's
we're
here.
going on
Thomas
your
is here.
interrogation action, Alpha Veritas, Flurfurter, in all the videos of space, where are all the satellites that you claim exist? Like the thousands of satellites that are any video that NASA puts out recently. I haven't seen anything.
Oh boy.
Isn't there supposed to be thousands of satellites up there?
I don't think we really care about
Yeah, I don't
any
care
of
about
that
satellites
because
either.
Oh, I thought we were interrogating them. We're not
Yeah,
asking
but
them
it's
questions about.
No,
yeah, but
I'm
it's a
here
fairy
to
tale.
interrogate Flat Earth about Flat Earth.
all right.
If you want to keep asking me globe questions, you can pretty much go fuck yourself.
I'm asking
I just
about
wanna-
your propaganda videos, not
He
really
gets
globe.
mad. Listen, he gets mad when you ask him about globe stuff. So he's pretty much all in his. He's upset right now that like 80 people in here are listening to him say he doesn't know how the Earth is a globe. That's one thing. He's upset
Oh,
about that.
I thought we were interrogating their globe propaganda that comes from NASA and trying to get them to explain
No,
it. But
actually,
now I don't know.
That's like
Now I
level
don't know
one
what to
flat
do.
Earth, dude.
I'll
If
tell
it
you.
came to
I'll-
the subject,
What you're really
if it
doing
came
is
to the
you're
subject
casting
because of
doubt
NASA
on the globe
conspiracy,
because
you don't
that's
know
the only way that you can believe Flat Earth.
Wait,
you don't know enough about flat Earth if you just came to this from a NASA conspiracy theory
I don't know
website.
anything about Flat Earth. I would love to learn about.
I was talking to the other guy who keeps asking you for satellite pictures. You know, you come to a knowledge of flat Earth through your direct, real lived experience, not through Jeranism's freaking NASA comedy hour.
right.
You know, sometimes you gotta beat down on our own side.
Well, it's like this, man. Reality checks happen on both sides. We were talking about this earlier, like Kyrgyz. This space actually fosters the 24/7 group, which has the logically consistent arguments. We don't stick to esoteric arguments. That doesn't win the day, ladies and gentlemen.
Notice the energy he came in with? Like, that's the energy the esoterics come in with in their spaces.
Well,
it's like,
we
oh, I'm
What
gonna fight these
esoteric
liars.
energy-
Everybody's my enemy.
no,
What
it's not about
esoteric
that.
state-
It's what we do is we get them to realize
Why do you keep me-
that Flurf Herder, you've provided no evidence that the Earth is a globe. I don't know why you're chiming in right now. There's no evidence on your side that the Earth
I'm
is a globe.
providing evidence it's not flat.
Really?
My original
Yeah,
position
what's
from
your
the moment
evidence?
I
Yeah, what's your evidence that it's not flat, sir? Go ahead.
that's all up in your space. You got to put it in
All
your
up in
purple pill.
all up in my space in the purple. All right. So you're not going to articulate your point verbally, right? You want us to go look for something in a text form.
I've been trying, but you keep trying to redirect
Can
back
you
to the
use your
globe.
words? You're a pretty you're an adult, dude. You can do it. How do you know that the Earth is not flat? Articulate that. Go on. Wonk wonk wonk.
Multiple ways.
Well, give
Which
me
one
one.
do you want?
I don't care. Start with one.
One, the 24/7, 24-hour flat Earth observation of the sun in the sky at the Antarctic Circle.
All right, Jedi. Do you want to get this one?
The Antarctic ring around the flat Earth.
All right. Hold on.
The ice wall, whatever you want to call it.
Really,
The
ice
extent
wall.
of your world,
Did anybody, brother?
You can see the sun go 360 degrees above your head,
bro,
around your head over 24
Hold
hours. How
on,
is that
man.
possible?
You're caught up in this argument that nobody said in here. Did any one of us say that we're talking about a 24-hour sun argument?
No.
Did any one of
You asked me.
that? Which one of us stated that so that you can make the straw man about what we said? We didn't. Nobody in here from 24/7 is talking about a 24-hour sun, bro. You just brought that up.
You know what's worse, kid? You're talking to me, a flat earther who thinks there is a 24-hour sun in flat Earth. on Antarctica, and that Antarctica is an island on flat Earth. What do you think of that?
I think that's fucking crazy.
Yeah, I think you're crazy because you know what? Earth measures flat,
How
and you
does
think it
the
does anything
24-hour
but that.
sun? How does the 24-hour sun prove the globe?
It disproves flat
No,
Earth.
you have to assume what the sun is and how it manifests using sky magic to think that. We don't invoke
Exactly.
sky magic. You
No,
do for the
you cannot
globe.
go 360 degrees
You
around your
invoke
head.
sky magic for the globe. You have to assume the sun's rays are parallel light coming from a vastly distant source that's enormously big without any evidence through a
So
medium that you can't even test. That's your sky
I
magic.
assume that you assume train tracks are crepuscular.
What are you
Okay,
talking
dude.
about? Train
He's
tracks?
está
Did you lose
loco.
your freaking mind?
Whoa, I think you just broke him.
The gears and sprockets.
Whoa, I think he just broke, bro.
The gears and sprockets are popping out of his mind. He's just like grasping at straws.
Whoa.
Yeah, wait till I finish my coffee and then see what happens.
Uh-oh. You don't want Amish on.
Damn.
Listen,
I've
you don't
never
want
seen
Amish.
broke.
You don't want Amish firing on all cylinders, dude. You'll be decimated. I think right now would be collecting your little arguments and packing it up, brother. Like seriously.
Amish
I
is
think
a
you missed my
force.
point completely.
Amish is a force to be reckoned with.
Dude,
Also, Alpha, I don't see a purple pill. Like I said, my Twitter X whatever is messing up. Can I swap APOC to listener, or would me removing him as a speaker remove him from the room?
yeah, no, you just put him down as a listener. But I'd say remove anybody else. Maybe who else is in here?
CB? Is CB still
So
there?
you don't want to teach
I
me
think
about flat
CB's
Earth,
here.
and you want to remove me as a speaker now. I thought you wanted to talk to me.
Not you. Golly. All right, so where's Dave? Davo, have we talked to you yet? Dave's not here.
Nah, I've been on probably like a month ago. I was hanging out with y'all, but not today.
Hola. I'm
Hello.
trying to make room for speakers, and APOC is probably asleep because he's got the flu. And I
Yeah.
was
I
going
can
to
hear the
attempt
drunk
to
snoring
remove
from
him from.
here.
I don't know if removing him from speakers is going to take him to listener or remove him from the space.
No, I just take him to listener. You can remove him from speaker. And
Yeah,
see.
I'm here listening, but yeah, put me as a listener. I'm still here. I'm just.
Hey.
All right, brother.
It's all good though. But yeah, make room for people to take me down.
Info Trues
You're
wanted to get
sounding
up.
better already, buddy.
Love you, APOC.
Drink plenty of water, man. Yeah, where's Davo? I don't know if you want to say hi. Not on the ball, I think he said. Oh, you already spoke. God, who else we got in here?
Keith
Keith
hasn't been.
Keith has spoken earlier, but not really. We got Info True that's coming up. Staunch Glober, I know that. Info True is a staunch Glober.
Yeah, I have a question about this. Can we go back to the straight lines? Because I
Straight
don't know what
lines.
we was getting at.
Oh, you're talking about
No, you don't want to?
No, I mean I was showing him that there's no way that you know that you're walking in a straight line or you're traveling in a straight line. If you do, what is the method by which you've done that with? Do you know?
Okay. I just got a question. If you walk in a two straight line on a flat earth and you carry on going, what happens?
Oh God, didn't I answer that?
No, I don't.
All right.
I might have missed it.
I'll put it to you this way. How do you know you're walking in a straight line?
How do I know?
Mm-hmm.
Well,
You
you
have
can
to
put a
measure
stick
it,
in the
kid.
ground. You
Say
can
again?
put a stick in the ground, and then you can walk,
You have to measure
say
it.
2 miles,
Say
and then you can put another
measure it.
stick in the
Hey,
ground,
you have
and
to
you
say
can carry
measure
on
it.
doing it.
He
Say
did.
measure it.
He was avoiding saying that.
Amish, don't talk while he talks. Let him talk.
Huh?
Hey, excuse me, who the hell are you? Are you disinformation agent from politics server that lost that
Yo,
debate?
That
are
sounds
you
like him, doesn't it?
24-hour globe nonsense?
That is him.
Oh yeah, that is him, isn't it? Eye level? Isn't that his name? Eye level?
It could be the guy.
Eye level.
Yes,
Yeah, everything's
morons.
eye
How
level.
are you doing today?
That's him.
Did you find your flat earth yet?
Great name, eye level.
Yeah, so 24/7 globe crying?
All right. So
Lying
how?
about misunderstanding
Yeah,
reality and
we'll see if we get the.
trying
You'll be
to interrogate. Shut the fuck up. Nobody wants to.
Oh, he's spicy too. So, if you have any evidence that the Earth is a globe, info true, can you present that right now? We got 75 people in the space that would like to hear evidence being put forward that the Earth is a globe. So I'm gonna go ahead and unmute the space, and you go ahead and present how you know the Earth is a globe. That's what we'll do. Go ahead, sir.
Right. So, where is the evidence for the flat Earth?
Okay, so if you're not gonna present evidence for the Earth being a globe, can I have a concession that you don't have any evidence for the Earth being a globe, and then I'll tell you about flat Earth. But I have to first hear your concession, and then I will tell you about flat Earth. Promise.
Oh, concede that you believe that the Earth is.
Why does that
So
never get
first,
old?
you concede. You
It's funny
concede that
each time.
Yeah, sorry, like Kirkus, I had to mute the space. But yeah, I need you to admit that you don't have evidence for the Earth being a globe. Info true, and then we can move forward. Yeah, it's pretty simple.
Okay, I need you to admit that you're a global.
Ah, so you're not going to admit. Is that right? I could put you down as a listener if you don't. If you don't want to tell us that you don't have any information, I can just put you down as a listener. No biggie.
Poor little old feller.
I
All
can
tuckered
put you
out.
down as a grifter and a moron.
After
How
Alpha,
about
I'm
that?
so ashamed of the quality of.
When are you
Glober.
going to talk about flat
Hold
Earth?
on, let me
Talk about flat
I'm
Earth.
ready. I'm ready to like describe myself as a flat earther just as a response to like how bad these Globers have behaved. Like it's so embarrassing.
Yeah, dude. All right, so he's down as a listener. So hopefully you don't leave, man. You can stick around. Info true. Listen to us actually shellac other globe Earth proponents. Well, there hasn't been a champion that actually stood up for the Earth being a globe lately. I know, like Kirgus has been here. He's been. Huh? What happened? What flat Earth?
You know.
What are you talking about?
You know, I don't describe myself as a flat earther because I really don't like the esoterics. But at this point, this is ridiculous. Like it's so bad.
Yeah. So let's see. What else we got coming up here?
Some rookie moves. Anything that's mishap in the past 2 minutes is my fault. Okay.
Was that you trying fumbling around? Info
I'm
True kept coming up.
fumbling.
I was
Sorry,
like,
I'm learning
why the
and I'm
hell
fixing
is
it.
Info True coming back up, man? I put him
It's
down as
my
a
fault.
listener.
I'm so sorry. Forgive me, please.
All right, we got two requests.
Well, there's a quick break. I'll be away for a bit, eh? I'll be back. Just want to let you know, Alpha.
Hey, thanks, bud. Are you gonna be back, or we'll still be
Yeah,
on?
yeah, I'll
Probably.
just mute up. I'll be back at some stage, but yeah, just got a couple of things I've got to go do.
We're rotating the actual speakers in here, so we get some new people to come up. We got Owl up.
Present me with evidence for the globe. Well, you present me with evidence that it's flat. It's like, how do you deal with this?
You don't have any evidence it's flat.
Flurf herder, come on. All right, so
Will
Owl,
you concede and say
not an
that you
answer,
only believe flat Earth?
Flurf herder, you're not the center of attention. We got other people we want to speak to. Unbeknownst to you, you think you're.
I know the globe is the center of attention.
Bro, you're not
That's
the.
what
If you
everybody
keep
wants to know
doing
about.
that, I'm going to remove you as a speaker. So
You're not the
please
main
be
character, bro.
cordial.
I really don't care at this point.
Oh yeah, you do. Come on now.
You don't want to talk about flat Earth.
Let's be honest. You care.
Talk about the globe.
All right, you're not the main character, so just chill. All right, let's talk to Owl, who's in here. Owl,
Good morning. Good morning. Hey, I'm not an expert. I know nothing about this. I find it fascinating. But what's the point of them trying to make us think it's round rather than flat?
Oh,
you know what I mean? Go ahead.
It's basically it's a narrative that's being taken on by other people that just believe that it is, and a belief is acceptance without evidence. So kind of traditionally. So you heard it from your teacher, who heard it from their teacher, and so on and so forth. They just propagate it forward, and it's information that controls you. It's not like an actual group of individuals, like in a conference room, plotting your demise. It's not what it is. Just information that's misinformation that you've heard that you can't substantiate, and the outcome of that is that you think that you live in a globe that spins in the vacuum of space. and it's in a solar system and an ever expanding cosmos. When asked how you know any of that information, it sounds like you just believe it. There's no evidence that you can put forward that you actually know that you're living on an Earth that's a globe spinning in the vacuum of space.
Well, the only thing I would say or ask, and again, I'm not trying to prove you wrong or anything like that.
No, you could
What
try.
about like when there's an eclipse and you can see around, you know, like say that, like when you get the moon and it gets a shadow, right? The shadow is from Earth and it's round, right?
No, sir, that's a story that you've been told. That's a
Okay,
story.
okay.
How can you
Okay.
verify? Owl, just
I can't.
walk.
I can't. I have no idea.
That's what I'm saying. If you walk with me on the path of logic, you won't be able to detail how you know that that's an actual Earth that's getting in the way. It's pretty simple, sir. When you know something, you know it through and through. There's no question. But now it's something that you don't really know. It's just an assumption. You've been fed a narrative. The narrative supports this idea that you think it's the Earth getting in the way and causing the shadow on the moon, like in a lunar eclipse.
Yeah, why would you think that that's Earth's shadow when Earth measures so flat and there's no curvature detected? This is the level we're operating at. You asked earlier, why the
again,
deception? Hey, this is like the biggest urban myth. The globe is the biggest urban myth.
That's no evidence.
All it is, self-perpetuating.
Or a big tradition. It's more traditional, I feel like. I think it's more of a tradition that we all just we're taught and we believe it and we teach our offspring and they teach their offspring. It's tradition.
It's like imagining if you couldn't get away from the idea that Santa Claus is an actual person that lives in the North Pole, that rides a sleigh with reindeer. If that whole narrative was something that you thought was actually real, you know, it would be perpetuating itself as that. But it doesn't, because at some level, as an adult, you can figure out that that person doesn't really exist that creates toys in the North Pole. You know that. But as a child without any discernment, you are not able to figure that out. Now, this right here, the information that the Earth is a globe, is like Santa Claus for adults. There's no way that you can discern that, because the parent would be the people that tell you the information as such, like whether you learned it from school or wherever you got the information from. That information is like your parent telling you that the Earth is something just like Santa Claus. You telling your child about Santa Claus as a tradition. You do it because you just, it's a thing that you've been told, Santa Claus and all that stuff. So now, you're doing it for fun for your kids, but your kids don't know that. They think it's real. Just like you think the globe Earth is real. It's a tradition.
Not my baby.
Yeah, good for you.
Quickly, guys.
Good on you. Good on you.
Thank you. Thanks for letting me speak. But let me ask you this question. You guys were talking about a straight line. There's no way to walk in a straight line. What if you took a tape measure that was large enough to go around the world, the laser, whatever you want to call it, and you marked your spot?
I call that
it was 5 miles.
Yeah, Owl. I call that a far-fetched hypothetical. There's a practical hypothetical. There's two kinds, right? I would say you can put a practical hypothetical, like, okay, so we walk into a grocery store and we can measure the floor from that, practically, right? And then I could do a far-fetched hypothetical, which is I would pose to you something like, let me get a piece of string and take it all around the Earth. Like, that's far-fetched. That's not something in reality that we would say you can actually do. It's not practical by any means. You're kind of making it sound like you're inventing.
I agree.
Yeah, you're inventing something to make it sound like how. If I showed you a magical elf, would you disprove that the magical elf existed? Like, well, it's a far-fetched hypothetical that you're posing to me. Of course, it would be real, because you're showing me something in this far-fetched hypothetical that goes against reality. You can't do that. You have to make it practical so that everybody can understand what position you hold. Like, what practically can you do? Owl.
I don't know. I wouldn't know. I don't know how you could walk in a straight line.
See,
I mean,
this is important.
practically.
Al. This is important. This is important for you. A part of your critical thinking is how you're able to think about questions that you want to ask. Make them to where they're actually sounding practical versus this idea that you're making them far-fetched, because that doesn't help you understand or how to discern what reality is, sir. Make them practical. How can we attempt to do something in the physical and natural world where it doesn't sound like you're making a, well, if I got a big enough tape measure, like, that doesn't help anyone, bro.
Yeah, hypothetically, if you measured the Earth as curving, hypothetically, we wouldn't be here.
He wasn't making fun of you, by the way, with
Yeah.
that voice. He was making fun of the standard
The
argument.
standard argument is what. Yeah. Thanks, Lycurgus.
No, I take no offense at all. I just, I'm very curious about the whole thing. I find it fascinating, and I'm open to whatever. If I can be, if someone can convince me, again,
Yeah, I
like
get
you
it.
said, all of us were born and raised and told in school and taught that we're a globe,
I'll
right?
tell you like this, Al. We're as a group 24/7. We're not here to convince anybody, but I'll check it out. What the byproduct of you understanding that the Earth is flat and stationary is going to be is because you actually think for yourself, sir. Because you're critically applying a lot of the information that you know practically can be evidenced, like empirically. That's because you thought about it. I didn't twist your arm and say, "Come on, say uncle, say flat Earth." Like I didn't do that. That's not what we're about. I don't care for that. I only care that that I challenge you and you think about it, and then you come back and say, you know what? I really thought about it, and there's no way I can prove the Earth is a globe. And I did find out there's empirical evidence to substantiate that the Earth is flat and stationary. Like once you do that, that's all on you, bro. I didn't twist your arm to do that. You thought for yourself. That's like regaining that sacred space in your mind back. That's supposed to be something you reclaim, because as it is right now, your mind is filled with this idea, this narrative, this space mythos that the Earth is a globe spinning in the vacuum of space, sir. That's what you have right now. You just have this story, and I want you to think: how is this story real? Like, how did they tell you any of it is real? How can you verify any of it? That's what we do here.
Well, and that's why I'm here and asking questions. I'm not looking down at you guys like you're wrong or nothing like that at all.
Yeah, I know. I get it.
Yeah, okay. I got a guy that lives next door to me. He's like 80 years old, really cool guy. And I told him about, flat Earth, and he laughed at me. And I said, well, I'm not saying there is a flat Earth or a globe. I don't know. But he says, I can prove to you in 3 seconds that that the Earth is not flat. But I said, how? And he didn't give me an answer. I said, I'd like you to come on. I'd like you to come on onto a space and just listen to the people, and see what you think. And I said, but don't insult them, because they'll come right back at you. They're very intelligent people. And he doesn't want to do that. So I just wanted to.
Al,
I
that
wanted him to come
moment
on.
is the moment in the Matrix when it starts breaking. When you start noticing that, you ever in the Matrix, you remember the movie when like something was out of place, something was broken, like or a cat passes by again or something. That's what happened to you when you kind of hack someone's brain like that and they can't respond.
Yeah, and like I said,
Someone's logic.
I'm not arguing for or against. I'm absolutely curious. And
That's a good
even
position. That's a good position
So
to take. I would say that you're even on our side of this conversation. It's easy to be in your mind about something instead of in reality about something. So you got to just stick to what we can know and prove, and that's what we're sticking to. So we're just, we got 3 points. We got three really good points, and I'll let Alpha, because they're his, actually, Alpha Veritas. These are his 3 points right here. So I'll let him tell you.
So we start off, if you have a conversation with somebody, just make it nonchalant. Just say, look, I've just got 3 questions I want to ask you. If you know them, fine. If you don't, just say, I don't know. But the first question I usually ask people, when just non-confrontational, right? Just tell them, how has the Earth been measured on the surface of the Earth, has been measured any time in history, as in the drop over the distance? Now they're telling us that the Earth is curving on its surface. So that question needs to be some way understood by the people who think that the Earth is a globe, that it's been measured any time in history, right? So in history, when has it been measured to have a drop over a distance? Now by drop over distance, I mean, if you think of the Earth being having a curved surface, you'd think of a tangential plane on that surface, like a ruler on a basketball. The tangential plane would extend outward, and the Earth would be dropping away from it, because where you stand would be like perpendicular to vertical, meaning that you'd be able to say that if I'm standing on the ball Earth, right, anywhere away from me, there's a tangential line, and the Earth would be dropping away from that tangential plane. And that would mean that they would understand the Earth can be measured to have curvature. But if they don't know that anyone at any time in history has measured that, that would be important for you to tell them, like, how has it been measured to have that drop over distance? That's the first question. The second one is axial rotation, or the spin of the Earth. Who's measured the Earth to be spinning on its axis? They're telling us that at the equator, the Earth is spinning at about 1,000 miles per hour. So these questions are pretty much based around the idea that they either know this information to solidify the point that the Earth is a globe by these three claims, right? Curvature, axial rotation, spin of the Earth. They can tell you they know or they don't know. That's fine. If they don't know, just get the answer right away and move to the next question. The very final question would be, they're telling us that the Earth as a globe is an open system. Matter and energy can pass forward through the system, meaning that if we have gas pressure on the surface of the Earth as a globe, then we have available space for the gas to move into, which is the vacuum of space. That means that if we have a high pressure differential from the surface of the Earth and then the vastly lower pressure from the vacuum of space, we'd have the gas expanding into that vacuum available space. So if that was true, how do we have gas pressure without a container? That means that in the Earth being a globe, there is no containment that's holding the gas pressure in. So we have the gases can freely move out into the available space according to kinetic molecular theory, where gases are unimpeded and they don't attract nor do they repel. So they're just unimpeded from any bouncing off other molecules or the walls of a surface, the surface walls. So it could move off into free space, continue to move off unimpeded. So that's what gas does. So according to kinetic molecular theory, we'd have to see how they could propose that gas pressure could stay on the Earth with an open system. That's important. That's the third point. So that's first one's disproving the curvature of the Earth. Second one, disproving that the Earth's in motion. The third one's disproving that the vacuum of space as an actual place logistically that they can go to, because it doesn't exist if they can't prove how it's possible that we have gas pressure. It's important. 3 points.
You guys are blowing my mind. I got to say this one thing. I kind of think I made an argument for your case once when I was talking to someone about flying a plane, and I said, well, if the Earth is curved and you were flying, well, you'd be getting further and further away from the Earth as you flew, right?
Oh, let me give you some flight data. I've got some. I've got to go find it. I don't have a purple pill here. I don't know what's going on. I'll go find it and I
I'll
will
post it.
put it. Okay, go ahead.
I'll post it for you. I have it. It's on my profile. Here, I'll share it to
Yeah.
the space. I'll put it in
So
the nest.
yeah. So exactly what you just said. I've got the data to actually support you and your argument, Owl.
Yeah, you can
So
talk about it, Flatsy. It's up in the nest if you want to.
yeah. So this
Beautiful.
is the flight data. So this data was taken from an incident report because this plane actually had an engine blowout at the end, but it was almost nobody was injured. That's why we're able to post this data without any kind of controversy. Nobody was injured on this flight. The engine gave out. That's why there was an incident report. So we were able to gather this data. So most of their flight was perfect until the end where the engine gave out, and you can see it. You can see in the data where the engine gave out, and it's like crazy and wonky. But in the highlighted area is a 2-hour period where the pitch data was perfect. So the pitch data would be where the attitude of the plane would have to be pitched above the horizontal for a sorry. Oh goodness. Who did that? Who did that?
That's got to be get vaccinated.
It is get vaccinated.
Yeah, it's always get vaccinated. It's their MO. That's all they do.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so is everybody awake now?
Yes. So the pitch data,
Wake
so
up.
the attitude of the plane has to be pitched above the horizontal at a certain degree for it to stay, because of aerodynamics. You need the wind, or you're traveling, and that wind while you're traveling will keep the plane at a certain, you get like at a certain altitude. If you're gonna change the pitch of the plane or whatever that would
Yeah.
change the altitude. So it keeps a constant altitude and a constant pitch for 2 hours, which means I've got a modus tollens here. So you've got a
Let me ask real quick, Flatsy. Do they see the data that's in the nest? I don't know if you guys can see it.
yeah, can you see that data in the nest posted by Alpha?
Hold on, let me.
I'll take a look. But I was going to say thank you guys. You could drop me down and I'll listen so someone else can speak. Thank you.
I want to
No,
interject
we
real
want you
quick,
here.
and then I'll go.
I love that you're here. I would love to tell you this modus tollens. So, if you know what it's a logical syllogism. So, a modus tollens would be if P, it's a denying the consequent. So, if P then Q, not Q, therefore not P. So, you're denying the consequent. So, if P then Q, that means if something, then something else. So, a cause and effect type of relationship. So, not Q, therefore not P. If commercial planes travel at 500 miles per hour for 2 hours, which we have highlighted there, and you can go verify the speed of this plane because it was on its way to Honolulu, Hawaii. It's an incident report. It uh, it was traveling at 500 miles per hour for 2 hours, 1,000 miles over a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles P. It would then have to descend or negotiate 128.3 miles of vertical drop over a course of its journey Q. Commercial airplanes do not descend 128.3 miles while traveling at 500 miles per hour for 2 hours, i.e., they fly level, not Q. Therefore, the Earth is not a sphere. And all you have to do is refer to the pitch data and the altitude, of course. They keep a constant altitude. They keep a constant pitch data. So the altitude is very important too, but it's kind of like a byproduct of the pitch data.
Yeah, Flatsy, on that note, going 1,000 miles at 500 miles an hour means the pitch data should reflect a 15-degree reorientation over those 2 hours if it's to maintain relative to level.
That is a good point, Amish. Are you able to give us some data for that? Because that would be amazing.
Well, yeah, it's in the flight data recorder set that was posted. There's no evidence of a 15-degree pitch orientation change over 2 hours in that same stretch. It's instead maintaining a 2-degree upward pitch the entire time.
Flatsy, why is this
I gotta
evidence
go.
admissible
You can drop me down.
when other evidence
Thanks, Amish.
is presented that isn't? Like
Yeah,
some evidence is
pitch angle data, like Hergus, is at cruising altitude. So steady level flight would either show that at some point they're having to negotiate around a specific amount of curvature. This is what the pilots understand when they're flying their plane, when they're doing their job. Like it shows where the plane's taking off and it's when it makes its descent. So in between when it takes off and it's making its descent, it's level flight, right? That level flight should have pitch angle data for the airplane to be able to be pitching as it's going through its flight. And it's
I'm
not
putting
doing that.
15 degrees though in my data. Hold on.
Yeah, it's not doing that. So that's what's being demonstrated in the evidence that I put in the nest when in flight.
But we don't know the specifics of how this was taken. Like we don't know the equipment, specifically what the if the altimeter or not the altimeter, but
I can send you
if any of the equipment was
send you all
functional.
that.
Actually, the only evidence we have is that the plane wasn't operating correctly because it had the engine issue. So what else wasn't working? Maybe this pitch data is from faulty equipment. To me, it's as inadmissible as the altimeter arguments earlier about equipment or even theodolites and how they work.
Well, they investigated it and didn't find anything wrong with the pitch data that we could see. This isn't the only thing we have. There's
okay.
In addition to this image, there is an accompanying 15-page or so report, and there's about 400 megabytes of data from the flight recorder in a spreadsheet, and about 20 other documents showing the status of various components. I downloaded all of it.
That's cool. Wow, awesome. All right, thanks.
Yeah, Amish, thank you. You said that also. I also downloaded the whole thing because somebody said that it was missing after we had already covered it on
Yeah,
Q.
I discovered that. So what happened is they buried that particular search page, so you couldn't pull it up. And then they replaced it with a different search page about 2 weeks after this argument came to fore. And they also removed
Interesting.
that specific flight from the main search page that they replaced it with. I'm totally serious.
Johnson, put this behind some landing pages. The flat earthers are onto it.
Yeah, they're onto it. I was thinking that. But guys,
That's great.
just remember also to, if you want to get a good listen at this stream, to do it before, get it while it's hot, because they have been taking down my streams, so the Globers are upset and whatnot.
I,
But
I do want to give credit to where this information came from. It came from Brian's Logic for inquiring about pitch data for so long. So it was a presentation done on QE's live stream. We have a whole presentation of this pitch data and none of the flat earthers are covering this. I've been out here trying to like give it to folks here and there and kind of explain it, but nobody's doing a live stream about this pitch data that we acquired. And this is a big deal because it only reaffirmed
yeah,
our position. And I'm going to go ahead and tell you, yeah, you're not going to be able to find this data if you don't find the people that found the data.
yeah, what you have though is we have all of the empirical evidence on our side. I'm telling you, and we have a myriad of different types of information. So this is just like another knockdown win for us, but it's just one of many. So, man, we can attack this from every angle. They don't have any information to substantiate the claim that the Earth is a globe. There's no evidence, man.
Exactly. And Amish, you're a real man. You're a real one. And I've been wondering, have you had any progress with Warden with the Flat Earth AI? I know you have. Oh, did he already get dropped down? Sorry.
No, he's just probably busy at the moment.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah, that's true. He said that
Yeah.
you could drop him down. That's fine.
You got 80 people in the space, y'all. Let's go.
We're out here
Anybody-
collecting this data, man. We need to be collecting the data, not some crazy mystical thing here and there that you just have to imagine. Just let's collect practically what we can prove.
That's what it's all about, man. That's where the magic happens, right there. We've heard like two staunch Globers admit that they don't know that the Earth is a globe. They just believe it. Wow, that was magical. You guys got to rewatch and hear the stream over again. It's amazing.
What'd you
Love
guys
it.
say to P Dub's whole distance thing? Because I'm sure he did the same stick he always does. Like, what was your guys' steel man to that?
No
No,
measure
no,
of drop over distance.
no, dude, check this out. Conspiracy. He came in here and just like Flurf Herder said that they don't have any empirical information to support the claim that the Earth is a globe. They just believe it, like by people that have told him. They both said that, bro. We have them on this stream saying that. It was amazing, dude. Conceited, both of them. They folded like a lawn chair. That was amazing.
Well, I know P Dubs always does that whole thing where you can't measure, where you don't think you can measure distance, and like, did he do that thing?
No, I don't think we even got that far. I was just like, oh, appreciate you, man. High fives all around. We got concessions from these two guys that are staunch Glovers, and oh, dude, it was just. I mean, it's not even dunking anymore. I don't even know what it is, dude. It's embarrassing.
I've got the entire flight data recorder. Okay, so it's from the National Transportation Safety Board. So the flight data recorder for this flight was to Honolulu, Hawaii. Date February 13th, 2018. Aircraft Boeing 777. So registration is N773UA. Operator United Airlines. NTSB number is DCA18IA. I guess I should probably use phonetic. Never mind. IA092. Yeah, this was recorded, and all of this data is here. Where was the where they took off? I'm looking for where they took off. Hold on. I'll come back.
Yeah, conspiracy. The P-Dubs did come in with his typical rabid dog eating a steak attitude, or latched onto an arm kind of hyper focus. He wouldn't allow any discussion. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he wouldn't stop incessantly interrupting me, so dropped him back down as a listener.
Yeah, he gets manic like that sometimes.
That's okay. We got his concession on record, so
Okay, it was San
all good in the
Francisco,
hood.
California. So they took off from the San Francisco International Airport. Yep.
Thank you for that. Do we have any more people that think that the Earth is a globe in this channel? 77 people listening to the stream. Guys, we got people listening on YouTube as well. The 24/7 Flat Earth bot is in the room right now. That's Helioskeptic. He runs the YouTube side of things.
Yeah, it's
So,
on YouTube also,
yep,
guys.
it is on YouTube. So discord.gg/Flat Earth. That's the Discord. And that's where we're hanging out. That's the home base. So everybody that goes there, we're usually hanging out either in politics channel or there on that Discord.
Yeah,
But
and to get this, to get the presentation of this flight data, you can go to Quantum Eraser's YouTube live stream. Let me find the actual episode.
all right. So we got any more globe proponents want to come up here? Tell us how you know the Earth's a globe, man. 2024. Does anybody have the courage to come up here? Maybe.
Tell me how you know it's flat.
Oh, see, it's simple. Planar surveying details that they can measure the Earth's surface as a planar surface.
Why do surveyors have to account for curvature?
That's geodetic surveying. That's done after the fact.
Yeah, well, but they do that, and then things line up. How's that work?
No, it don't line up. And it's useful in the idea that they're trying to make a model that's conceptual. So it's not useful for actual people that are building, like roads and buildings and highways and sewers and railroads and anything that they're useful for. That's planar surveying, sir. Yeah.
Yeah, but when they calculate for curvature,
they don't need to
add that calculation.
Yeah, really, they don't need to do that. Why do they need to do that if it doesn't exist?
How does it come out accurate?
Why it's not? Have you verified the data that it's accurate? Where's that at? Where's that at? Show me. Show me.
Anything's possible when you want to link the data to something.
Show me, Flurf Herder. Show me. Where's the data, sir? Show me. Don't have it, do you?
Yeah, he thought he had you guys good. He thought he was onto something.
Sorry,
there.
That's my evil laugh.
Show me the data. It's flat.
Yeah, that reverse burden of proof. He did like a Uno reverse card on us, right? No, you show me the.
Hey, that's my joke.
The Uno reverse card. Yeah, he tried.
Flat Earth.
It doesn't work like Turkus. Not here, Beba.
Flat Earth evidence doesn't work here.
Yeah. Well, it's a reverse. You tell me how the Earth's flat. No, wait a minute. Weren't we just talking about you trying to tell us that the data support? Well, why is it? What do you say? Why is it accurate? Well, where's the data that it's accurate? Let's see it. Let's have it, man.
This is 24/7.
There
Teach
you
us
go.
about
That's one.
The worst part
is
they think it's a gotcha. That's the worst part of each one of them. Every time they do it, they think it's like a gotcha, and they have nothing else after.
He's holding.
That's it,
bro. He's holding the 7 deuce offsuit.
What do you have in support of Flat Earth?
he's bluffing, dude. He doesn't have it.
Deuce offsuit.
Yeah, he's got a bad hand. He's like,
Can't
well,
answer
all
the
the
question.
data
We're calling you.
all the data supports the Earth being a globe. Its data's accurate, man. It's super precise. Yeah, where is it? Well,
You get presented with data on a
how is
daily
the Earth
basis.
flat?
You deny reality. It's
Well,
a
how's the Earth
delusional.
flat? He switches the topic, not knowing that I'm not gonna let go. I'm a dog with a bone, bro. You didn't produce the evidence of any data being accurate that it's
You don't know me.
a
I got
globe.
a bone to you. So
Yeah, well, show me the data that it's accurate. Go ahead, Flurf. We're back to that again.
show me the data. Flat Earth is accurate.
Una reverse. You're the one that said that there's accurate data.
You're the one that's reversing the entire thing. It's a
really
24/7 flat Earth space, and you're focused on globe.
That's not
a
gonna work.
reversal from the
It
beginning.
doesn't matter how many times you do it, Flurf Herder. Doesn't work on me, bro. You're gonna learn that
It's
in
like
this
a girlfriend.
It doesn't make it
It's like
less
a girlfriend's
true.
argument.
Yeah, isn't
like
it?
that's something like your wife would say to you.
Husband, buddy. No way.
What the
Goodbye
container
for-
says raisins. Why is there bran in it? Like it's like kind of argument.
It's retarded. That's retarded. That is retarded. I agree.
Well, it doesn't matter if you do it like 5 times, 100 times, 1,000 times. I'm still not gonna let go of the fact that you said some things that you can't back up. Which is, you got accurate data that shows that geodetic surveying is correct. Where's the information that supports that, Flurf Herder?
Every single piece of infrastructure that uses it and comes out accurate.
Yeah, which one? Name one.
Rods over
Name one. Name one. Name one.
That
Now,
bridge
hold
in
on,
New
Flat
York.
Cat.
That's
Hold on. Name one.
I can't think of the name of the bridge, but it's the bridge in New York where the bottoms are closer than the tops.
Which one's that?
One bridge.
Which one? No, hold on a second. I want him to produce the evidence. See, this is what I do. I'm very good at what I do, Fluff Herder. Your Uno reverse cards don't work on me. So produce the evidence that you're saying is there, empirically proves what your point is. Where is that?
Yes, you're very good at deflecting. And
no, this isn't deflecting. This is actually getting you to address the fact that you made a claim that you can't support. And I'm showing the audience that you can never do it. You can only talk a big old game, but when it's time to show, you got 7 deuce offsuit.
You know what's funny is you're
very good at redirecting the conversation to doubt about the globe and not any substantial evidence for
No. It's no deflection. It's actually addressing
what
directly your claim.
What you said,
buddy.
It's directly not addressing flat Earth.
No, what
your
you said.
claim.
You said it, dude. You said that there's accurate data that supports geodetic surveying. It's always accurate. Where is the information? Yeah, where is it?
Here, let me find the name of the bridge.
Here, let me find.
You ignored the Bonneville Salt Flats one, but I'll give you this one.
Here, mid-argument.
All the other ones that I left.
Here, mid-argument. Let me Google real quick. Mid-argument. Here.
Grok. He's a Grok kind of guy.
I would say, aren't those bridges designed too, the tops to be like further apart? Just
no, I don't give them. See,
it's a French name, and I don't want to.
I don't give them an inch.
Like Aeronazo or something like that.
Well, really? So okay, so you're telling me that bridge solidifies the point that you think that geodetic surveying works off of the information that's accurate. Yeah. Hello. Isn't that what you said?
I was tabbed out. If it uses the geodetic survey and it comes out accurate, then yes.
Yeah. Okay. How did you verify that?
The fact that you could drive across it and not fall in the fucking
How
water.
did you verify that? Not the fact that you can drive a car across it. Let's see the data that proves what you're saying is correct. Put your money where your mouth is.
The fact that it lines up proves it's correct.
The fact that it runs up. Dude, can you speak anything coherently?
The fact that it lines up. Can you hear?
Yeah, how? How?
What do you mean how? It's connected.
How? Tell me the data. Walk me through the data.
Physically, with the materials, you can drive across.
With physics? Yeah. What's the data that you said is accurate? I'm trying to find
physically connected one side to the other. You can drive across it.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense.
Drive across the bridge. That doesn't.
Where's the accurate data at, Flurf? I've been asking you this like 5 times already. Where's the accurate data at?
Are you denying that people drive across this bridge and it's connected at both sides?
Where's the accurate data that you said you had, Flurf? Where is it?
The fact that the bridge is built and you can drive across it.
Okay, so you don't have it. Now you're getting in your feelings. Are you getting in your feelings now? Come on, bro. That's
does
old.
not compute. Error.
You know that
He's in a
doesn't.
loop now.
None of that works on me,
So
bro.
we used calculations to build this bridge
That's great.
that incorporate curvature.
Wait,
That's great.
show the calculation.
Show the
Yeah,
calculation.
give us those
It's
calculations.
fine.
Show it.
Where is it?
That doesn't
Please.
prove that curvature is needed to make that happen.
Calculations, please. Where is it? Oh,
Eric,
your reset
Does
doesn't
not
work in this
compute.
room. No, don't.
does not compute.
Where's your
How
calculation?
about what is geodetic surveying? Can you go through that with us and explain the method?
I know your tactics. Let's go back to the flat Earth argument.
It's your claim.
I just gave you the evidence, and you're coping, and you're redirecting to other things. Now let's go to
No,
the flat
buddy,
Earth
this
part
is
where you can
your
refute my claim.
This is your tactics being called out.
Maybe Amish can
Amish
repeat it.
just asked
Refute my claim.
Amish just asked you a very valid question.
Find out where the evidence is that I'm wrong.
I don't know if
Prove
Amish.
my claim wrong.
It's
Please
not our-
prove my claim wrong.
It's not our
your
claim.
You should be proving it correct.
This is
buddy.
funny.
Yeah, this is the flat Earth space. This is how it works in here.
Oh, is it? Oh, so we hold you to the fire. Your feet
Yeah,
to the
you
fire
prove
when
the
you
globe
make a
wrong,
claim?
and that substantiates
oh,
flat
you're
Earth.
so bad.
So I'm going to prove flat Earth wrong, and that substantiates the globe. That's how it works.
Whoa, he also admitted today that you proved the globe wrong. Wow.
How can you know? How can you know that geodetic surveying proves the globe if you don't even know what it is?
I
How do you
agree.
evaluate it?
How do you do that, Blurf?
Being sarcastic.
How do you do that?
No, this is your claim. If you don't know what your claim is, then why should we trust what you have to say? You can't put up.
Yeah, exactly. How did you do it,
You
Fleur?
know what your claim is. What's your claim?
What's your claim, Amish? What's your
Yeah,
claim?
why should I
Like a high
believe you
school
have a
bully
globe?
or something.
He didn't even know the bridge's
Do you have?
name.
Can you even claim that the Earth is flat?
You see, you know what I thought? What I'm thinking, Amish, is that he
So-
was so
wait,
used
wait,
to.
This
he was
space
so
is
used to
24/7 flat Earth.
Just
Can you
relax.
claim the Earth is flat?
Relax. Here, let me talk to my friend real quick.
You
So
can't
what
fucking
he's-
do it, can you?
Yeah. What? Hold on, dude. Just relax. What he's so
Yeah,
used to. Let me mute him because he's not gonna stop. What he's so used to, Amish, is the fact that he's used this tactic so often that it used to work in other spaces and it would throw them off kilter and they will start getting diverted and talking about the other things he wanted to use because he's used it so much. He thinks it works here. It doesn't work here. I told him ever since he's come up here to the speaker panel, it's not going to work. It's not going to work. But he still attempts to use it, and he's still using it. To some level, psychologically, he thinks by wearing us down, we're going to give it, all right, let's just talk about what he wants. No, just like a child, we're going to redirect him to the right thing to do, which is answer the question that he's been told. Time and time again, Fluff Herder, you're going to get redirected. You're never going to stop getting redirected. Not by me. I mean, by me, but you're not. I'm not going to stop doing it. I'm going to keep doing it until you get tired and give. Oh, okay, I give up. I don't have any information. Anyways,
Yeah, I'm well aware that you're going to continue to redirect me because you don't want to talk about flat Earth. But I'm going to just keep doing it to you and keep doing the flat Earth.
Redirect you.
You see?
To the subject
look at what
that you started.
Dude, he just explained his tactic. He just told you what he's going to do.
You just said all
They
of that.
usually
You're going to
do.
keep redirecting me over and over. Dumbass.
No, you know what I heard you say? I don't know what geodetic surveying is, but I believe it proves the globe. Prove me wrong.
The fucking hypocrisy in here is just ridiculous.
Do you have an answer?
Projection.
No answer to what geodetic surveying is because you don't know. You brought something up that you don't know about. Now you got egg on your face and you want to redirect out of it. No, well, let's talk about something
Brought up
else.
flat Earth. I don't know about that. Neither do you.
Be Hillary Clinton and charge us with what you're actually guilty of.
So you don't know what geodetic surveying is. Is that what we're getting from you?
No, I'm saying I don't know about flat Earth, and neither do you.
So the mental cope is that you can't explain what geodetic surveying is, even though it's something you brought up as evidence for the Earth being a globe. And now you got egg on your face, and you're running from Amish's question like a track star, and you don't want to stay here and prove that you know that what geodetic surveying is by showing us data, which now you're exposed, and you just don't want to let everybody know that you're exposed. So you're coping. The cope is real.
No, I established that it's used and it
You
works.
heard it,
The
the
bridge
herder.
works.
I've heard him. He's been herded.
Can you refute that the bridge works and it lines up and is connected?
Works.
Can you prove that it uses
It works as
geodesic
a bridge. You
surveying?
can cross it.
Yeah. What's geodetic surveying, man? What is that?
Can you answer the question?
He's not going to tell you.
Only redirect. You're not going to
This
tell me
was
the
your
answer.
claim. Flurf heard it. This was your claim.
Your
Now I'm
claim is
trying to
being
question you on
scrutinized.
my claim. Can you answer one
No, no,
question?
no, no. Your claim is
You
being
can't. You
scrutinized,
can't fucking
buddy.
answer
You
one
need to
question. Again, you
justify
can
your
only
claim.
redirect constantly.
We can't
Oh,
answer
no, 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 no,
your
no. You're not going
question
to turn it
because
around. Shut up. You're not going to turn it
I'm turning it
around.
around because that's all you're doing.
Your
You're redirecting.
claim, your claim is being scrutinized, and
You
you
are
don't like it.
redirecting by your own admission.
No, 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 no. You are.
Yes, 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 yes.
You brought up
Charge us with what you're
space.
guilty of.
You brought up the bridge.
Charge us. Go ahead.
We can stay with the bridge. How'd they measure the bridge pylons playing out in the manner that you described? Show us.
No, it's time to talk about.
No, he says. It's so funny. No.
This is
I'm
the
a
24/7 flat Earth space. We have only talked about the globe.
No, why should I accept the pylons are splaying out? You just have a claim. Why do I have to accept that?
24/7 globe Earth space until further notice.
Spiral noted.
Yeah, Cope noted.
Cringe.
I'm gonna need you to change the name.
Flurf, go reset your button and come back.
Yeah, bring back some information that you can substantiate instead of just making claims that you can't. That's pretty.
That would be beautiful.
Embarrassing.
Do a
Look, Carter, that's
system
embarrassing.
reset there, buddy.
That is pretty fucking embarrassing, isn't it?
Dude, you've been getting spanked in this call, man, like all night. Like,
I see why you
seriously,
feel
dude.
the need to redirect constantly.
Yeah,
Furfur,
because
you brought up the bridge in relation to geodetic surveying, and you can't explain geodetic surveying. So why did you bring up the bridge?
yeah, why did you?
Because you keep on redirecting to the globe and you don't want to talk about flat Earth. That's what I bring up the bridge.
Wow, another Uno card.
Yeah.
That doesn't make any sense.
Dude, his whole Uno,
Makes sense, even though he just said that he's going to redirect over and over again.
Yeah, his whole Uno deck is just nothing but reverse cards, bro. It's like that's all it is.
No, that's your whole Uno deck. That's what you just said. I'm using your tactic against you. If you don't like it, go fuck yourself.
Oh, yeah, but I'm doing it because you make claims that you can't back up, so I got to redirect.
Exactly, that's why I'm fucking doing it. You can't back up jack shit about flat Earth.
Yeah, I can, but you can't back up what you say. So I'm showing you
Let's
in
see
the
it.
mirror what you're trying to do.
Back up one claim about flat Earth.
I don't need to. I'm not gonna fall.
You don't need to. You don't need to back up any claims about flat Earth in the 24/7 flat Earth Discord.
Well, he mentioned planar surveying because it's flat. It's done flat.
Mm-hmm.
And then you brought up geodetic surveying and didn't know anything about it. So that's kind of funny.
I brought them up because you refuse to talk about flat Earth.
Yeah, but you said they're accurate, and then you're not able to prove how you know that information is true. We're asking for the
You can
data
jump
now.
across the bridge and not fall in the fucking water.
You can jump across the bridge. Dude, I swear. This guy is like, I know he's trolling at some point. He doesn't know much.
His training
That's
wheels
okay.
broke.
I know you don't know much about flat Earth.
He's sort of
Poor
a half
little
troll.
old feller, all
Yeah,
tuckered out.
he's like a half troll. Yeah.
Poor little old
He's all
they're only cast out on the globe because they don't know anything about it.
You want to just ruffle his hair up and get out of here, little scamp.
He's very on
We'll
mission,
ruffle,
and his
we'll ruffle your
mission-
hair on your way out.
Just ruffle his hair as well. That was fun.
9 months on Twitter, I haven't learned anything about flat Earth.
9 months. Dude, you don't know anything about the Earth being a globe. Come on, let's be real.
I know way more about the Earth being a globe than I know about flat Earth.
Like what? Name one thing. Because you didn't do it with geodetic surveying.
Like the how about South Celestial Pole and the fact that star trails do a circle around it.
I knew it.
Dude, I
He
can't
was
believe
gonna go to
How does that
the
even
sky.
exist?
Can you believe?
I knew it. I could have bet my whole life.
Can you believe though that he's like a baby glober?
You can't answer, can you?
He's a baby glober, bro.
One globe Earth
He's been
question, you
around a
can't
while
answer,
though,
can you?
bro. He's not really.
He's
baby.
a-
He should
Dude,
have
he's a
better
baby
arguments by
glober,
now.
bro. This
I'm
is
just
a
a-
baby
He's a
glober.
Dave.
Nothing.
He's
I
a
don't know.
Dave the
Circular
Professor
star
student.
trail around that 1 second celestial.
He's a
Yeah, he's like Dave.
How do
yeah.
you
He's
have
the
a
Dave
second
the
celestial
Professor
pole?
student right here. That's his king. Mark Keegan and Dave the Professor. He probably has all of their videos.
I'm not even
saved
asking
on
how it
YouTube.
rotates 2 different directions. I'm just asking how you have a second one at all.
Hey, by the way, I put that post for you about the Verrazano.
Can you answer that?
Verrazano Bridge
How does that prove the globe?
in the nest
It
above.
falsifies flat Earth. Can you
Thanks,
answer
Apon.
that?
What did he say?
I said it falsifies flat Earth. Can you answer that?
What falsifies flat Earth?
Fact that you have a second celestial pole.
Second celestial pole. So what are you saying about celestial poles? What does that prove?
proves that we don't live under a half sphere dome.
A half sphere dome.
What dome?
Well, what's the celestial? Yeah, what is the argument for the celestial sphere? Do you know what the celestial sphere is?
And nobody claimed a
sphere.
half
Wait. Yes, it is. Yes. Hold on a second. Yeah, just wait. Nobody speak. Nobody move. What's the celestial sphere? Go look it up right now. I want everybody to look up what the celestial sphere is and read it, because what you just said is opposite of what the celestial sphere is. Look it up and read it, Flurf Herder. It is a half dome.
A sphere is not a half
Can someone
a sphere
answer
is a full
Flurf's
sphere. A
question?
dome is a hemisphere.
Okay, no. Hold on. You're wrong.
Oh, so you live inside of a sphere?
No, that's a model, dude.
Hold on.
That's your model. Your model's a celestial sphere.
What shape is the dome?
What dome?
Nobody said a dome.
Oh, there's no
Literally,
dome.
no
There's
one
no
said that.
container.
This is not Flat Earth Fridays. You're lost again.
No, I'm asking about flat Earth.
Buddy, you're lost.
What about the
This
container?
isn't Flat Earth Friday.
Do you believe in a container?
Can you give me one good reason why I should believe in your globe?
Do you believe in a
All right.
container?
No, listen. Okay, so the celestial sphere is a conceptual model, right? So the appearance is what it says for the celestial sphere. From Earth, the half of the celestial sphere that's visible is the sky overhead, which appears as a dome. The other half
Dumbass,
is
the
below
half
the
that's
horizon.
visible is because you're only on half the planet. You can't see the other half. The fucking planet's blocked.
Yeah. So you said it didn't look like a dome, but it's what it says it looks like. So you're
It's
incorrect.
a sphere. No, you're incorrect. You're
Well, only in reality, Mickey, you can't use it as a dome because readings below about 20 degrees in elevation are distorted. And this is due to different atmospheric effects and refraction models that we can prove.
Yeah, the celestial sphere is using the
object.
conceptual.
You can't see the other side of it
Bro.
through the physical object.
All right, quiet down, dude. So the celestial sphere is a description of a conceptual model that's used in astronomy and celestial navigation, and it's been used since the 6th century BC, before the advent of the Earth being a globe. So this has nothing to do with the terrestrial sphere you think we live on. The celestial sphere is just a representation of how things look to us in appearance as what we see in the sky. Has nothing to do with the terrestrial sphere. I think people are getting mixed up here. It's not what it's saying. The information doesn't support a globe. Period.
Yes, it does. There's no point for a second celestial pole on a flat Earth.
Yeah, you're looking at the sky. The Earth has nothing to deal with the sky, does it?
Sky
You can
magic.
throw all the firmament
Sky
claims.
magic
Every
again.
single one of the firmament claims is out the window now. Is that what you're?
Firmament claims. Yeah. What are we talking?
The
Who said
firmament is the
firmament
sky,
claims?
right? If the sky doesn't dictate
No.
the shape
What
of the
are
ground,
you?
then we could throw
Hold
all
on.
the firmament.
Dude, are you in the wrong space here? I don't think anybody said firmament. What space do you think you're in? Can you tell me?
He's lost again.
I know what space I'm in, and I know you don't want to answer the
Yeah.
question because
Did we say?
comfortable.
Did I ever say firmament? Did any of the 24/7 teams say firmament?
No.
What do you call the sky? Is this a globe or space? It must be.
Slurf.
You don't
Slurf.
want to
Did
say
anybody
anything conclusive
bring in
towards flat Earth.
the
Everything you're
firmament?
Wait a
saying
minute.
is like
Did anyone say
guessing
that?
it might be a globe.
Yes or no?
He's lost, dude. He's lost.
Yeah, you
I
broke him a long
I
time ago.
posted up in the nest a citation from Berkeley, the way that they define the celestial sphere, but they talk about it like, even though we now know that this ancient model of stationary Earth is incorrect, we still use this model because it's
Mhm.
a convenient way to predict the motions of the stars and planets relative to the location on Earth.
Yep.
So you have something, it's a contradictory statement. So it's not correct, but it's correct.
That's true.
No, Flatsy, that reminds me of Einstein's quote, where he basically says, even though we know Earth is a globe in outer space, no optical observation or measurement can determine that to be the case.
Yeah, basically it's just a conceptual tool. It's not reality itself, and that's why it's put out that way. And because it has an infinite radius, there's no determination of a finite spheroid, so you don't know if it's an actual sphere. It's a conceptual tool used for like how we describe how we see things at an angle of view from our location, because everything looks to be concentric to our vision.
Exactly.
So radially from your vision, everything looks like it's like you're the center of this celestial sphere. This is true. This is optically how we view the Earth.
So why don't you
It
have a
looks like
circle of stars above the equator?
a circle of stars above the equator? What do you mean by that?
We should caveat
We don't
that
have a
Alpha.
Trail similar to the other
The
We don't have a
celestial
above the
sphere
equator.
works for observations above 20 degrees elevation, somewhat.
We don't have a circle of stars anywhere.
I don't get
You
what he
only
just said.
see. Yeah, but he's wrong. You don't have a circle of stars anywhere. You only observe stars creating an arc
Yep.
over the time frame that you see them.
That's
You
true.
don't see them creating a circle ever.
Yep.
You only see them creating an arc. Your problem is that you, in your
Infer.
imagination, think that it's something else.
Yeah, it's an inference you're taking.
When you look at the
Fleur.
North Pole, you see a circular star trail around over 24 hours.
No.
You see an arc.
That's a bad argument.
A 360
bad
degree
argument.
arc.
No, it's not 360 degrees. How could you do that if the time is only like over in the North Pole maybe? But yeah, it snows one star running into another
No,
star,
even
one
then,
arc into another.
yeah, even then you can't. There's no way to say that they're going in a circle. There's only so much time that you can actually visibly see all these stars moving, and there's no way that empirically you can say
Denying
with the time
celestial
lapse
poles
footage.
exist now?
No, the arc that you're saying that you're making an assumption that it's a circle. The star trails are doing circles.
A slight ellipse. It's got a central pole,
Yeah,
right?
slight.
No, buddy, it's an arc.
Yeah, it's an arc, dude. It's not. You're making it sound like it's a circle. It's
Yeah,
not.
how many focal points are there in that ellipse, buddy? 2? So you got 2 poles and 1 pole? What?
Yeah, this is where bad arguments come to die. Right in this room. All bad arguments.
Over a day, it's a circle.
You don't ever
circle because
you don't
day
ever observe
light comes
an
out and it
actual orbit
obscures
of
the
anything.
fucking atmosphere.
You don't ever observe an actual orbit of anything.
Yep.
You don't see anything like that. Ever. Ever.
Nobody's ever witnessed an orbit or seen circles being completed by time-lapse footage.
Nobody's ever seen New Zealand and Spain at the same time either.
Those aren't wild claims. Those are actual practical claims.
Yeah, what you said are wild claims.
No, what I just said right now is a fact. Nobody's ever seen New Zealand and Spain
What's
at
a
the same
fact?
time.
Yeah, what does that have to do with you trying to prove that star trails make circles? You're going off on a tangent and not sticking to what we're saying
That is
or what you're saying.
fact.
Actually.
How do you deny that star trails make circles?
Who
around the
cares,
pole?
You're
dude?
reading a
No,
fact
who
sheet on like NASA's webpage and that
It's
makes
an
you smart?
observable fact of reality. You don't care about observable facts of reality? What the fuck, man?
Anybody can read a fact sheet. We think about what we're being presented. That's the problem. You just blindly
You
accept
think
it.
about shit. There are 2 of those. You can't have
What?
I
celestial
muted
poles,
him.
the
So
axis of
Amish
rotation where
football.
the stars rotate around.
He's just
Alright.
striking out, going from one thing to the next.
Yeah, he can't keep his
Yeah,
mind
one
focused.
pole to the next. You agree on the one pole, you don't agree
Yeah,
on the other one.
antipodal positioning is an
That's
assumption.
called
You don't have proof of antipodal positioning at all.
He's in the wrong saloon.
Celestial pole.
You can see like the star rotations on both sides, like living on North America, you can see the whole thing. If you're looking at time-lapse footage, you can actually look to the north and then turn around, look to the south, and you can see things happening in that way. You don't have to go all the way south or all the way north.
Yeah, but
to
all
witness
those
it.
stars still rise in the east and set in the west. We're not talking about something like, save for Polaris. So we're only talking about Polaris in a position that doesn't like
Well, it does
rise
a
or
little
set.
bit. It does a little bit move.
See, we're talking about Sigma Octantis and how it's the South Pole
Yeah,
star.
who cares about your sky gazers are philosophical humans. They think of the Earth being
So
something
Paris
based
is
on
just philosophy.
yeah, it's basically a philosophical argument. You're using sky things, right? Stuff, stars, sun, moon. Well, I see all this stuff moving around above my head. Therefore, the Earth's a globe. Really? How'd you make that correlation? How do you get
Meanwhile, he
geometry?
doesn't know what astrogeodesy is. He doesn't know what geodetic surveying is, but he's making all the claims. I mean, this is how bereft of any knowledge he is on the subject.
Definitely.
These are all great clips for the firmament argument.
Firmament
What
argument?
firmament?
Who said that? And why
I
do you
don't
keep
believe in
bringing
a
that up?
firmament.
Why do you keep bringing that
You
up?
believe in a firmament?
Yeah, what is a
Do I have
firmament?
to explain myself again? No.
What is a firmament,
That's
Fleur?
interesting. How do you think the atmosphere comes in?
You're in
Oh
the
my
wrong
God.
saloon, kiddo.
Earth.
I'm gonna have to mute you until you answer me. What's the
I'm
firmament?
curious.
What is the firmament? You keep bringing it up. I want to know what you think it is. What is it? What is it?
It's your definition of what you call the sky.
My definition, I didn't define firmament. You're the one that keeps bringing it up. I want to know what it is because it's really hot on your topics right now. What is the firmament?
The half-sphere shaped sky over the...
When did we ever talk about the firmament and then declare that that's what it is? When did we say that, Flurf Herder? When did we do that?
Are you saying that Flat Earth does not make that claim?
When did we do that in this conversation, Flurf Herder?
This is the 24/7 Flat.
I don't care what this is. I'm asking you the question. When did we do that? Do you have the answer, or do you just want to set it as a listener? When did we do that?
That is a very...
When did we do that? I guess we didn't do that because you're not stating when we did it.
Just say we didn't, buddy.
That's all you got to do. Say we didn't do it.
Record 24/7 Flat Earth is denying the...
Yeah, no, you didn't give... That's a straw man argument. You're making a straw man of some argument that you'd like to talk about because you think you have a point which we didn't bring up. You can't give that argument to us. We didn't make it. Just like I can't make an argument that you didn't say and then give it to you.
Yeah,
You
you
either
should be
said
able to take an argument case by case. Whatever is stated,
Firmament is not real.
use that.
No, I didn't say anything of what you said. All I'm telling you is that if I brought up an argument, you better damn well know what the argument is about before you make a statement that I said something. Nobody in this room made a statement about the firmament, except for you bringing it up over and over and over and over again.
Yeah, I thought the firmament was a part of the Flat Earth model, but apparently not. Maybe
Yeah,
you
Flat
have
Earth model. What model? Yeah, what's okay? Now we're gonna talk about what Flat
What's
Earth
the
model.
flat Earth model?
What
Please
Flat
give
Earth
us
model?
that.
When did we talk about a Flat Earth model?
Seriously.
He's used to debating flat Earth believers. Hey, listen, I think the sky's flat, Flurfurter.
Yeah, when did we
use the sky as flat? Actually, we use the sky as a flat
Yeah, we
plane
do.
that's parallel to the plane of the horizon.
Exactly, Flatsy. That's how navigation works.
When did we say
models reality?
No, you need to tell us when we used the Flat Earth model and why you keep bringing it up if nobody did. When did we use that?
So you don't use the Flat Earth model?
When did we use that?
That's a good point. You never did.
There you go. Attaboy. I see now we're getting somewhere. Is there real honesty is happening? People get that you now understand you can't straw man us. You can't say things we didn't say. We're getting somewhere. At least I think we are. All right, let's continue.
We're getting somewhere. This is not about Flat Earth.
No, this is not about your feeble arguments about what you think Flat Earth is. Because that's not what we're saying. We have strong arguments that are perfectly...
You don't have any strong arguments. You just say
Oh,
you
yeah,
don't
we
have a
do.
model.
Yeah, dude,
It's about what's
not listening.
empirical.
You're not listening. I had told you planar surveying does measure that the Earth is not a curving surface because that's what people need to measure for building roads, canals, sewer lines, like buildings. It's everything. It's all useful. There's no curvature taken into account when professionals are using any of this planar data. So if you're saying that geodetic data is being taken into account, you don't even know what that is. There's no information that you can't substantiate that it's an actual any data is correct. You said that claim, but you weren't able to produce any evidence. Per you.
You explain planar surveying?
No, you're saying, can you explain? Can you do this? Can you do that? You didn't detail to us how you
Can
know
you
the Earth's a globe.
explain planar surveying?
Yeah. So if we're going to explain anything, I want to hear a concession from you. Everything's going to be concession.
You now explain planar surveying. You couldn't.
Nah. Yeah. So you weren't able to do it, right? Answer.
Planar surveying? No. Can you?
No, geodetic surveying, which is what you were asked to do.
I'm asking you about planar surveying.
No, I don't give a shit what you're asking about. I'm only asking you specifically the claims that you're making up. You can't put forward any evidence for. I don't have to tell you about anything.
It doesn't sound like you could put forward any evidence either for anything.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
So
Your sophist tricks aren't going to work on me, son.
that's
They never
a
have.
logical fallacy.
So if I use your tricks against you, it doesn't work?
It's not tricks.
Tu quoque, or what is it? However you say it. Tu quoque.
Yeah, fallacy. Yep.
It's only tricks when I do it.
Well, it's tricks because you don't understand any of the information you're presenting as evidence. You think it is. Your claims, your wild claims, are just that. They're wild claims. And when we ask you for any substantiation for those claims, you don't know what to do. You don't know how to answer.
You're admitting you're using the tricks.
Is that what he's hearing?
I don't know, dude. He's hearing a
I didn't
whole
say
other
that.
thing.
Like,
than
how the
you're
hell
saying.
did?
You said it wasn't tricks, and then you said it is tricks, and then you justified it.
What conversation?
He's having a whole conversation in his own mind.
I guess, 'cause I'm not talking to him about that. What the hell?
I agree with Flurf here.
Really? Oh, let's go. Let's talk to you, Crypto. Yeah, sit.
Okay, bye, Flurf Herder.
Yeah, we'll remove Flurf Herder.
No, I just think you need to give him
No,
more
we're
of a
not going
chance
to talk to him. We're going to talk to you.
instead of.
You're next.
Okay, that's fine. Just a genuine question. Obviously, when we're all brought up in school,
Now, we're not
wherever
talking
we're
about
from,
genuine questions right now. We're
they
talking
teach.
about you giving a substantiation
Okay.
for the Earth being a globe. Do you have any of that?
Well, no, I just had a question.
Yeah, but we're contextually trying to figure out if there's any people in here that could substantiate the Earth as a globe contextually. Can you do that in this space? Yes or no? The floor is yours if you can do it.
Okay, sorry, I thought I was muted. No, I had a question, but if
No.
that's not...
The important thing is you actually advocated for a Flurf Herder's position, which means that you think the Earth is a globe. I just need you to say that and also back it up with some evidence, which is what everybody else is in here for, to listen to you tell us how you know it's a globe. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's not what.
That's not what
I
don't want to do. You just say you don't know. We can get to the end of it and we'll figure it out that you don't know. Stop wasting everybody's time. Either you know or you don't, sir. Yeah. You can't advocate for a position that you don't have any knowledge on. So what do you think Flurf Herder was trying to do? Except for avoid all the questions being asked him. What can you bring to the table?
Well, he was trying to
now,
speak.
Who gives
but you
a
kept
shit
muting him.
about what he's trying to do? What are you trying to do? Are you trying to present any evidence for the Earth being a globe? Well, are you?
Laughing emoji, and we get it. So are you?
Are you going to produce any evidence that the Earth is a globe? Crypto, whatever is your name.
I don't like calling him Crypto because we got our own crypto.
Any more for any more?
All right, Venner.
See, these guys, they want to sound a bit like they know what they're talking about, but when it comes right down to it, they got no evidence. None whatsoever.
You know, that's okay. You can just concede that you don't. We're not just gonna, I don't know, ridicule you because you don't have the answers. We're actually trying to get to the point where you concede that you don't have the answers so we can move past that point.
Yeah.
But you guys just want to grasp at straws and you want to be so proud and stubborn that your ego just won't die. Let your ego die and just be okay with being wrong.
If you know that the Earth is a globe, do you have any evidence to put forward that it is? All that for this?
Crickets.
That's what I thought. That's what I thought.
I wonder how long he'd been like listening to the conversation, because I feel like you guys are pretty fair about just asking for Flerfurter to substantiate his claims. Like, if you don't think that's like an honest way to conduct a space, then I don't know what you're
Dude,
doing
it's
here.
been
Then
going on for hours. We've been asking Flurf Herder, and he conceded a long time ago that he doesn't know how to substantiate it. He just believes, and then he keeps coming back with. He's kind of crossing the line between his believing and he knows, back and forth, back and forth.
well, then his little buddy comes in. He's like, "You guys won't let him speak," and he had nothing either. So there you go.
When somebody does that, what we do in here is we put the spotlight on them. We're like, we're done with that other guy. Well, we want to talk to you.
Yeah,
you chimed in.
Yeah, the one that will be the
Yeah, I tried to ask a question, but you didn't allow it.
Oh, and then they talk, and then when they talk like 10 minutes
Yeah,
later,
yeah,
when you're
because
talking about them
I
instead
had
of
a single
when you ask
question
them
and
for
it wasn't
proof.
allowed.
You're
Is
a
it
white
We're
relevant?
asking
knight,
for globe proof.
crypto
We're not
venner.
asking for your question.
You said that Flurf Herder.
Okay, okay,
Why
okay,
was
that's
he
fine
being
then. That's
silenced?
fine. If you don't allow questions,
Why
then that's
was he
fine.
being?
Don't
You
worry,
asked
don't
why
worry.
was Flurf Herder being silenced? That's what you asked.
That's incorrect.
Really? What were you trying to ask about Flurf Herder then?
No, I'm just saying your statement's
So
incorrect.
what do you think the Earth is, Crypto? Guys, globe earthers, man, you guys are such weasels, dude.
They're so
So you can
afraid.
ask me a question, but I
Such
can't ask you.
weasels, bro.
Okay, that's
They're
how it is.
afraid. They know
That's
they
fine.
got nothing.
Wow.
Such
Just
No,
weasels.
you know what
but
we're
you can ask me a
asking.
question, but I can't
This
ask
isn't
you
No,
a
your
you know
question.
what
space,
we're
bro.
asking for.
Why should I believe in your globe? Give me one good reason.
I've not spoken about a globe. I don't know where you
Oh,
got that from.
Oh,
You're
so you're
white
not going to
knighting for
defend your globe
somebody that
belief?
is
So, okay.
you're white knighting
If
for
globe were
someone.
Jesus, you'd be denying Jesus right now.
yeah. There's no way
Yep.
that these guys think that the Earth is a globe and they can't defend it. There's absolutely no way. Do we bring Carlos up here? Does he have any information?
I brought Carlos
I
up
have
here.
any information.
Carlos, is the Earth a globe?
Yes, it's a, the Earth is a globe.
There you guys go. We can all go home now. The Earth's a globe. He said
Yeah.
it. He said it.
I think that one thing that I can do, like a pilot and aeronautical engineer, is that we map the world in 3D, in 3 dimensions. For example, all
Bro,
the
can you,
inertial navigation systems,
Carlos,
all the yes,
Carlos,
let me
turn the dildo
let me
off
your mic is
while
let me
fucking,
talking.
dude. What is vibrating in your microphone, dude? It's
let me
awful.
speak.
No,
When I'm talking
Take the
about the
dildo
aeronautical
out of
no.
your
engineering,
mouth.
This is
about how we design the
this is cringe,
navigation
bro. I can't
in
deal
an
with this.
airplane,
No,
we need to think in a world in a
no,
three
no. No, screw
dimensional,
this, man.
and that 3 dimensional world.
La Terra es plana.
No, dude, that was so cringe. Like, I'm not gonna listen to that vibrating noise, and it's just no way. We ain't doing that.
It's too bad. It's too bad because he's actually cool. He's a pilot, like a legit pilot. He has like photos of his plane and shit. He flies all over the world. It's
That's
too bad.
great.
He thinks
Would've
we're
been
flat
interesting.
Stanley Earthers, though. He thinks we think Earth is 2 dimensional or something. He's like, well,
Yeah,
it's in 3 dimensions. Well, no, that's not what we think. We want you to show drop over distance in the third dimension. Prove that to
Why are
us.
these Globers coming
yeah.
out with these bad arguments, bro? Like, they're god awful arguments.
Well,
Wow,
this is what we've been dealing with in the other rooms on X. Just so you know,
it's
like
so
him and
cringe,
Flurf
bro. Like, oh my
are
god.
both from there.
Yeah, send them here.
Yeah,
We're the
no,
group that.
that's why. If you remember Alpha, I was so glad when you started doing spaces here because for months I just stopped paying attention to Flat Earth. It was so boring. Like their spaces are like lame, and especially the esoterics. So that's why I was so excited when you guys came over.
Well, now we're waiting for the Globe Earthers that are on X to come in here and let's give it a go. But it seems like Flurf Herder and P Dubs or whatever his name. These guys are baby Globers, dude. They're asking these. Oh my god, it's just. I don't know how you
Yeah,
guys.
that's true.
But they've
Yes.
been at this for years too, which means they should know that David Weiss sends people to our group to 24/7 to talk to our panel to try and claim the 3 Bitcoin.
God, dude. Oh my god.
For the final experiment thing, like to get more flat earthers on
No,
it.
I would say that David Weiss gave Nathan Oakley his Bitcoin to hold, and he didn't like that Nathan Oakley wanted to hold him to the standards of the scientific method, so he withdrew everything Nathan Oakley from his website and his app and all that because of that.
Like, wow, man. Wow.
Dude, that's so wild when Flurf Herder and P Dubs are your top dog.
Well, they're the only ones that actually have
Yeah.
the bravado to get on the mic, and I haven't heard of Flurf Herder because I've only seen him in text. but that he came on today and was like really bold to talk. That was a new one.
Meanwhile, we've got recordings of Alpha Veritas absolutely manhandling satellite engineers, astrophysicists, people with real pedigrees and certificates. So, I mean, this is really like low tier stuff that we're dealing with right now.
Yeah, and plus, Alpha isn't so prominent on X, so he doesn't have a huge following where people will go and other than the 24/7, because luckily Indio has the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. He's got, I don't know, what is that, like a room or what? I don't know what it is. I don't know how X works, but
me neither.
luckily, we've got that. No, it's not that. It's something else.
I do want to say, I keep mentioning this throughout tonight's space, is that they are scrubbing some of the shows that I have, like from like 1 to 15, like today's episode 15. They've been scrubbing some of the ones in between. So, listen to them while you can before the Globers get all upset in their fifis and then start deleting my stuff. They're reporting me to X or whatever because they can't handle the truth, It's the way it goes, buds. Just letting you guys know.
We caught them scrubbing that NTSB search in that particular case, that one case. I also caught them. You know how archive.org was hacked and went down? When it came back, I decided to test it. And missing from there, and I know because I got this document from there, is the National Security Council 5814 memo by Eisenhower that was declassified. It says the entire space race and satellites are going to be used for psychological exploitation.
Damn.
Right. That's this is why we love you, Amish. Yeah, this is why we love you, Amish, because you are quite the asset for information on your own. Like, we all contribute some way, but you're like a whole ball field.
We do.
Thank you, Flatsy.
He is, dude. He's a boon to our group. But I do want to say though, people that don't change the batteries in their smoke detector, I think those guys should be fucking taken off speaker panel because that's fucking annoying, dude. If you
Who did that?
Change your smoke detector, guys. Put the battery in that thing. Batteries don't cost too much. Come on, guys.
I use the battery from my guitar.
That's so annoying, bro.
So annoying.
Listen, I use the battery from my guitar. I like my 9-volt battery in my guitar, okay? Because I like my preamp and to be able to tune,
bro, if you're in Flat
on the
Earth,
spot. But I've used my 9-volt in my smoke detector. So just saying, I'm not one of those.
Well, these other guys are using lithium batteries to get high.
I would take the battery out before getting high so the alarm don't go off.
All right. I'm just saying, I don't know where it came from, but you got that beeping noise, man.
I think that's me.
Bro, change your battery out, man, for God's sakes.
You know what I learned is they actually can't hear it. Like I've mentioned it several times to this one dude. He just doesn't get it. Like months,
where's
almost
that noise
a year
coming
now.
From?
Who's that?
They don't hear it.
Oh yeah, the.
I can't sleep. I can't sleep if it's beeping.
Man, that beep
you
is.
get used to it.
One of the most.
You can't even hear it. You don't notice it until you.
Hell nah, bro.
See, I told you he doesn't hear it. They just don't.
It's soothing.
Well, I keep 9 volts around.
Oh Jesus!
I heard that.
I keep 9
Get
volts
one more,
around
man.
Guitar, man.
Get one more. Kick him alpha.
One more. That's it. I can't do this, man. Come on, bro.
I gotta drop. I'll be back in 20 minutes.
I'm gonna do a whole Chris Farley thing. For the love of God, change your battery. Yeah. Anyway, the Carlos came back up here. La tierra es plana, Carlos. Anyway, we have to see if there's anybody else that thinks the Earth's a globe.
Bienvenidos, Carlos. Pregúntame.
Yeah, I can ask you.
Nah, but you don't think.
How can you navigate on a 2-dimensional plane using a 3-dimensional data?
Are you talking about?
I think he's talking about.
Yeah, I'm talking about navigation in a globe.
Yeah, you're not navigating on a globe. What are you? What?
Yes, I am.
No, you're not. I can say it with as much veracity as you say it. It doesn't make it. He's like, yes, it is. Like, I don't care how it sounds like you're making
Yeah.
it sound like. That's not a
La
globe.
tierra es plana e móvil.
Just let him speak.
Okay, so let's
No,
go to crypto. Hold on, Carlos. Why would you advocate for something you don't know is true? Crypto, Venner.
Just
No,
let him speak.
I want to speak to you now.
Stop
I want to
talking
talk to
over
you
him.
now. How do you advocate for a position?
No, it's okay. I'll
Well,
stop
I
you there.
can
It's fine.
easily,
Let Carlos speak.
escort you to a listener.
Stop.
You want that?
That's fine.
All right,
Don't bother
I'm
me.
gonna do that. Because you're not bringing nothing to the conversation except for interjecting, which we don't need. Bye. All right, so let's talk to Carlos now. That guy's gone. So Carlos, do you have any information that substantiates that the Earth is an actual globe?
Yes, I have, of course.
Okay, what do you have?
Since like 60 years ago, there were developed some inertial navigation systems and some navigation systems that give us the path to follow in a globe Earth. It's not only two-dimensional because, for example, nowadays, thanks to all the investigations made by Michelson, Morley, Sagnac effect, and things like that, we were able to develop some inertial navigation systems and also some what do you call laser gyroscope, that is nothing else but a large interferometer. And that large interferometer can feel the sense of how do you move in a three-dimensional way.
It keeps
So
rigidity in
from that,
space.
from that, yeah, in space on the, because
It
only
keeps
Yo,
because
rigidity.
brother, what's this word
for
salad all
example,
about? This is a freaking
yeah, the
word
word
salad.
salad means something. That, for example, if you
What?
are going from some airport to another airport.
All right, I gotta stop this. I don't know what's happening with this guy. I
Yeah, he
think
doesn't seem to realize
he's
that
trying
those
to.
keep
This is
rigidity in
Yeah, hold
space.
on. He's trying to force about 5 different topics that he thought maybe coming against flat Earth would be helping him. And it's like they're all trying to squeeze through the same door and they're getting stuck. Bro, you need to actually go on one point of how you could demonstrate that the Earth is a globe. One point, one single way. What is the direct measurement of the Earth's curvature via drop over the distance? Stick to one point, dude, not 10 different ones. I don't know who you've been arguing with, but that's not the way to do it.
When one point,
Mm-hmm.
three-dimensional global positional system data.
Okay.
Bro,
Global.
turn.
I don't know what that is. What is that? Yo, Carlos.
You
That
got too much noise,
yeah, you got.
Carlos,
Carlos.
Yeah,
turn the vibrator off, man.
yeah, that means that
Why
all GPS works in a
No, 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 no,
three-dimensional.
no, 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 no,
he
no.
has no situational awareness,
He doesn't.
apparently.
He doesn't, and it's
Like, come
very
on.
annoying. So
If
annoying.
you're on a flight with him, get off.
Yeah, somebody, whoever's there, hopefully you get a parachute. Like you can jump out of that thing. Dude, we're asking for the premise of how you know the Earth is foundationally understood to be a globe. You have to measure the surface to be having any curvature, Carlos.
Yes, we do with the three-dimensional global position data.
Yeah, you
It
can't have.
means that
Oh
the
my God, bro.
satellites,
No,
they,
you can't. Global positioning data. You're adding the word globe in there. You haven't established that it's a globe in the first place. We're doing that now in a conversation contextually. You have to first figure out if it is a globe, and then you can say global positioning data. You don't have a globe yet. Not yet. How do you first get to the fact that you can measure the surface to be a globe? Carlos.
when you
Maybe not. Oops. My bad. Go ahead.
when you measure the data of your position in a three-dimensional space, when you move from one side to another, from one airport to another, it happens to be that you see a curvature there in the data. If you
No,
plot it in a
no, 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 no,
three-dimensional
no.
space,
That's incorrect. That's incorrect.
no,
Because
that is not.
Correct.
That is why we have the different.
No, you're incorrect. Flatsy just went over flight data that shows that on a level flight, Carlos, there's the pitch angle data shows that you're not flying. Do you think you're negotiating over any specific amount of curvature flying your plane?
Yes, we do because
Okay, let's talk about it because I know pilots that say that there's no way that they treat the Earth as if it were flat and stationary. They don't treat the Earth like they're negotiating over any specific amount of curvature. How much curvature did you have to account for when you're flying your plane? When you're flying your plane, getting over.
depending if you are moving from east to west or north to south, because the Earth is not a perfect sphere. It's a
Okay, so you can't is the answer. That's all.
Can I say something to him?
That's all I need to know. You can't. Go ahead.
Tienes problemas con el micro.
Oh, here you go. Here you
Good
go.
mic.
Hey, he wants to know what proof you guys have.
Go ahead.
Proof of
Am I
what?
talking to Chiron's friend? Hold on. Am I talking to Chiron's friend?
Yeah.
All right. So, do you know the Earth? It's a globe right now.
What's the question?
Do you think the Earth is a globe?
Yeah.
Okay.
Factually.
Let's test your knowledge. That sounds like a great
Let's
idea. You'll be
test
the
yours. Give me some
no,
facts.
no. This isn't a Uno reverse card, sir. I am asking you a question for you to consider. Right now, the consideration would be if you think it's a globe, how has it been measured to have drop over the distance? The surface to be curving, sir. How has it
And
been
are you
measured?
tall enough to help your friend with his smoke detector?
Second question, but that's irrelevant at the moment. So that's annoying, but
Pretty smart.
we'll muddle through like Hop over distance. Can you hear me?
Hold on.
Barely, bro.
Yeah, I got
Alright.
you guys muted because it was like
Dumbass quiet, bro. What the
bro.
fuck is the question? How has
Alright.
it been measured?
Yeah, to have curvature on the surface.
Why the fuck would it? Just give me some facts about why the fuck it's flat. None of that shit makes any sense. Let me hear something that actually.
Yeah. It's all
How
these.
could it spin around the sun if it was
Listen.
flat?
Hold on, man. Hold on. They sold you on a story, brother. They sold you on this story, and you believe it like magic. You don't. There's no way they're proving it to you. You just. Hold on.
Bro, you sound like a fucking dork.
I'm gonna remove Carlos.
Yeah,
All right.
Kion, do you live in a trap house?
All right, check this out, man. It doesn't matter what you think I sound like. The only thing that we're concerned with is if you're able to present information that substantiates the claim that it's a globe.
Yeah.
Let's redirect you
to say something real quick. So look, I think all the scientists that go to the colleges to become astrophysicists in quotes, I think what's really going on is they get shipped up to space, the firmament, and I believe they become window washers.
Yeah, let me just can I speak to the man because I think he doesn't understand what logic is. Maybe you don't either. I'm not really sure. I don't know where you're coming from. Globe and you have no evidence to support the claim, then you have a baseless claim, brother. You just believe it like a story, like a children's book story, like a fairy tale. That's all you got, man.
So what you're saying is just because that there is a narrative, we have to make another.
No, no, no,
Because it
no.
just
There's three. I got three. Man, listen. I got 3 points for you right now.
think it
The
was a
Earth is
globe if it
observed.
wasn't.
Yeah. Are you guys are able to listen to me? Because I'm trying to drop some knowledge on you right now. If the Earth is indeed a flat stationary plane,
I
we're
don't know.
saying that it's
It doesn't sound like it.
You
bro.
don't smart
Like,
yourself, bro.
are we? I can't say. Listen for a second. So the Earth is measured to be flat. It's observed as flat, and it's practically navigated across as flat. So there's 3 points I told you I was going to give you. So when you look upon the Earth, you don't see a globe in any way. When they show you all those NASA images of the Earth looking like an oblate spheroid, when you go outside in the physical natural world, you don't see it looking like a globe. It doesn't look that way. You get me?
Yeah. So
Yeah, yeah. Think about
basically,
it. No, think about
see
it.
that thing.
Bro, if you're trying to compare those NASA images to what the Earth looked like outside, you never see that. So
What compares
visually,
to Apple Maps? I heard Apple Maps is the
oh
best.
my God, bro. Yeah, you don't see the Earth as a globe anywhere. You've been convinced that this idea of the Earth being a globe is what it is. Observably, it looks
Back
like
in
a
the
flat.
'90s, I think we had flat maps,
Jesus,
right?
bro. Like what I'm talking about is straight, like what the Earth
No,
looks like is an.
I'm with you,
Oh,
bro. I'm with
fuck's
you.
sake, dude. He thinks all of this is just a joke, but he doesn't realize he's been told a
Already at the
children's
end of the
story.
earth.
Yeah.
Smoke another
Honestly,
one, bro. Smoke another one, and just waste your mind away. No intellectual discussion
Move
is
out
being
of the trap
able to be
house.
had with you. No intellectual discussion,
I take
brother.
this so
Nothing.
serious, and you
Maybe
guys.
you, Sharon, but not.
Your
I'm
body.
I
talking
hate it,
about
man, because you know what? Like I'm trying for
people.
people who are just everyday people to
Yeah,
realize that
so
they don't know what they're talking about.
we're
At least they
flat
can start with
earthers.
that,
So
being
now
honest.
If I'm flat, is the Earth flat? Why am I not flat? Why do
You're spiraling like your
All
friend.
right, Baggy.
no? I'm
I'm
serious.
gonna
No, I'm
gonna
serious. Like
just
what?
I'm gonna
No, you're
take
not
him
serious,
down.
bro.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead, Flats.
All right.
That's
Fucking
hilarious.
hell.
Move out of the trap house, Kyron.
And I don't want to
Star
accept his
Crush.
request.
Yeah, don't accept
Yes,
Star
Yeah,
Crush.
I'm not accepting his request.
he made a
Sorry.
he made a
You
wa-
can. It's your space,
Uh-uh.
Alpha, but
No,
I'm
I'm not gonna. I don't want him up here.
he was throwing about me. So yeah, guy's a character, that's for sure.
He's a shrimp boat captain, but he doesn't know if the Earth is a globe or not.
So we
from
got a pilot,
Greenbow,
we got a shrimp boat
Alabama.
captain.
From Greenbow, Alabama. I'm from Alabama, so I can make fun of myself.
And we got Marconi. Yeah, I probably did.
Because I was trying to find. I was like, oh, he didn't.
I'm,
It wasn't
I'm,
there. No
I'm gonna be
worries.
doing. I'll probably do it mañana. So I do it
No
tomorrow.
worries. I messaged you.
Mañana, tomorrow.
Mañana.
I took the American Pledge of Allegiance I can say the entire Pledge of Allegiance in Spanish.
All right.
Did,
Let's see if Marconi. That's
did Carlos have evidence yet? He's a pilot, right?
no, Carlos. He has something going on with his mic, dude. Like it's what is wrong with people today? Carlos had something bad. Chiron had something bad going on with his mic. Like what is it? People have been scratching mics all over like their Alibaba mics aren't working, bro. It's not working. They're shopping at
So it's
Temu and whatnot.
yeah, the Timu refunds.
Jeez, bro. All right. Sorry, Marconi. Can you go again? Because it seems like every time you try to say something.
Hold on, give me like 2 minutes.
Okay,
Did someone say Marconi?
Yeah.
Flat Earthers love Marconi.
Oh, macaroni. I'm sorry. It's not Marconi. Macaroni. Anybody else think that the Earth is a globe?
That's a big difference.
Yeah, I was sorry about that.
It's okay. It's just funny.
Marconi eats macaroni. I don't know. We can make a thing of it.
Yeah, we're gearing up for a technical
you guys
discussion.
in?
It's just macaroni.
Yeah.
All right, yeah, I just wanted to point out that all this navigation systems, they use a flat model, and
At measurements.
yeah, there you go.
Fine. We can deal with that. Some logically consistent individuals are coming into the chat now. It's evening out the night. We got really bad mics and bad arguments come through. Yeah, thanks for that, macaroni. I called you Marconi, but you're actually macaroni. I do want to plug the group though, for everybody that's joining us right now. 74 people in the space. 24/7 Flat Earth, episode number 15, Provocative AF. I'd like to say thanks for everybody that's joined us today. I am saying this because it's getting late already, and I'm probably going to close out the space pretty soon. So it's been awesome. We're probably going to do it tomorrow and so on because I have a couple of days off. So, but I appreciate everybody has joined us. We'll go on for a little bit more, but after a while, I'm going to probably shut it down. But if you haven't followed us, go ahead and do that. Follow me, Flatsy, Amish, Apocryphon, like Hergus, all the panel, the conspiracy. Appreciate everybody that's joining us.
I got a quick logistical question. Is it possible for you to hand off the space control, the ownership to someone else, and we can keep this thing going 24/7 like a candle that never
I
burns?
wish, dude. I wish there was that. I wouldn't know how that's achieved though. Unless, here's how I know it can be done. Hold on, like Hergus. I think this can be done by if everybody has an account that we all share the keys to it. Like we all have the ownership keys to get into the account. I think it's possible.
Always on, so that fire is always burning.
Yeah, but he meant like on here. So yeah, it's multi-shared account. I think is probably how we can do it. Anyway,
yeah, that might be the way to go.
Yeah, like the 24/7 account, we can use that, and we can just all switch off and. All right, without using the word globe, how can we prove the Earth as a globe, Carlos? Well, you use global surveying, or what is it? Global position. Oh God.
You can get on a plane and then see
Oh my God.
Are you on a plane right now?
How else can we see the sun or the moon below our?
It is gonna become unhinged. He's gonna fall out of the sky like the fucking coyote.
I think he must have his phone resting on a holder of some sort on the dash, and it's just like vibrating like crazy.
Are you
Is
like
there
on a
somewhere else you can put the
cobblestone
phone?
road, bro?
Yes, I am near phone.
Are you on a
So that might be a
road
cup
like
holder,
in
right?
Italy or something, bro? Like a cobblestone road?
You know what, guys? Maybe you
Dirt
were
road.
wrong about flat
Dirt
Earth
road.
because if it was flat, we wouldn't be hearing so much vibration.
This is know what this
Carlos,
is.
bye. You've got to go.
My
Like,
God,
you've got
dude.
too much chaos going on,
Sorry,
buddy.
man.
Sorry.
We
Sounds
want to
like a
hear from
Geiger
you, but
counter.
it's really bad.
That's horrible. I can't deal with it. Sorry.
God,
They're, they're falling off the table,
Totally
Amish. They're just like he's trying to. He's got like a table full. He's got batteries in all of them, and he's testing
like
them
the
out. And they're like,
it's the nightstand drawer going crazy, bro.
he's
There's
trying.
your beloved. There's your beloved Flatsy flying up in the nest. By the way, that's a meme I made of myself that my husband took a picture of me. I thought it was a good one, so I made a meme of it. There you go. You
Eating
can
flat
always use
pizza.
it. You can always use it. It says TF. You say.
It's so weird. It doesn't line up with my picture in my head of what you looked like. It's like
That's me.
watching. It's like watching Harry Potter when you've read the book or something, or the book for the movie for a book.
That's
Interesting. Thanks for sharing that.
Yeah, you should see me with my Alvarez.
I thought you were like this old like Southern belle. I had this
This and I said that, bro. When did I say that?
It's lost.
I blame Elon. He attracted all the crazy people to X.
I think.
Dude, have you guys seen RFK Jr. wanting to get rid of fluoride in all the water? And they're like, no, we want to drink our fluoride. Ugh.
I like the way you said it. Ew.
Yeah,
I can't wait.
they're
That was
Somebody,
posted everywhere.
where's clipcord? He's got to clip that out.
Yeah, we'll get Amish. We got Amish.
Yeah, clipcord should be president. Don't you guys think?
Yeah.
It's a little too late now.
There,
Yeah, he's
Yeah, but
tiresome. If
he's
I
got
could, real
some
quick.
sort of like way of overriding
maybe
like the host.
may,
So I don't like it. I
maybe
don't
he's
like it.
gonna bring evidence. No, all right.
There's a
He
lot
might
of
be the
people in the
reason.
room.
He
Wow.
might be the reason why your stuff is getting taken down too.
Poor.
That's crazy.
I think that others are having trouble too with their streams.
I don't know.
Probably one of the few purple-haired, D.
I got you, Flat Earther. I hold the power. You don't.
I do
If
have to
Elon Musk
say,
won't scrub it, I will.
I do have to say though, Amish, it's been so good having you here and active. So thank you for
I had to pop away from some of the other places I was active in because it wasn't going anywhere. So this is the new battle space.
Oh
I
yeah.
appreciate you though because you bring so much to the table. I appreciate you very much, and I guarantee you that everybody else at 24/7 does also.
Yeah, you gonna be on
Oh,
tomorrow,
well,
Amish?
thank you, man. Thank you. I appreciate that, man. Huh? Am
You
I
gonna
going to
be
be
on-
on tomorrow?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I usually my routine is pretty much what you see here. So this
Okay.
is all we get. I'm not up at 2 a.m. like you guys.
I'm
He needs
doing.
to quit sweeping and blowing leaves so
Yeah.
late.
I told QE that once because he was like trying to grill all these other flat earthers in the chat, and he was like, okay, well we'll skip alpha, and then I was like, and I told him I was like because of the leaves and stuff. He was like, raking leaves. What? He's like, and that's why you weren't here. And I was like, yeah. And so he just made a whole thing of it. Now it's every time I'm raking leaves, that's why I'm not.
That's no excuse, buddy. Have a silent mower because it's only got the blades that spin and there's no actual like motor.
Man, you're back in the 1950s, man. You got one of those little wheels
I
with
got
a.
one of
Yeah,
yeah,
the
you just
flywheel.
push
Yeah,
it.
I used to have one.
You're not even talking electric flats. You're talking about a little elbow grease.
The push reel.
Yeah,
It's like a
exactly. So you
bicycle.
just yeah, exactly. You just push it. It cuts the grass.
Yeah, they're pretty efficient actually. They're surprisingly good, just not uphill.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh man, even downhill it's kind of weird, especially if you've got like a huge yard like I did. The yard was like acres and I only could use it in the front yard like
All right, man. It looks like I'm gonna
Yeah.
go ahead and conclude this space. Anybody else? Oh wait, man, we got 70 people. It's hard to leave when you got this many people.
Yeah.
nobody's going to blame you. Actually, if somebody wants to take up the man over.
Yeah, maybe the conspiracy wants to do something, or
Yeah,
maybe a
conspiracy.
Carcaphon, or somebody
Yeah,
Amish.
conspiracy
Maybe one
or
of you guys can actually throw up a space, and then they'll all just funnel into where you guys are.
follow
Chop liver.
Amish? Oh yeah, you're right.
Chop liver over here.
Follow Alpha, follow Amish, follow conspiracy things. The
The thing with the
usuals.
things. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. I'm gonna bid everybody adieu. Thank you for this having the space with me, and we'll probably continue tomorrow with episode number 16. I'll think of a snazzy title for tomorrow. But yeah, join us tomorrow, man. We start at 11 o'clock at night, my time, Central Time in America. So 11 p.m.
Adios.
Bye.